Welcome one, welcome all back to the LPL English unofficial Twitch channel as our Day 3 coverage of the first ever Asia Invitational is underway, and it is time to start locking in some teams to the knockout stage and eliminating some of our squads from, well, probably their last bit of competitive play in the year 2025. It is once again me, Slayer. I hope you haven't gotten too sick of me on your screens across these first couple of days, but I have brought back my first duo from the ASI, that being K-Man, stepping in here for our first and only series together, which will be the JD Gaming Squad taking on GAM Esports. K-Man, an exciting and fun matchup here, especially for those JDG fans after the 2-0 over Weibo. Some pretty promising signs, it felt like.
Yeah, it really was a much-needed bounce back for JDG. They struggled a lot on day number 1 against D plus Kia. To be able to regain some of that confidence and momentum with the win over Weibo is huge, but the stakes are just as high for GAM in this series, arguably even higher. This could potentially be their elimination series if they aren't able to pick it up. Going 0-2 is a death sentence in this group, so JDG coming off of a win, not a great place to be.
Not a good place to be at all, K-Man. Let's formally introduce, though, the rosters, even though some of the people around here around the LPL English are very familiar with them. We'll start with the home team here, one of our home teams on this broadcast. You can argue about it in the chat. You're on LPL English, everybody. It is Xiaosu on the top side, Shun in the jungle, Scout in the mid lane position, Pays at AD carry, and Shuo playing support. But I do want to talk a bit here, K-Man, when it comes to JDG, about their solo lanes, because I think Scout and Xiaosu had probably the best performances of anyone on this roster in their series yesterday. And I know Pays played very well, but we expect that most of the time from Pays. And I think it's more important to highlight how these solo lanes were able to play up against Weibo.
That really is the difference maker for this JDG team. You know you're going to get a good performance out of Pays. He's one of the best AD carries in the world. Shun can have a lot of good showcases as well. He's a very productive player who you can generally rely on. If these solo laners are stepping up, and specifically if they're generating leads for themselves, 1v1 or 1v2 in lane, they are able to really kind of destroy a lot of game plans that other teams have going into them. Because really, the big game plan against JDG has been take advantage of Scout when he mispositions and starts to roam at the wrong timers, and try to get Xiaoshu on weak sides so that you can start to punish him with some tower dives. If neither of those things are possible because gold is in the pockets of those two solo laners, it really becomes difficult to find an avenue to beat this JDG team.
And to put it a little more in layman's terms, especially looking back on what we saw yesterday, I don't think it's a 2-0 for JDG if we don't get the memorable performances in Game 2 from Xiaoshu and Scout. And it's not even on those, like, kind of boring control mage champions. No, this was a Xiaoshu and Bessa game, and it was Scout playing this Lissandra. Like, a lot of really creative mobility that they brought to that game plan. So, like you're talking about, if those solo lanes are able to be expressive and have the gold needed behind them, JDG can be a very scary opponent in this tournament. It's also important to mention, we don't know exactly what the tiebreakers are on the rules because the ASI is very fresh in everyone's mind, but I will remind everyone, if it is going to be head-to-head, JDG picking up a win here would virtually lock the, well, actually, I think them picking up a win would virtually lock them, but even a loss, like, if it's head-to-head, Weibo is already out by the fact that they've lost here to JDG, and if they lose to D plus Kia, I'm going to be ahead of myself, K-Man. We'll talk more about that once we get into the series. Let's do the justice to the top LCP representative of our series here and talk about GAM Esports. We'll take a look at their roster. Now it is Kiaya in the top side, Levi in the jungle, Aris in the mid lane, Artemis at AD carry, and Elio rounding out this team.
Yeah, I think really the player to watch in this series is going to be Aris for me in the mid lane. We talked about Scout being so important for JDG. He's had his ups, he's had his downs, but most of the time when Scout is successful, it's because he's able to play one-on-one in the mid lane, not have a ton of intervention, and can just slowly build a farm lead, play for that late game power spike that he likes to go for. If Aris can be more aggressive and perhaps, you know, call in a bit more attention from someone like Levi in this series, I could see that potentially being a way for GAM to utilize the weakness of JDG as their own strength in this one.
And you talk about Levi too. Very, very fun, creative jungle pool he brought in just his 2 games we saw from him yesterday. It was the Lilia and then the Shyvana. So rarely in this meta do you get to see a single AP jungler come out right now. To see 2 of them utilized on 25-19. It was creative to watch. I think the Lilia game was more so effective for Levi. I think, K-Man, if I'm not mistaken, we talked about it because we were on that game, that the Shyvana angle was just not there. I like the look, I like the champion play, but they did not draft correctly for a Shyvana game.
I think the big problem was just the comp that they were going into. It's so easy to zone out a champion like Shyvana and to really burst her down with a lot of damage in these fights. If you can't get the ball rolling early, it's hard for her to find any resources on the map. Now, there were moments where it did feel like resources were being, given over to GAM. At least, they had the opportunity to try and get some back, but when you're relying on the opposing team's mistakes to make your proactive plays, it can be really difficult to actually find that tempo in the game. And I think that for GAM, it's really just about playing on front foot. That was something they really struggled with in the LCP. Even when you go and look at their regular season and playoff runs, is just the lack of ability to generate that early gold lead and translate that into anything in the mid game, because they're really not all that proficient at playing from behind. So I'm really going to be looking at Levi, perhaps picking something that actually can skirmish in the mid game in this one.
I think he's going to need it, because the way that Shun has approached these games is to kind of just be such a menace in those early phases. I thought the Poppy game from him was really fantastic, as some of the slams he was able to find on that one. And it was funny talking with Alk about Weibo yesterday, and we talked a lot about how Tien kind of does the dirty work things for Weibo. I kind of think of Shun in the same light for JDG, especially in their current iteration with the shortcomings we've seen from Zhuo and some of his decision making with early skirmishes. It puts a lot of pressure on Shun, and so far in the ASI, it's been somewhat impressive. I don't want to take too much away from this team having to play against D plus Kia. They are far and away the favorites of a tournament like this, and you will get to see them later tonight if you stick around here as they take on another LPL opponent.
Yeah, DK, terrifying team. Certainly not one that you want to feel comfortable going into. We'll see how they do later tonight against Weibo, but with the player introductions coming out, I think that's, in quotations, player introductions coming out on the stage here, I think it's really important to set up exactly what both teams are going to be looking for me. And I think the main thing that I really want to point out in draft is that JDG, with that pressure on Shun, and with him being such a key piece to how they play in the early game, needs to make sure that they can get Shun priority in this draft. If you can get these positive jungle matchups, and specifically if you can get him on these comfort picks in the jungle going into someone like Levi, even if that means you're giving him counter pick, it's probably going to be more successful for you than it will be if you delay maybe some of these stronger picks till later.
And that's what's the interesting part, like you were talking about for Levi, is that we want to see him kind of pick skirmishing, because I don't think he fares well if you just let Shun get one of these priority skirmishers. You think about Xin Zhao, Wukong, Jarvan, any of these champions he's going to want to get. Whatever creative counterpick you can come away from, if you try and scale and power farm, it is a tough task for Levi to overcome into Shun's game plan here for GAM Esports. But speaking a bit more on the drafts here as we get set through the GAM rosters, it is very intriguing to talk about, the champions that Scout was... Actually, I want to talk about Xiaoshu here, because I think Xiaoshu made a lot of waves in the LPL, with some leaning into the tank meta a bit, but it's been very... a breath of fresh air, I would call it, in the ASI, to see him kind of slam the Mbessa, have good performances. And we do know that Xiaoshu is a big-time Croc player, the Renekton, and I'm curious if we might get a look here in this series from him and JDG.
I would certainly like to see it. I think the fun thing about Xiaoshu that we sometimes forget, because it feels like forever ago, is that when he was coming through originally as a rookie in the LPL, he was getting hyped up because of his insane mechanics, because of his ability to 1v1 in the top lane, and obviously he's had to kind of change his style up, but this was a guy who's basically only played for bottom tier teams, and now he's thrust into a position on an international stage for JDG. He's adapted to it well and been able to take that weak side tank role, favorably for him, but this is a guy who, if you give him the chance to play Renekton and Rumble and, Jax every game, he's going to take it. He's going to want to try and be more aggressive. So hopefully he feels confident to do that after yesterday, because when he did look, great, when he looked unlocked, when it felt like he was comfortable, we saw him. We even saw this in the LPL. He can be one of the more dangerous players on the entirety of JDG.
And that's going to be such a key for their success here against GAM Esports. But as much as we talk about JDG definitely being the favored team in this matchup, I think the head-to-head-esque lane that's going to be the most obvious is the AD carry spot. And I can make the obvious statement saying, yes, it's Pays, but I do think Artemis had one of the more weaker showings of anybody from GAM Esports against Weibo. Before K-Man, I'll let you go on that point, though. The thing I wanted to tell you and save till we're on air, we might have been led astray, or I led you astray with our friend the Grasshopper here. This is not for side selection, actually. This homie's predicting the winner of the series. And
oh my goodness.
And our homie the Grasshopper is 5-1 predicting the winner of series so far. The only one he got wrong is he took Weibo over JDG yesterday. So we'll see if he leans on over to the JDG side. He's already coming out towards the left, so I think he has to get out of the box, though. I think the play is once he gets out of the box, that's when they stop the timer on him, K-Man.
Yeah, he's got to, make his decision quick, and he's making the right one right now. We're staying with that hometown bias. JDG getting the predict. Honestly, I don't know. This Grasshopper's coming for my job. Like, this guy's got to chill. I don't know.
This Grasshopper would have blown all the LPL English production and casters out of the water from our Split 3 playoff predictions. That's for sure.
Yeah. That is definitely the case, I think, with how that went. But exciting to see that JDG seemed to be the favorites of everybody here today, the analysts, the chat, and, of course, the Grasshopper as well. Does mean good things for them, as long as they can live up to their own hype, I guess, is not something you can always count on with JDG, but as long as they can start playing their own game, I think they're going to be just fine here today.
Yeah, but back to that convo that I kind of cut us off from. Pays very obviously the favorite AD here, but we really want to see a lot more from Artemis, I think, was that weaker member in the GAM Esports loss to Weibo came in.
Yeah, I think the thing with Artemis, and this has always been a bit of a problem, is that his late game positioning can sometimes just be a little tad over-aggressive, and you can get away with that and really punish a lot of AD carries on that if you're ahead or if you're really fed. If you're not, things get a lot more difficult, and so I want to make sure that he's put into a spot where he can be successful. It's going to be hard to do that against Pays, but we're going to have to see how they set him up in draft.
And speaking on the draft, you called out the last time we had a GAM Esports series. Good for JDG to recognize that Levi is one of the best Nocturne players when it comes to the world. So taking that away, and the Orianna, it's funny, you usually think about when you ban that pair, you ban one of them and the other one kind of gets taken away, but Levi will play the Nocturne even without the Orianna. So you got to take both of them off the board here. Alongside the Rumble, the Azir, I mean, these have been mainstay bans for a while in this tournament so far. But what is GAM thinking with B1 becomes the question on all of our minds. The Rise is that's a staple. Pretty classic pick here for Aris.
Yeah, I was thinking that this could potentially be a Wukong. Maybe you're a little bit worried about the Annie takeaway, and you don't want to double up on that, but they want to just go for the Rise here. It opens up a lot of the map and just gives you a nice foundation to work with. One of the things we talked about was that Aris, if he wants to get out on the map and be a lot more proactive from a roaming perspective, that might actually be the one place that he might have an edge on Scout, being a little bit more of an active player, but it's just a super staple, red side lock-in on the other side here. Alistair, Jarvan, two of the most consistent champions in the game.
Oh, love to see Levi tap into these roots, though. Get the Kiana out there. I kind of alluded to it a bit earlier, everyone, but if you are much more up-to-date on the more live patches, the current patch we're on in League, and then the Worlds patch, Kiana is definitely taking a couple hits. That is not the patch we're playing on. It is 25-19. So this Kiana is at, basically broken levels, and Levi recognizes that. So one of the standout players here for GAM Esports is going to immediately put in the driver's seat with this assassin coming out of the jungle.
That's 3 games so far for GAM, 3 drafts so far for GAM, and 3 carry junglers for GAM at this tournament with Kiana coming out. Also a bit of a takeaway from Shun, who had a lot of success on carry junglers in his own right throughout the LPL playoffs. So happy to get that combo. The Rise and the Kiana can just be such a problem, and it's good into the Jarvan as well, because you can take advantage of the Cataclysm to utilize the walls for Kiana's ultimate. But will be the Rakan as the lock-in here to answer the Alistair. A lot of things can really fit with Rakan, but most importantly, it's another playmaker for this team that can find a lot of creative engage angles. There are so many different ways to, kind of go outside the box and maybe play a little bit different with Rakan and Rise. It's the Cassio lock-in coming in from Scout, though.
I mean, just taking the players out in the draft and assessing it from there, Rakan and Kiana are going to have a ton of issues with the miasma. So I think that's an immediate, straight-up counter to what Gamma put together here, and I like it. Scott's feeling himself a little bit. He got his Lissandra game yesterday. Now he wants to break out the Cassio. It's a much better world when we have Scout playing at a high level compared to what we unfortunately had to watch him do through much of the LPL calendar year.
Yeah, I think with Scout, you just want to, for me, it's all just about, can this guy get gold and not die early? Because he is still a good team fighter. He can still affect the game if you put him in the right spot. But man, is it sometimes hard to get him there. And I think, keeping it simple for him, we don't need to see the Galio. We don't need to see the Rise. I love those champions. They're not built for Scout. This guy needs to play something that just sits there and farms for 15 minutes. I think Cassio can accomplish that, but a lot of 80 bans coming out now that we've got our support selected and nothing taken on the bot side. Xayah, Sivir taken away. Yunara obviously nerfed, but still strong on this patch. Honestly, a bit surprised to not see a Corki ban. That was something I really expected here.
You might see it here. Pays had a really good Corki game yesterday up against Weibo, so could be the takeaway. He actually played it with a Zhuo Alistair, so that is a pretty common pairing that JD Gaming's bottom lane like to go towards. Let's see if the LCP representative of our matchup understands that. Regardless, I think this is just going to be a Pays ban, or do they actually throw some? Okay, they're going to give some Xiaoshu tank love here. No Scion for him.
Yeah, I think Scion becomes really high priority when you're looking at Rumble already banned off the table.
Oh, yeah.
Really difficult to answer, but come on.
Here
We
we
had to
go.
get an LPL Kaisa in here at least one
Yep.
time, and that's exactly what we get. It will be traded for the Corki. This is Artemis's most played champion by far across this year, so something he's very comfortable with, but I don't think Pays is going to mind too much.
They're leaving counter pick up here to Xiaoshu. Wow, you're going to pick the Croc away from him here too? Bit of disrespect taking the Scion and the Renekton. Those are two mainstay champions that Xiaoshu made his name on, like you mentioned, came in the limited time he had with JDG. The question now becomes, I was going to think, I don't know if you need a lot more damage, like reliable, farmed up, scaling damage. Kaisa and Casio gotcha. So break out the Cassante and see if you can get the chat to start spamming the copy pasta.
Oh boy, does JDG scale well in the late game. If they get there, they're going to be very, very strong. My biggest concern is that you are staring down Corki, Ryze, Kiana, even a Renekton. This mid game is terrifying. You want to talk about a team that spikes hard around that first and second item. Oh boy, is it going to be difficult to try and play into GAM. They should actually have a lot of control over these neutral objectives. I want to see how aggressive GAM can play those setups, because if they can get themselves in good spots and even generate small gold leads, you can start to take over the game with something like Kiana, but you cannot allow this to get out of control. Jarvan, Alistair, Cassante as setup for Casio, Kaisa in the late game. Not really a 5v5 you want to take.
No, it's not. I hope JDG recognize the caution they have to play through that mid game, because I think a lot of the time with Jarvan comps, like the Jarvan is a huge player in mid game power in a lot of these compositions, because usually you have a pairing that brings the punch with that. You think either like an Orianna J4 we've seen a lot during this tournament. It's actually undefeated, by the way. It's 4-0 when those two get put together. You also have like Rumble J4, like another good pairing, the Hot Pocket everyone likes to talk about, what you can do with that combination of ultimates. That's what brings a lot of compositions mid-game power. So for Shun, he's got to recognize that, there's still going to be good looks for Cataclysms here, but you're not going to have the damage backing behind that ultimate until much later in this game, like you're talking about, K-Man.
It's going to take a while for Scout to get online in this one. I think that there are going to be ways to find fights, but I think specifically you want to make sure that your solo laners are in good spots. And we talked about that in the pre-show. I'm glad we set that up, because this draft really kind of plays into that idea. If the Cassante can successfully side lane against a lot of the pressure that Ryze and Renekton are going to be able to generate, and if the Casio can farm up and get to the point where she's hitting that second, third item spike and she's starting to build damage, it's going to be really difficult for JDG to feel like they're in a bad spot from there, but they don't have the proactivity that GAM has. We even talked about Levi, having the skirmish ability, which he absolutely has here with the Kiana Ryze mid-jungle duo. I think both of these drafts kind of indicate, the direction we wanted to see these teams go in, and I'm just excited to see how they play it out.
It's just going to be a straight-up really big test of the identities that we want to see from both these teams, like you were talking about. And now that we're just waiting to get into Game 1, I do want to remind everybody something I was talking about a little bit earlier when it comes to the stakes of this series. With the rules being a little bit unclear on the tiebreaker, it could be game score or it could be head-to-head. Well, sorry, it is both of them. It's depending on what the order of them is, right? So we can't officially lock in JDG, I believe, with a 2-0 here. If they're able to get this win to get to 2-1, because Weibo could still beat D plus Kia and throw a wrench in things. What we do know here, K-Man, is this is the final lifeline for GAM Esports. 0-2 definitely knocks, just 2 losses in general takes you out of the knockout stage of the Asia Invitational.
Yeah, if they don't win this series, they cannot make it. Reminder, 4 teams in a group, only top 2 can make it out. So it's not just, you can't be last, because there's a way, I guess, for them to not be last. You can't be bottom 2. You have to be top 2 in the group. GAM's life is on the line. They're going to a ton of champions that they're comfortable on. They're going to a play style that they're very comfortable on, with Levi on a carry jungler and everybody else trying to get him as fed as possible. The question now is, can they utilize the experience that they've generated all year long to keep themselves alive against the LPL's top representative at this tournament?
Yeah, and LCP comes into the first ever ASI as the team expected to be knocked out in quick succession, stacked up against the LCK and the LPL. It's a tale that is old as time with the LCP, whatever former names that they came in, this region as a whole, always trying to get a little bit away from their little brother moniker when it comes to the LPL and the LCK. We've seen K-Man a couple of historic examples of that happening, right? Like the Flash Wolves are obviously the team that come to my mind. We obviously have CFO right now that's doing a lot of those ways, but the ASI is all about finding out what teams deeper in those standings can really have a big effect on an international stage. And there's no better spot now for GAM Esports to do that up against JDG with everything on the line in this tournament.
And GAM is not just some organization in the LCP. They are legendary. Can they live up to that status and pick up another, international win against a top-tier region? I guess we're going to find out here in Game 1.
So we are on to the Rift here. Our first game of potentially many of Day 3 of the Asia Invitational. I'm already getting a little shenanigans here. Levi feeling a little bit bruised. Looks like he had a flag dropped on his head. You know what was funny? We saw yesterday. Oh, I'm blanking on what. I think it was the Nongshim Vikings match, but we saw just some fun. I think it was Kingen. Kingen was just dancing.
Oh, yes.
Two guys next
yes.
to each other just dancing. Like this tournament is in essence, especially in its first iteration, a bit for fun, and we want people to have as much fun as they do. So I always like it when we see like the little emotes traded or a little dance party in the top side. Not gonna get that here, but might see it later on today. So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, we've seen it a bit already in the drafts that we've gotten at this tournament that, there are some questionable motives, but we've already got some action here. Level 1 will get spotted out on the sweeper. Zhuo gonna at least try to trade a little bit. Could be really, really big for the Kai'Sa if she's able to get priority in this lane, and honestly, I don't think she will lose it if the Alistar ends up playing aggressive enough. I think this could be huge for JDG.
For the time being, they're able to clear out the minion wave early. Well, yeah, just trying to knock Artemis out of his autos, so they give Pays enough time to start clearing out some of these minions. They're going to lose both of their early wards here, though. The first one was taken down as it spawned, and the other one sweeped out there by Elia. So get that win, at least for later vision play in this lane, but they are going to lose out on the first level here. It should be Pays and Zhuo that come away with level 2 here. Artemis was a little far up trying to contest it, and he does have to trade his flash with Zhuo, and if you know anything about League of Legends, support flash or AD carry flash is always a win on the support side.
That's exactly why this lane matchup is decently favored in the early game towards the Kai'Sa and the Alistar, is because of that pressure. Aris.
Oh my god, Aris is just getting walked down by Scout. Hello, Flash.
No.
I mean, the flag drop gets it for Shun, but I don't even know if Shun needed to be there. Scout just kind of dog-walked Aris in the first couple of minutes of our game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that is a solo bolo in everything but, reality. I have no clue what Aris was doing. He was way too far forward. This lane matchup is relatively fine for the Rise early on. He just misplays and ends up getting completely chunked for it. That's a huge mistake. If you're giving gold over the Casio and giving a free kill to the Jarvan, all of a sudden that late game team comp that we talked about is much, much more accelerated, and that mid game power spike is delayed a bit for you.
Talked about how different the jungler's approach has been to this tournament and how their teams fit in. So for Shun to be able to get some power contesting against Levi, who, as you can see now, already getting back out on the river, maybe looking to invade towards this bottom side jungle, brings a lot more damage than Shun can contest with until he can get that back in. Luckily for Shun, Levi is going to find nothing but maybe some spots to drop some wards down as Shun goes back towards his top side. Did not want to contest for that bot crab. He had vision on the clear from Levi, so he's going to make the trade, even if it was a bit of a longer walk towards the top side for the other crab.
Yeah, it's not going to be too much of a delay here. Overall, you're happy with the kill, but now the question for Levi is how much does he want to try and get on the bot side? Dive incoming.
All right, Cleanse and Flash available. Basically use both immediately, but there's more than enough damage to the Kiana. Good interrupt, though, with the headbutt knock-up. Is going to get Zhuo a trade back onto Artemis, but Artemis picks up the kill onto Pays. Zhuo gets the trade. So a good little play there from the LCP representative in our matchup.
You feel okay about that if you're GAM. You don't want to give these free injections of gold over to the other side, as much as we can talk about, oh, it's a kill on the AD carry for a kill on the support. Support first item is more valuable now than it has been in a little while, with that redemption still being as strong as it is, even after some of the nerfs. And so, certainly not the best trade in the world, but one that you're going to feel at the very least okay with if Artemis can continue to step up and keep the CS lead.
They also get a couple waves dropped into the turret, right? So FaZe loses out on CS immediately by doing that dive. They get the wave up decently close. I think it cut down about half that wave and then brought the next incoming one in. So you can see the biggest gold lead right now is actually going to be Artemis, about 300 up over his opponent currently. But you talked about it, right? If Scout is going to stay comfortable in this mid lane on this Cassiopeia, things are going to look good for JDG, and maybe Shun recognizes it. He's like, hey, I'm going to pay another visit to this flashless Rise without no Realm Warp, and ours is just dead. He's trapped in the miasma, he's slowed, he's knocked up, and he's sent packing again. 2 deaths in the opening 5 minutes here for the GAM mid laner.
I mean, at this point, there's just not much to say. This Rise is getting taken advantage of if you're giving these kills over to Cassie. It's going to be a really bad spot for you to be in. You're already, kind of pseudo-countered. This is a long-time counter. Many 2014 fans will back me up on that. Not as much the case in the modern day, but definitely still something here for the Cassiopeia. And, worse still, it's taking away any chance you get to play around the map.
Joel for the
going
2v2 here came in. They had Shun nearby, so I thought they actually might push this a lot further, but just making sure that there was a tax on taking away his precious pink ward from the Tribe Rush.
Definitely didn't feel like that would have been a good play overall for JDG. But Shuo is going to at least look for it, pressure them out. Worth noting that because Elio was actually roamed a bit more, he's a little bit behind in terms of levels, about a half a level behind Zhuo, and that could really matter when we start rotating for these grubs in just under 2 minutes here, or if we want to fight around Dragon. Hitting that level 6 early for Alistar could actually be a really big game changer for now. It's Aris just trying to get as much as he can in the river, trying to catch up. He's done okay on CS, but we got to keep an eye on this mid lane matchup. The worse this gets for Aris, the harder it's going to be for GAM.
He is behind, but you did mention roaming there for our supports. That's the advantage that Aris brings in this matchup against the Cassiopeia. With that Realm Warp now available, he can make overload plays towards these side lanes, but Levi looking to try and help out his mid laner. Petrifying Gaze and is available. Scout does not have flash, and he's just going to walk away. Levi not even going to land the Q. Just a little bit of poking and prodding. Scout holding strong here, and so far, gaining further on the good performance he had in Game 2 against Weibo.
Scout's looked great so far in this game. He's done everything he's supposed to do, and kind of goes back to the keys we talked about. When Scout just kind of gets to play against his lane opponent, even against good competition, he was doing relatively well. It's the macro and the map rotations that have always been a problem.
Oh,
Aris.
Oh, he's going to get stunned up by the Petrifying Gaze and trapped in the Cataclysm. He had flash up. It really wouldn't have mattered. Shun is making it personal right now with Scout. Aris is not going to be able to operate in this game 1.
This game is not going the way that GAM wanted. They're going to look for some damage. FaZe
oh
in danger.
God. Corki takes a ton of health out of FaZe's kit. He didn't have flash. He didn't have the ultimate. So that could have been certain death there. FaZe's going to have to think twice about stepping up that far against the Rakan Corki. He also is going to try and stick around here. Yeah, they're trying to lay a trap here for Scout coming over. Ignite from Zhuo. They're trying to get on top of Artemis. The stun is going to layer. FaZe cannot step up. Wonder if he's trying to get ultimate up in time here as the heal does come across. Scout with the miasma. Not in time. The Valkyrie gets through first for Artemis. Flash forward, though, with the poison fakes, and Scout is wheeling and dealing right now. Finds his second kill of the game already, and now Elio, without Artemis to back him up, is going to fall to the wayside next. It's the poison that gets it through. Scout 3-0. Dialed into this game 1. The only cost the JDG have to pay is their top laner getting dove on the top side.
It's everything going right now for JDG. They're
Scout?
teleporting in. Scout is TPing in.
Oh, okay. Kiaya is going to have to make the mad dash, but Jun's here to cover. Scout is everywhere right now. It's like there's 2 Cassiopeias on this map, but they're not going to be able to chase Kiaya down any further, and they're going to have to secede these grubs over to Levi, so that's at least something big here for GAM, unless Shun, does he really want to try and maybe steal one of these on the way out, or go for a little bit of a pincer move here with Zhuo? Levi's going to respect it. He doesn't have any Supreme Display of talent to really lean on. It's going to be the flash out of Aris. Still, the monster slaying feat goes over to GAM on that one, but they don't get all 3 grubs.
I mean, they at least get 2, so, it could be worse. I think the bad part of this is that this 4-kill Cassio has completed Rod of Ages at 9 minutes. And that's a problem. That's a really hard thing to deal with. Kiaya, now the one you put all the gold on, could be stuck under tower. Dodges the castle.
There's a lot more problems than just a Cassiopeia coming here. K-Man Kiaya also does have the dominance tick back up. He's going to flash away from Zhuo. This is a pretty hard dive to make happen here with how much time they've spent trying to get Kiaya. And they're going to wisely back up, knowing they got the TP out and Levi showing up.
Yeah, you know, honestly, kind of a bad play from JDG. I think they overestimate the amount of damage that they can do at this point in the game, especially the moment that you lose that castle for the dive. Really hard to be able to play that out. Renekton doesn't even have to burn the ultimate, so a big play there for GAM to be able to dodge it. Now, could look at a shutdown here. I don't think they have the damage, though. Scout wants this.
He's got the Conqueror, Poison Fangs going. Aris just can't really compete here. He doesn't even have the Roa. Scout feels so comfortable in his bag right now, but he is 1 versus 2. Not going to be able to set up the Poison Fangs for much more damage here, but the fact that he just walks out of this, very helpful.
I think walking out of this is probably the nicest thing he could have done. There is an opportunity and a way here that he just kills the Rise. Artemis, not going to be in too much danger here. We have seen him step up a little too far. We talked about that in the pregame. His positioning can sometimes let him down. Really, the question now is, can you take advantage of the fact that Scout is at half health and low mana? It's going to be the question here for Elio if they want to look for anything, but it's just basically impossible without putting yourself in heavy danger.
Scout could be dove on the return here, but he's cut down the minion wave well. TP's coming across, but the knockup and the ignite lands. It should be enough damage, and Scout is going to fall in the side lane. Jouot TPing just a bit too late to cover, and that's a huge amount of gold for Aris to get back as well with that shutdown.
Yeah, it's a huge shutdown as we see a bit of a 1v1 down on the bot side. I don't think it will turn into too much here. Kiaya not even popping ultimate, but it's just a mistake from Jouot, and he's getting potentially punished again here.
Yeah, he's completely caught
he's
out,
dead?
just trying to get vision. We're starting to see the problems that JDG showed in a lot of their LPL games right now. It was a great start, but Scout dying in side lanes where he really shouldn't be, and Jouot completely out of position are 2 of the biggest problems JDG fans have had with this team in the last couple of months.
I'm a bit taken aback, Slayer, because I just didn't expect things to go this way. Scout is obviously in a bit of danger, but Jouot has teleport up the entire time. You know they're going to dive him. You have vision of the Rakan throughout that entire exchange, and you just don't really utilize it. Very strange plays coming in from JDG. Maybe Scout just felt overconfident, but look at the gold difference now. It's 500 in favor of GAM. It's a 1k gold lead for the Corki, who now has 2 kills and a Triforce done. This is a much more precarious game state than maybe we were expecting.
Precarious is a good way to phrase it, because I still think what we talked about with the scale advantage so obviously pushed. Okay, hold on. Scout's getting ulted on. It's not just the Rise. Good double stun, though. Catches Levi out of the first bit of his dash. Was the Rune talent comes through with the Realm Warp. I mean, the Rune Prism ultimate. Scout gets a big heal, and it's going to not be enough with the poison to trade Levi out. Close but no cigar there for Scout as we look for a mid lane engage here from Jouot. Not going to be much more manifesting so far with Artemis so much further ahead.
This is exactly what we were talking about in Draft, Slayer, where GAM has this huge power spike right now at this first item, completion for everybody on the team, where they're just really strong. This team has a ton of utility ultimates that they can use around the map, and plenty of ways to punish a missed position. And Scout, starting at 4-0, now sitting at 4-2 in a worse spot. With this redemption coming down, Xiaoshu's in danger.
Levi's everywhere. I mean, Kiaya nearly gets this done on his own. Levi's going to show up. Oh, that flash from Xiaoshu. I think you were just dead already, my friend. No need to expend that key summoner. JDG are getting ripped across in every single lane right now.
Why would I ever doubt GAM's mid-game, I guess? That's kind of what I'm learning here. They've played the last 3 to 5 minutes just about as well as you possibly can. Now, they don't have the dragon stacking, which is not ideal for a team of GAM's, comp. They want to try and get the dragons taken away from JDG as quickly as possible, but really outside of a couple of things that you can criticize, this mid-game has been about as perfect as possible. The gold is in the right spots, and they're basically ahead everywhere now.
So the point I wanted to make before we saw the Realm Warp jump onto Scout, or came in to ask you, was the gold lead was a lot lower before this point. I do want to make that clear. Is how much of a lead in the mid game for GAM makes you feel confident that they are going to be able to overcome a scale threat? At that point, I was going to expect an answer from you that was like, oh yeah, JDG are fine. It's just a couple hundred gold. Where is your head at now after the last couple of plays is my question.
I think maybe a bit of an unpopular take here would be that I don't think JDG are dead in the water just yet. I still think that their scaling comp is going to be really difficult once it does come online. If they can stall the game out, they just need to stop making these mistakes in the mid game. They've made quite a few, but they've not made enough to the point where they've thrown their game away. The thing for GAM at this point is how much can you get now that you've built up all of this tempo? League is a game where you take a lot of turns between each team. GAM has generated extra turns for themselves by drafting a comp that's going to be able to push forward in the mid game. What do they utilize those turns to do? If they can start getting these permanent objectives, things like Dragon and eventually Otacon, then I'm going to feel a lot better about their chances.
I'll make sure to go back to that question after every next couple of play we get here, K-Man. Now that we're officially in that mid-game that GAM are much stronger in, and we're signifying that with the Herald spawning in the pit here. Both teams posturing around it. It's actually going to be a TP, though, coming across here from Kiaya. They know Joao is kind of trapped in the back of this pit. He does have flash, and yeah, with Kiaya showing up, there goes the flash off the Alistair.
Yep, this is exactly what you need to do. GAM send 4, and all of a sudden the fight becomes unwinnable, and I respect JDG for not willing to flip the game over this, because I think it could be really difficult. You don't even have Cassante teleport on the bottom side, so this would basically just be a 4v5 if they want to take it. But now they're losing positioning over the mid lane as well. Just seems like they're behind on every single rotation. GAM is doing a great job of controlling the map right now.
Got that mid-tier 1 turret down decently low, but as you talked about, it's just watching the items here for JDG, especially their carries. Because I do think Xiaoshu's going to get a ton of runway out of his 2 items. The Thornmail first. He'll be pretty tanky by the time he gets 2 items down. But Scout, we need 3 with his double scaling items. We certainly are going to need 3 out of Pays as well. The Rage Blade, Kraken, it really isn't enough, especially when you talk about the Evolves this champion gets. You need that sort of Nashor's Tooth, at least somewhat the components-wise completed for him to be a big threat. And you're seeing right now how different the items are between these 2 AD carries. Artemis just taking a evergreen trade there into the Corki, but Joe's going to go after Artemis. Gets the headbutt pulverized knockup, but where's the rest of JDG? All right, either Joe wanted to go for that alone and nobody else, or somebody made the call and didn't follow up on it. Or a tech issue. The illustrious third option that I really didn't want to see.
The classic dive in by yourself as an Alistair into pause. This is truly an LPL moment, if there possibly is one. I will say, though, if we're just going to talk about the play itself, just what happened there, as long as it does end up standing and we don't need any sort of extracurricular thing, the one thing that we've been talking about that you can't do is keep fighting in the mid game. Like, this is like the one thing that you can't get away with. And even in that scenario, you have Joao, flashing over the wall to go for that 3-man knockup. Great, you hit it. And let's say your Jarvan follows up. With what damage? I mean, truly, with what damage are you going to kill them? And one of the things I really want to point out, we talk about the late game scaling. There's not a lot of range on the side of JDG. And that could be a real problem with something like Corki going into the late game.
Oh, okay. Looks like maybe
perfect.
maybe someone spilled their beverage or a mouse battery died. Might have been the reason for the pause there. Not Joao maybe mauling over whatever that play was. We move on with the mid-tier 1 turret going down, and Shelly getting the second crack into the mid-tier 2. So all steam ahead here for GAM. Obviously, they're ahead, but they're just making every right play, knowing that regardless of what their gold was at, they are going to be much stronger in this phase of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about how JDG are making mistakes and going in at the wrong times. GAM is putting them in a position to make mistakes. This is exactly how you use, I talk about it a lot, but like tempo and priority, like this is what that entails is when you know that you win, you can take your extra turn, you can start to push up a little bit further, and then if you get contested, now all of a sudden you win these fights and you can start generating gold that way. Either that or you just get free objectives on the map. GAM doing a great job to pressure that out. It looks like top lane tier 1 going to be the priority here, even with Dragon spawning.
Whoa. All right, yeah, you're going to have to wait a couple more seconds to get back to base here. But, yeah, top side's where the real play is. It's at least going to be a trade of turrets here. And, again, Scout getting his own real estate on the bot side to farm waves constantly is a good thing for JDG. They do actually come out a little bit ahead here, I'd say, in this play. It's a turret trade, and they get the second Drake uncontested. So for the team we're talking about, needs to scale. Nothing helps scaling more than having the Drake stack in your favor, especially when it's an Infernal Soul that they are halfway to.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting trade for GAM, because I understand the idea of maybe wanting to dive Xiaoshu on the top side, but you have to go for that play quickly. You can't, wait and delay it. You certainly can't lane gank it from Levi's perspective. So you know, a good play for JDG to at least bring some gold back in their favor, but if we're talking about plays that are slightly in favor of JDG, you know, you need a bit more than that. You're starting to get into a gold deficit. It's going to be more difficult to overcome. You know, 2,500 at 18 minutes is certainly not nothing. And I get that, you know, Scout has 2 full items completed, but if your Jarvan and your Cassante and your Alistair are going to be getting bursted down at the start of every fight, it doesn't really matter because you can't really play front to back. So definitely, you know, I don't want to see them take fights, but I need to see these trades become more consequential for JDG.
Big. Speaking of more on items of these scalers, I think 3 items is big, but again, for what the Cassiopeia provides in the game with Corki Dash, Rakan Dash, Kiana Dash, Renekton Dash, we talk about the Miasma, but he's got a Giant's Belt and a Spell Book. This is going to be a Rallies. The value this item brings. Oh, hold on. Pays? We're getting caught here? I mean, he cleanses the charm well. Actually dodges away from the Grand Entrance knockup. So good on Pays to get out of that. Does have to burn the cleanse. Back to my point, K-Man. Rallies value in this game, ludicrous.
Yeah, I mean, Cassio value in this game is ludicrously good. She's just going to be in a great spot so long as she's not consistently picked off in side lane Scout. It does look like he's doing
I've
just
seen
fine
this before.
Yes, he does have his support shadowing him, although that did not help him last time. So we will see how that ends up going. For now, it's going to be Joe, and it's actually RS potentially in a rough spot. Could be pushed up too far.
He's got Flash. He's got the Realm Warp. Phase Rush. All right, there's the Flash. So he has to get away from the Headbutt Pulverize. Joe's going to drop his Unbreakable Will, but good to get that Key Summoner off the rise because we see Otacon is actually going to spawn up on this top side right about now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big, big objective here. I talked about it earlier, but Otacon is one of the few ways that GAM can just, you know, really scale into the late game strongly because you're always going to have that XP advantage.
Oh, Levi! Oh, he gets the double stun. The Realm Warp on top. Ars is going after Pays. He gets the invisibility. Room of Prism's going to hide him up, but Scout's here to cover with the Miasma. No more dashes allowed. Aris is completely cut down. Re-engage comes across from Zhuo. Petrifying Gaze is only going to slow Artemis, and the dash out of the Cataclysm. Jun gets no value out of the J4 ult. And losing your jungler now is pretty big. Levi being up is huge here for GAM. And Scout knows it alongside with Schwol. They're going to flash right after him. Miasma means no dashes. Levi's hiding in the invisibility, though, so well. No damage can come across from Scout. The knockup's going to land on top of Pays. It's Levi just kiting around all of JDG, telling them, good luck cutting me down for size. Triple kill to the GAM jungler.
Oh, that fight looked so bad for GAM at the start. They spend everything to try and go in on, you know, a priority target, but one that they can't for sure lock down. And I started to get concerned that they were a little bit disconnected and that JDG was going to be able to turn it, but the damage comes through. Levi gets another ultimate off in that fight. Xiaoshu going to teleport in, but there's nothing to find here. This Otacon is just going to be gone. They're going to get the matching teleport from the Renekton. And this is it for GAM. If they weren't in control before, they are certainly in control now. This is the engage I was a bit concerned about. This is very aggressive and greedy from Levi. While he does get some of the damage down and the stun comes in, look at where the follow-up is. Ryze is not here yet. The Realm Warp has not come through. And Artemis has not made his way to this fight either. So Aris just ends up dying early on in this fight. You have no more Ryze. And if this turn is slightly better, if Scout doesn't completely whiff the ult, if Shun doesn't dive in, get a flash, and instantly die, perhaps this play can be turned for JDG. But at this point, you've expended everything that you have in your kit, and while you want to make a play on Levi, he's not an easy target to kill. He just goes invisible, and all of a sudden you have no one to deal with, and his damage is very for real at this point in the game. He completely destroys Pays. He completely destroys Cassio here as well, Scout, and the fight is easily won for GAM, and that's the fight. I think that is the thing that ends up putting everything in their favor.
And Levi now 2,500 gold over Shun by this point. He's going to have that ult coming up constantly next to the Axiom arc. Going to get the armor pen soon to make sure to even deal with the toughest of armor to go through here in Xiaoshu and Zhuo markedly. GAM are exactly where they want to be wheelhouse-wise. The question now becomes, where do they look to take that next? The big priority, cutting down on this Drake stacking. And they're prioritizing it well. Look at the vision they've got in the JDG jungle right now as this dragon hits the rift.
Definitely, definitely a good setup here for GAM. It's the place you want to be, right? If you can take one dragon away, I mean, we're already looking at a ridiculously late soul for JDG if they, you know, even want to go for it. But if GAM take one more away, I mean, that's kind of the last bastion for JDG. So they have to set up and they have to fight. It's already so low. It's gone.
They're too late. They're too late. JDG, just let it go. Time is still somewhat on your side here. Baron in 2 minutes. Can we maybe look to get some big items through here? Oh, man. Not a
2 for
tech
2.
pause.
2 for 2.
All right, guys, get him out of the way now, okay? This is okay if we get rid of all of them now.
Yeah, I'd rather have them now than, in a game that maybe is a little bit more, I don't know, on the edge of our seat. There definitely still are some things to talk about, though, in terms of how this game could break down. We speak on the scaling for JDG. The scaling is becoming much more difficult. Yes, you have gold on the Cassiopeia, but the Kai'Sa is actually in a really bad spot to play this game. Oh, I see. It's a network problem for GAM. That is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that is not a good sign. So I guess we can. My detective skills tell me that our first pause may have been the same reason as our second pause, K-Man.
I wonder. Yes, no, I worry that we are in a spot now where we just have to pray on the internet gods to push us through to the end of this game and hopefully to the end of this series. Hopefully GAM doesn't have to, be too drastic. We are coming out of the pause, though.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully all these network problems are getting fixed.
Yeah, I just hope that it doesn't keep happening. But I will tell all of our viewers, brace for the fact that there could be a bunch of these pauses kind of interchanging as the game goes on, because immediately once that ping shoots up for any of these GAM players, they're going to call for a pause. And maybe just to wait it out nonetheless. But good to see that it fixed itself momentarily here for GAM Esports. Obviously, it's the trials and tribulations of a remote tournament. Everybody in every region has had to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the last couple days, the league servers have not exactly been the most consistent, but hopefully GAM ends up being fine over the course of the rest of this series. They certainly haven't looked like they've been struggling for internet connection throughout this game so far with the lead that they've been able to generate. But as I was saying, I think the real big issue here is just the lack of gold on Kai'Sa. It's all well and good to feel like you can scale behind a Cassiopeia, but, Cassante, Jarvan, Alistair, these are all mostly tanks, like good tanks, but maybe not primary tanks, and GAM's gonna have more than enough damage to melt through them. You gotta be able to burst out that damage, and I just worry that JDG might not have enough time unless they start building gold quickly in these side lanes.
Okay, I was waiting to see what the pays back looks like, so he's obviously not going to complete the Nashers, but with the Blasting Wand and the Spellbook alone, pretty sure he does at least get the last evolve. So we're up to the Void Seekers now. Not saying this is not me discrediting your point, Game Man. You're very true. This Kai'Sa is nowhere near battle ready, but small things like that, somewhat helpful, right? We're still working our way into that sort of vein of the Kai'Sa in classic Pays fashion. Problem is we're not there yet, and the Baron is up here for GAM to try and go after.
That is the big concern, is that this GAM comp with Baron is a nightmare to have to deal with. Ryze, Qiyana, Renekton, Corki. The power that you're going to be able to have if you're able to fight around this objective is huge, and this is the time where JDG should be in a better position to fight. But Corki, having completed 3 full items here, makes it very difficult. Qiyana as well on 3 completed items. It's just so tough to imagine a world where JDG can dive in and survive the initial damage. GAM has made mistakes in the past. It's not always been perfect in terms of their teamfight execution, and that's going to be what JDG is hoping for in this one, because if they can get an inch, maybe they can start to take a mile, but it's going to really be up to GAM's positioning and how aggressive they want to be around this.
As we now enter the era of chicken, playing a good old game of chicken here. GAM, are they doing the Baron? Look at that one pesky ward is maybe what could give ideas here for JDG on the backside of the pit. That's maybe what's slowing them down. Void Seekers are going to help here from Pays to kind of scout out along with those blue trinkets. It's just a stall game. Can we get more gold into our carries, get our tanks a little tankier, and hopefully not watch this Baron get stolen right out from under us.
And this is the thing, right? Look at the side lanes. They are in a perfect spot here for GAM to be able to hold this wave, or hold this game state for as long as they need to. Aris is already making his way up here. Doesn't even really need to worry too much because he does still have that Realm Warp. JDG trying to set a trap, but GAM playing very disciplined. They have enough vision here to understand that they're not really in any sort of danger. It's going to take a lot of resources in order for JDG to actually pressure out in other areas. Resources that are easily matched by GAM. So a pretty decent setup, but this dance can go on for a long, long time.
At least Xiaoshu was able to kind of push out the bot lane. It's going to be a little bit of a trek for Aris to walk down there and get that in a better position, but oh man, Pays. I can't believe you even autoed that word, man. You just saw a Qiyana with nobody near you. I would have completely crapped my pants by that point. Oh boy, Elio. Elio's trying to do a Zhuo impression, everybody. Yeah, he gets out. Okay.
Yeah, I think the Joao impression would have been him going in on that play and,
True.
You know, getting caught out and then trying to W in to figure a way out of it. But luckily, he understands, nah, I'm Rakan. I'm probably safe no matter what I do in this particular instance, and he's able to get himself out of there. Still, you know, resource used. It was heal, burn for Elio, even if he does have that Summoner Spellbook, so... I guess it's not for nothing, just it's really hard to find picks on this GAM comp because of how mobile and how tightly knit they are in terms of how easy it is to get to, you know, multiple parts of the map at the same time.
It's impossible for JDG to pick this comp. They are so, well, except for like Kaisa and J4, but they're so foundationally binded by the fact that they have a Cassio, they have an Alistar, they have a Cassante. They have to wait for GAM to come into them. Again, it's just, are they going to be strong enough, both tank and damage-wise, to overcome that engage out of GAM? I do think we have gone to 3-item Kaisa. Paze does have the Nashers. That's a pretty big break. And I think Scout getting this arm guard is going to get a lot of value when a Kiana ultimate comes through, when there's a bunch of Corki burst damage, or, you know, a charm coming out from this Rakan. It's just about, can Scout get the best usage out of this? Oh my word.
Ooh, JDG are starting this. It's getting
start?
burnt.
Yeah, it's getting cut down very quickly. Scout those in his own 1v1 against Aris. He is going to actually stun him up on the top side, go blow for blow. Scout definitely wins this as Joao tries to re-engage with Shun on the backside. They get the Cataclysm on down to 3, but Paze gets deleted. It's Levi again that comes to the rescue. It's 80 carry for 80 carry here, and now all bets are off. Aris wins against Scout on the top side, but it's Xiaoshu that's looking to make the difference here. Too bad that Kiaya is a big bad croc with Dominus going. JDG split themselves up too thin and completely throw away any chance at stopping a GAM Baron.
GAM absolutely decimate the fight. They win everywhere on the map. All they have to do is trade their AD carry's life. I think they're going to be very, very comfortable with the exchange that happens. It's just too much gold in the pockets of GAM. Even at this point, Kiaya is so big on the Renekton. We're going to get a chance to see how this starts. It's actually Joao who goes for that engage, and the disengage coming in from Elio is actually so much of the damage for JDG. Like the way that this starts off is really not good. Pace has bursted down immediately. The fact that they're even able to pull anything back, you know, kill on the Artemis in this exchange is a miracle. Yeah, no, it's not good. Levi kites this out. It's really easy for him to just flash away from the Cassante, and all of a sudden he has, you know, all of his spells back up, and, you know, with that Axiom, he's able to completely take over this fight. It's just really easy for GAM to play this as long as they don't screw up, and they're not screwing up right now. Their second Infernal Drake, their Baron, you know, this is massive. I gotta see how this happened on the top side. For
Last time I looked at it, he looked away. I mean, yeah, he's got Aris completely running away.
Oh.
Good flash, I guess. Gets a, goes into the stasis here with the Seraph Shield. Oh, there's his Seraph Shield.
Sure, it mattered. Like, I think the Seraph Shield, like, matters there, but the stasis, I think Aris just wins. Like, I think he's just stronger at this point in the game, and that's the thing with Ryze, is that, you know, as much as we can talk about this being a counter pick because of the miasma, Ryze does a lot of damage. Sometimes he can just stand there and trade with you, so... Now it's time. It's GAM's time to siege with those Baron minions.
Man, Paze head scratching. I saw the angle there. He had a Renekton TPing behind him, just ult across the Cataclysm, get rid of the backline. There's no time to really think about it because Paze now is in a world of hurt where I believe that was Phosphorus Bomb Rocket, and he's down to about half HP thanks to Artemis. So, man, rough game for Paze on this Kaisa. That is definitely the headline, it feels like.
I think it's a rough game for basically all of JDG, especially from a macro perspective, but you're right. I think this is one of Paze's weakest games in a while. See if he can turn it around in these fights.
Oh, Artemis doesn't get caught, but Elio is the one that has to cover for it. They do use a defensive Supreme Display of Talent. Xiaoshu trying to go forward with that Cassante health bar. Good little defense there from JD Gaming. They're actually going to keep their tier 2 in the bot turret up and force a GAM reset. Not a lot they're getting out of this Baron power play until Aris does knock down a mid-tier 2 turret to cash in some more gold.
I mean, it's something. You know, it's certainly not nothing, but it's not a good Baron power play here for GAM. They waste quite a lot of their resources, you know, taking time on that dragon, you know, just spawn timer-wise, it was a bit of an awkward position, but not a great dive there, and GAM has, you know, at the very least given JDG a lifeline back into this game. Not saying that it's a good one, but at least they won't have Baron over the next couple of minutes.
Just trying to buy more time for Paze to play catch-up. He was 2 levels down for Artemis when that first little exchange came across. Obviously, the items are still not there. It's IE versus a Bejeweled Gauntlet, right, for the Void Staff. They need to catch Paze up here. I know Levi is still massively ahead gold-wise of Shun, but Shun's value is going to be the same now as it is the rest of the game. It's just engage bot, can his damage come through? And right now, still, Pays not in position. It is GAM that are so much more comfortable playing out this game state. They definitely hope that they had more dragon control. I think what does lend to JD Gaming's side, stall-wise, is that they could actually still sack one more dragon in 2.5 minutes, and then that's another 5 minutes, right? So they can really draw this game out and play base defense.
Yeah, I mean, that is something. They'll need to play a lot of base defense against this GAM team in order to stall out enough for them to get back on track, especially because those dragons aren't stacking anymore, and you're looking at a ridiculously late soul. Even if one team, gets it, Elder's basically off the table. So as long as GAM can play a little bit more disciplined, they should be fine pushing in these waves. Question is now, how aggressive is Shun allowed to be? He's got that Guardian Angel completed. Levi as well has that on the other side.
Both junglers playing such key but different roles here. Levi has been absolutely clutch in these later fights. 8 kills, highest on the server right now, deathless. He talks about how GAM runs through Levi. He's now played 3 games of carry junglers. It's awesome to see him finally start to pop on this Qiyana champion we thought was just such exodia when you talk about the carry junglers the 25-19 has to bring.
Yeah, I mean, I still think Qiyana's pretty good. I think that she's certainly playable, and, especially on this patch, there is a lot that Qiyana can do to create a lot of problems for enemy team, and Levi piloting her well. Levi had really, I don't want to say a bounce-back split, but probably one of his best splits domestically in quite a long time across summer. It's really, really exciting to see that show up here on the international stage, and I'm hopeful that GAM can continue to push this kind of lead. This is the exact kind of comp that they ended up drafting domestically that found them success, and right now it's certainly working against one of the better, the highest seed from the LPL here at this tournament.
The way Vision is getting set up around the map here, it seems to me that JDG are going to try and go for a gutsy play. You can see that the Baron and Dragon timers are about 15 seconds separated, about 16 seconds. You would like that to be a bit closer, but the way Vision is set up, you see a lot more red wards towards the top river and a lot more blue wards towards the, JDG bottom river by this point. I wonder if JD Gaming are going to try and, flip that dragon and immediately start a Baron play. And GAM, they're starting to sniff that out a bit here right now.
Yeah, the problem for JDG is that even if they want to try and walk up and keep control over the Vision here, they'd have to sacrifice so much to do so because they're committing resources on the bottom side as well. So it really is just a decision of where exactly do JDG want to put that pressure. Right now, it is the top side of the map. Levi is down here. A flip could theoretically be possible, but this dragon's going to get bursted. They might get done and there before Baron even spawns.
Yeah, look, there's Baron. He's like, oh, you guys got Dragon? Okay. I'm going to make my way up top. Oh, Joel, we can't be doing this right now. That's the Alistar with a breakable ult taken away. There's no way for them to even go after this Baron. I don't know how they can make this fight work now. They're going to have to give up all that real estate. They spent so much time setting up here, and GAM kind of just walking into the party and say, all right, yeah, well, we'll just take the Baron.
The phrase tempo gets thrown around a lot. I am guilty of this. I use it quite a lot. This is what tempo is. This is being able to say, we can walk up and take everything that you've built. Our turn is more effective than yours, and it's what GAM is doing right now. It doesn't even really matter. This, the W's coming out from Kaiser are tickling GAM at this point, even some of their backliners, and it's really just up to them how they want to try to approach this situation. You've got the push going on the top side with Aris. Do JDG want to try and force this while the Rise is not here?
Gotta wait on Joel's ultimate, maybe. Or maybe just spring the trap onto Levi of all people
Levi.
to get the GA out immediately. Aris is trying to come on the backside, but Elio's already cut down. They're gonna get rid of Levi unless he flashes out with the screenplay by a talent, but Scout gets him with the poison fangs over the wall. It's gonna have to be Aris and Artemis, but Artemis has already dropped through. It's Scout that needs to be the hero. Double knockup from Shun. They're waiting out Kiaya's dominance. Aris is slowed up as well. It's a 3-for-3 split here with neither jungler surviving. JDG with a huge catch onto Levi.
It's a huge catch onto Levi that ends up shutting him down and burning that Guardian Angel, but that is a 1v4 for Aris in that fight on the Rise. The damage he was outputting with Kiaya being there for frontline, absolutely ridiculous. I hope we get a replay of that. There is no way that that fight goes in favor of GAM in terms of the setup. We're going to get to see how this goes. Levi just steps a little too far forward. He feels comfortable because of that Guardian Angel, but they're looking for a play like this because the Rise is not in the fight just yet, and so everything gets dropped on Levi. Eventually, Elio will fall as well, but at this point, this looks very doomed, but watch the Rise on the top of your screen. He's basically just playing 1v3, and him and Kiaya just are untouchable. He does so much damage at this point in the game that he can solo win the fight. That was going to be one of JDG's best looks, and it ends in a neutral trade for them.
Yeah, I mean, Pays was starting to ramp up, but then Kiaya, that was also a clutch flash stun to just delete Pays' health bar. He flashes too late. The auto from Aris gets the kill there. For as much as we talked about Xiaoshu and Scout being such heroic solo lane players against Weibo, it was, you know, Levi pulling the wheelbarrow forward and then dropping the drawbridge and saying, Kiaya and Aris, you got us from here, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome, man. Like, GAM showing up in this game, I think is so fun. Grasshopper still in favor of JDG, still believes in the comeback, believes in the potential, but right now, what he doesn't know and what JDG don't know is that this Baron could be in danger. Oh, he's flipping. He's understood.
We might flip a Baron here. Speaking on flipping. Here we go. TP coming in, Scout. This flyer very likely will decide the game here, how this Baron goes down. Shun sees the health bar. He still has his GA, which is key for Levi. GAM are getting forced out of this pit right now. Baron's going to reset for the time being. JDG trying to stay strong is 5. Maybe marking Levi to see what flank angle him and Elio can really find. Going to take down some of this vision, and GAM are going to back on out and allow the fog to return for them towards the top river.
JDG continue to stall, and they don't really lose much forward here. They're actually going to start up on the Baron themselves.
Okay, Scout and Pays can really shred this thing. There's a TP flank, though, coming across from Kiaya. GAM have to go now, though. The Baron is too low. JDG get the Baron. They need to get out. Joel's just dead. Let him go. He's going to fall.
Levi.
How many members can they get out? It's Levi on the flank. Oh, it's a big realm warp. Oh, my God. Aris brings everybody to Supreme Slaying Talent. Hits onto 3. Base is going after Artemis, though. They're trying to turn this back onto GAM, but they just don't have enough damage. They spent too much time going after Artemis, and that Baron falls to the wayside. It's only Shun that survives with it for now, but Levi and Kiaya are on the hunt. But guess who doesn't care about hunting down this jungler? It's Aris, the MVP these last 10 minutes, that's pushing up the mid lane, looking to try to end this game. It's only going to be Shun and Baron empowered minions to stop a GAM win.
Absolutely masterful from GAM. They execute perfectly in the fight. It's the Realm Warp in. It's Levi's damage on the Kiana coming in to secure the advantage for GAM.
I don't think they
Doesn't
can do it.
look like they're going to be able to end the game here. I think this is the right call, as shocking as that may feel, to be able to back off here, but GAM, once again, just outplaying JDG, and the wallet diff is definitely coming into play, but the setups are so good from this team. If we worried about them because of their showing earlier on in this tournament against Weibo, well, they look like a completely different team in this series.
Gotta get a replay back on that entire succession of plays, because it's Aris bringing all the members of GAM behind them that's so clutch. Like you called Levi, though. Hits this 3-man ulti. Seems like we're not going to have time for that, because an Infernal Drake has spawned. GAM are in position to get an Infernal Soul at 40 minutes with 4 Infernal Drakes. And JDG knows that's a big problem. They're starting the Dragon up now. Scout getting here a bit late. Aris is trying to flank around towards the side. But we might just be in for a straight 50-50 here. An Infernal Soul will end this game. Shun's going to re-engage onto Artemis. He Valkyries out. Supreme Slaying Talent comes across. Scout on the back line is going to be safe. Secure Dragon by Shun. And they dump onto Levi, who gets a triple stun. Scout is cut down. And Levi has his GA to survive. It's Levi to the rescue again. GAM Esports, the LCP, are going to get their first win of the Asia Invitational.
GAM Esports dominate the 5v5. They don't care about Dragon. They want the Nexus, and they're going to be able to get it as they barge down here. It's their captain. It's their franchise player, Levi, coming through and picking up the pieces for this team.
I mean, one EQ combo, half health Pays, and Artemis makes it personal to lead them. GAM Esports take a 1-0 lead with their tournament lives on the line.
Ooh, boy, Slayer. We thought we were getting maybe a 2-0 here today. Ooh, that's out the window. Hey, we might get a 2-0, but it might not be the one we were expecting, because GAM looked incredible in game number 1. Let's not forget, let's try to recall, this early game was a disaster. Like a complete disaster for GAM. They lost in every possible aspect. I thought they threw their entire game away in those exchanges with those 4 kills going over to Cassio, but it didn't matter. The Kiana, the Rise, they ended up coming out on top in these late game team fights.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out. Aris was in hell. I mean, he was like 0-2, completely knocked out of this lane. And I mean, if it weren't for Levi, Aris is just so clutch in many of these points too in the later game.
The one thing I gotta point out here, Scout was donated 4 kills in this game and did 23,000 damage on Cassiopeia. I understand that this is a hard Cassio game to play. There are positives and negatives to the way that you set your team comp up. This is not good enough. 10k more damage going to the Rise. We saw the 1v1 going in favor of the Rise after this guy had his early game completely obliterated. It's just not something that should be happening. Credit absolutely to Aris in terms of how he turned this game around, and to Levi for being able to help him get back into the game. But this is not the way that this can go after the way that early game went.
Yeah, it's Scout shortcomings. Pays had a couple of questionable plays in this one. I think it's really hard to play the Kaisa into, champions like a Fed Kiana, a Renekton coming after you, but he's very quiet in this game as well. As we go back through these replays, yeah, we're just going towards these mid-game skirmishes where GAM, with all the agency, right, never looked back once they got ahead.
Yeah, and even the plays that looked like they were okay for JDG, it's the missteps. It's Scout missing ults in this play. It's Shun diving in and just killing himself with the Cataclysm and not really being able to generate too much. It's them overextending for a Kiana that can just go invisible and make it so that you can't continue to work on her with the Cassiopeia. You need vision for Cassiopeia to do any damage, and it's all of these minor things that it just didn't really feel like JDG had control in their brains under. I mean, these are the kinds of mistakes that you just can't really be making in a game like this. And again, I want to give credit to GAM. It's not just JDG playing bad. I think GAM played really well on the map in terms of the way that they played their macro and the setups that they had. Were these fights perfect? No, they could have played some of them better, but they were always in the right place at the right time, and they made smart decisions, and most of the time it's going to get you a win.
But like you talked about, in those clutch fights, even if they were close, it was always felt like Levi making... Well, I don't even want to say it was Levi, because this fight in particular, there is no Levi. It's actually Aris. It's Levi, leading the squad through, just so masterful on the Kiana and points, and that we talked about it before we got through these replays. Aris was so far behind. Aris does not catch up if Levi is not so valuable through this mid-game to allow Aris to match the scaling that we were preaching is going to be JDG's winning mantra.
100%. This game is impossible to win if it's not for Levi's mid-game. This ult, by the way, is disgusting. It lands on Pays on the back end, too, which means that he has to burn his ultimate for the shield to get back into the fight. It's just everything you could ask for from GAM. Like, the setups are so good in a lot of these exchanges, and, I love giving credit to Aris because I think he was, honestly, kind of the key in a lot of these late-game teamfights, but another player that I think we haven't really talked about a ton yet was Kiaya, who played that late-game Renekton about as clean as you possibly could. He's obviously, one of the best players that we've ever seen come out of, the PCS, the VCS previously before that, but, he really showcased that in this series. This was a truly elite, Renekton performance from him.
But it's going to be Levi, has to be, and he will earn the MVP here. One Death Kiana game, absolutely bombastic in some of these closer fights and game-ending fights. One of the great players that GAM Esports and the LCP have to offer, especially in the ASI. Got off to a bit of a slow start on his classic carries, but third time was the charm in this one as GAM make this Group A look a lot more interesting with the way they started out here. You can see they do give some love. Actually, to Artemis earns a vote. I thought this one might have been unanimous, but 4 out of 5 is still a big bar to clear for Levi, and he did just that.
Those ADC damage numbers always get the adrenaline of somebody going on the voting team. It's just the way that it goes, but I'm happy to see that the deserving member here, the captain, ends up getting MVP for Game 1.
You know who's the MVP, though, of this Twitch channel when it comes to the LPL English broadcast? It's a group of people that I really want to shout out, and that is our coffee supporters. Would you like to become one of them? Well, there's a pretty easy way to become a coffee supporter here. If you'd like to support the LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. A coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project since a lot of the contributions go directly to the show you're currently watching. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast. We have really cool graphic packages that have been put together, but a huge bulk pays the on-air talent and content creators running behind and in front of the camera. Subscribe to our coffee. It is linked in chat. I'll give you some time to check it out shortly, and you can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. And that is not limited to the LPL. We had some awesome interview and content creation done during the MSI. You can stay tuned for other things around League of Legends esports. Thank you to all of our coffee supporters. You guys are our MVPs, and that's not just going one award. it can open up to anyone that wants to support us here at LPL English.
Yeah, thank you so much to all the coffee supporters. We wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. We get to have so much fun, you know, broadcasting these games, co-streaming these games for you guys, and you guys really are the backbone that ends up making it happen.
And what a fun start here to our day, though. We came in thinking JDG 2-0 after their Weibo series, and those expectations are out the window. We'll come back for a Game 2 draft. They could have some serious implications on our Group A slot. We'll see you guys on the other side of break. Back in a flash here on LPL English as we are getting set for our second game of our opening series, Day 3 ASI. And we have had a bombastic start to this one. GAM Esports with a very mid-game dominant and you know, agency-based composition, a Levi Kiana run over JDG and take all the wind out of our sails. And the JDG fans here that have been at LPL English for the entire calendar year, after such a nice day against Weibo yesterday, we're back to reality, I guess, K-Man.
I can't do another circle of suck. I just can't. We can't get back in this loop. We've got to break out of this cycle. The good thing for JDG fans is that it was only game number 1, and honestly, there is no way that if they played that game number 1, they win that 8 times out of 10. They just didn't this time. So you need to make sure that you lock in and that you don't freak out about this. When you donate so much gold over to the enemy team because you consistently take bad fights in the mid game, the one time that they're the strongest, like, Fortunately, that's an easy fix. Just don't do it next time. So hopefully JDG can learn from their mistakes.
What a simple game plan response. Let's hope that we get that here from JDG. They will have access to the blue side here, so maybe to stop the panicking, what would you like to see from this blue side draft, K-Man, is my question towards you.
I think the real question is, what do I not want to see? And then we'll take anything else. What I don't want to see is early priority on Taliyah or Galio. I think that would be a bad transition here. I think really the reality is JDG felt comfortable banning the Orianna on red side because they knew that could be a first pick potential for GAM. I gotta see that Orianna come through. Like, you want to leave that up. You want to see it locked in. The thing with Scout, if he is comfortable, he can be fine. If he's not comfortable, if you ask him to do anything outside of his comfort zone right now, he is just not going to perform very well on it. He had a really bad endgame on Cassiopeia. It needs to be better than that. And I think getting something more stable in the mid lane, even if Cassio is kind of considered a team fighter, getting something that he's played 1,000 games of over his pro career might be a bit better in that department.
Yeah, the statistics would back that sort of style up here, so we'll see if that's what they do with Scout. And also what Shun might want to play. Unfortunately, you lose a J4 game. Jarvan's been very, very good in this tournament so far, but he's still got like a Wukong if he can get through. There's a lot of picks here for Shun to try and help out Scout, as he has done so many times on this team. But Levi, that's where I want to go with GAM here, because he's now played 3 straight carry games. I don't even really want that to change up. Do we get to see a Lilia Shyvana angle? Maybe like a Viego? There's a lot of fun picks still out there for Levi.
A lot of carry junglers in the meta right now. Some that we haven't even seen at the tournament that I think are viable. Dare I say, I'm not saying that, Levi, who's played something like Graves before and has had success on that champion, could pull that out. But, like, these are the kinds of things that you have to think of when you play GAM, right? These are just, like, the thoughts that have to go through your mind. Of course, the Nocturne ban is basically a staple at this point. But one thing I was really confused by, I thought Wukong Annie was going to be like an insta-lock for this team at this tournament. That has not been the case, and curious to see if that ends up sticking around.
Well, Wukong Annie would be a hell of a R1, R2, and that's where GAM are situated on this red side. Neither is banned so far. Just a couple of the champions you heard K-Man talk about: Orianna, Wukong, Annie, Graves. I'm going to skip over that one, though. Are all left up as Braum is going to be the last ban here for JDG. What does that signal, taking Braum away in such an early phase?
I think it signals a lot. I think it signals the fact that you maybe want to play for Pays a little bit more in terms of being able to generate some pressure down on the bottom side of the map. JDG are just so finicky with how they take their bot lane duos that, to me, you can ban out Braum and expect one thing and get a completely different thing from this team. And it's just kind of been the way that they've been all year long. I'm kind of hearing my advice and banning out the Orianna, banning out the Azir as well. These are the picks, we were talking about for Scout. I think it takes away a lot of those B1 options that he was looking for, but it's actually going to be the takeaway here, the Wukong that we called out.
Yeah, I mean, if you leave that up, I think Shun is immediately going to slam it. So that is a very good comfort space for him. What do GAM want to go for here? If they are going to lean on Levi as a carry jungler, we still need lanes that aren't susceptible to falling behind early and giving Levi space. So what sort of champions are we thinking about in that vein, especially for guys like Kiaya and Aris?
I think bot lane early priority makes a lot of sense to me here. It is just going to be the Taliyah as the answer. I think RS playing Taliyah is good for the team. He hasn't played it across the summer split, but it's certainly something that I imagine he's played a lot of over the course of his career. So you feel pretty good about locking that in, especially with things like the Orianna and the Azir taken out of the equation that can maybe punish it scaling-wise. But, especially expecting the Annie to be the matchup here. It's just about, do you want to combo this with like a Xin Zhao or something that's more skirmish-oriented, or do you want to go for another carry? It's more of what I'm expecting here. It's going to be the Vi. We saw this yesterday.
Okay. Vi Taliyah. Very skirmish, like you mentioned, combo. A lot of power in the mid-game, power across the map as well. Maybe just Scott sort of saying, we're going to try and play to get rid of Pays again. I wonder if the Vi pickup comes through here partly because you lost Alistar in Game 1, and JDG banned the Braum away. So, like, those are two champions that make Vi very annoying to target AD carry with. I kind of like that read from GAM.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for them here. What I'm really surprised by is we get the Ahri lock-in for Scout on the other side of this matchup. Something he's had success on throughout his career, but certainly not what I expected here as the combo with Wukong. Annie very much still viable, and that's kind of been the duo throughout a lot of this year. What I didn't want to see Scout on was this like dynamic playmaking roamer. That was the thing I was most concerned about when it came to him, because it's just not something he's ever really been all that good at. Well, here he gets the chance to prove me wrong with this Annie going into, or the Ari, I should say, going into the Talia. Xiaoshu locking that Jax on the top side. This is something we talked about on the pre-show. Something he's kind of put to the back burner since joining JDG, because he's not felt the need to be as much of a lane dominant player or, you know, a late game carry, but a pick that certainly has found success for him in the past.
What is Kiai's answer going to be? A Scion to try and just handshake a bit of scaling threat here. I'm happy to see that Xiaoshu is tapping into his carry bag. Like you talked about when he was on some of those not as successful LPL teams earlier on in his career, he was kind of a menace on these picks. So let's see if he can take advantage of a very positive matchup. Scout tried to get a big counter into Aris. It doesn't end up working out. So let's move on over to this other solo lane to see if we can get that going as we move on in to the second phase of our draft with likely just more bot lane priority bans here. The Ziggs ban is very intriguing though with a Ari comp. I guess with two AD skirmishers on the top side, AD based skirmishers on the top side, JDG want to cover for that? Are they just trying to make Pays pick a champion that's susceptible to Vi? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think that is mostly it, right? Is that Ziggs can just kind of ignore Vi for most of the game. You also have a bit of synergy with Ziggs and Jax in the later part of the game to just kind of play off those side lanes and really be that siege comp that you're looking for. But it's these safety picks that want to be taken out if you're GAM. Caitlyn, another one that can just stay far enough range, has enough, peel coming in from a lot of the rest of the team. You don't want him to dominate the 2v2. We saw that earlier on in this series as well. You just got to take Pays out early and you can focus on other parts of the map. So both of these I think make a lot of sense, but a lot of his most played champions are still available. I'll be intrigued to see if he goes towards them. For now, I imagine it will be another hyper carry, whichever one JDG feel is the scariest taken out, that being the Yunara over things like Zeri and, of course, the Jinx that are very playable here as well.
I get the Caitlyn Ziggs ban. I wonder, what is this not just a pay Xayah? I think Xayah 100%. Makes this entire plan for GAM very hard. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think Xayah is the one key miss here that you're looking at. I think the only thing is that Rakan is off the board, so you don't feel quite as scared of that pick. But in terms of tempo, I think Xayah is awesome here. The question is, do you want to play off of that Jax priority? Again, you have that mid-game power spike here with the Wukong and the Ahri that want to be able to find picks, but that Jax kind of feels a bit isolated from that. If you want to play more for these fights, then a hyper carry would make more sense, and that's where I think something like Zeri could come in. I would, definitely be intrigued if they lock this in. It's going to be the Kalista as the answer to Lucian. Kalista Renata will be coming through, so with no Braum as the option, it's likely just going to be Enchanter versus Enchanter on the bottom side of the matchup. Oh God, did I talk us into something else? I don't want to talk about hovers. You're taking over.
We're not going to talk about hovers. What we're going to talk about is the fact that JDG with this draft are especially the bottom lane Pays saying, listen, give me the rock. All right, I can pick the Xayah, I can play safe, or I can pick the Kalista and try and just slam this lane. That's now going to be a Lucian Poppy combination. Definitely a unique one coming out from our LCP squad in this matchup.
I kind of like it. I think that this, obviously Poppy into Kalista, you feel pretty good about that. That's always something that you feel gives you a good advantage, but it's not just Kalista. I mean, obviously Wukong, Jax, Ahri, like all of these champions are really susceptible to Poppy if she's able to get in these fights. And what it does is it gives you a lane state that you actually can neutralize. And so this Lucian can actually push out and feel more comfortable to take some of those aggressive mid-game skirmishes that open up Talia and open up Vi to feel, like they can start to fight over objectives. So I don't really hate this at all. The only problem I have with GAM is just, your Talia Lucian, like your late game is non-existent. You can't even really go up against a Kalista in the later part of the game. So the tempo that they had that did really well for them in the mid game last game, they're gonna have to repeat it here.
They're gonna need to double it up. Where is our damage, bro? We got Poppy, Vi, and Sion from top jungle support. You are putting a lot of eggs in the Aris basket and the Artemis basket, who I think quietly, he does get one of those MVP votes because of the amount of damage he does. Played a very good Corki game for his standards, just there was a lot more, bigger uplifting movements from other guys. And when it's kind of like the cornerback fallacy in the NFL. It's like, if you don't hear a cornerback on your team or you don't see a cornerback on your team, that actually is a good thing. That means they're doing very well. When your AD carry is not in the center stage of team fights but survives and does a lot of damage, you don't really say his name a lot. That actually is kind of a good thing in the same way, K-Man.
Yeah, not everybody can be Diablo at this tournament. I think there's only one of that guy that's kicking around. But hopefully Pays can, be that X factor for the team, even if it means he's coming from a more, normal perspective. This is a champion that has takeover potential in a game like this. My biggest concern for JDG, though, is that your Jax, your Wukong, your Ahri, your Kalista, your all these dashes into Talia Poppy. Like, that is genuinely, like, a real concern, is that your comp could just be neutralized throughout a lot of this game. So the question is, can Elio get out on the map and start moving around, become more aggressive in terms of the way he wants to play the game, or is this going to be more of a slower-paced game that ends up favoring JDG that can help that Jax and even that Kalista to an extent reach that late game where they are going to be able to 5v5?
We are on the precipice of something that hasn't happened very often, if at all, in the history books of international League of Legends gameplay. That is an LCP team taking a series off of the LPL. And that could be what we see here if GAM can away the game 2 win, as we are back on to the Rift here with a pretty neutral fan start with some just decent warding around the Raptor pits. Speaking on the early to mid game, one thing that I already want to call attention to here in this game, K-Man, especially for JDG, they got to go all out for grubs with a comp like this.
Oh yeah, I think there are very few comps that would lose off of grubs. I think that this is one of those comps that can just punish you so hard for giving that over for free. The only concern is that, are they going to be in a spot to be able to do that? Are they going to be able to fight over it this game? Because it's all really going to be about Levi and how aggressive he wants to be. Artemis and Elio on the bottom side of this map, if they can generate some pressure and again some push like they were able to at times in game number 1, that could be a really, really big problem. You gotta rely on Paze and Zhuo to actually do their job here.
We're getting cheeky level 1, huh?
Yeah, cheeky.
Elio, he's like, all right, I countered this Kalista. Let's slam him into the wall. Paze flash cleanses at level 1, but he's looking to turn it back with Zhuo. I think the heal speed up from Elio is really clutch there, so that is a 3-for-1 bargain for GAM's bottom lane on the summoner front.
Yeah, I mean, that's as bad of a level 1 as you can ask for JDG. It's a phenomenal job by Elio to find that unique angle, but no sums on Paze right now makes this lane so much harder because you cannot play aggressive. You cannot feel comfortable stepping up to this Lucian, who still has barrier. Levi pathing to the bot side as well. Will get spotted on this, but there is like actual real level 3, level 4 gank opportunity down on the bottom side now, and if Artemis is going to be able to generate some tempo, that could be a very, very big problem for GAM. For now, they are getting shoved in, but I don't imagine once the waves equalize out that will be the same way forever.
And now GAM know that Jun is also pathing down here, so maybe that will stop Levi from thinking about getting any further creative with this gank towards the bot side. But the summoner advantage is big there. Maybe they feel comfortable with the 3v3. I'm just still in the driver's seat of GAM. Like, play confident. Do what you feel like is best for your game state here, because that's what won you game number 1. Shun trying to go for a bit of an invade here, but Levi has spotted it with a ward. They have Paze and Zhuo for JDG kind of covering for this blue buff steal. Is Levi going to let this happen, or are they let the bot lane straight? Oh, the flash, the slam from Elio. The problem is that Jun is here first, and Artemis has to flash away. Levi shows up pretty late to the function. Get a vault breaker forward onto Shun. But man, that could have looked a lot better if Levi didn't fully path around his blue buff. And everyone walks out.
Such a mistake from Levi. I mean, that is a free kill onto the Kalista and onto the Renata as well. That's a free double if he's just there in time, but he's not. He doesn't show up for the fight, and all of a sudden things, kind of neutralize out for JDG. Best case scenario is that those sums aren't popped. Horus now could potentially be in danger. Just gonna flick him away.
Maybe this sets up Levi to double crab. I don't even know if he can do that, because he's going to have to pick up his blue buff. I mean, at least he doesn't lose his blue buff. Basically, go blue buff Gromp here. Shun is going to be faster, so I don't even think he's going to double crab. And that kind of takes a lot of the wind out of the summoner advantage sails for GAM, because Artemis has to flash away from Shun. So now either marksman is without their flash, and Paces is going to come back up nearly double as fast? That's the phrase I'm looking for.
I think that's the confusing thing, right? Is that it's clear that Artemis wanted to fight. It's clear that Elio wanted to fight. He flashed in and stunned him against the wall. Levi was just not on the same page as his bot lane. Those are the things that were going the way of GAM in game number 1. And again, the kinds of mistakes you can't really make against JDG and expect to continue to win. Their early games not exactly been the best at this tournament, but Elio continuing to make plays across the map, just looking so aggressive on this Poppy.
Yeah, I'm loving it. If you're going to R5 your support, you want to pick something that's going to have immediate impact for your players and get them in a comfortable spot, and Elio's been everywhere in this early game. It's just a little, it's just a little reminder towards Scout that Elio is going to be around the map constantly with this Poppy, and it's not even like Artemis was really in any danger. Going to get this wave in pretty comfortably. We didn't see any swap shenanigans, which I'm now realizing in this series game. And we've had a lot of AD carry swapping between top and bottom lane, but through our first 2 games of this series, none of that going down.
And not quite on the change yet where you have to wait an extra minute to do so, but certainly something that I would have expected more of. I think the main thing in these matchups is that you're looking at lanes that feel relatively even. Lucian and Kalista both want to play aggressive early. See that from Elio just going in once again.
Problem is that there's really decent poke. Yeah. Artemis doesn't have the health for it. That's the problem. He still has the barrier to lean on. It is going to be the heal, I believe, out of Joao. So you can trade that heal back out for now. Elio does have that advantage, but got to get on the same page with Elio. I like the plays he's making. GAM need to be behind him.
Yeah, I mean, Elio's looking very aggressive, very fast. Aris, though, maybe in trouble.
Scout, Spirit Rush. He's going to go over the wall here. He's hit the charm. Aris is going to get charmed up. Shun, though, doesn't have Cyclone. That could have been a lot bigger. And Scout's used every one of his Spirit Rush charges. He has to flash over a seismic shove there. He's left Shun without his help. Going to use the Trickster to get on out. Good little punish there coming across from Aris, though.
Yeah, definitely a greedy flash from Scout. I think once you burn the Talia flash, that play is over. There's really no way for you to be able to make anything else happen. So Scout going to be pretty lucky that he's able to get out of there alive. But overall, it is just a flash-for-flash trade in terms of the mid laners. Certainly something that I would think favors the Ahri, who should have those dashes available with that ultimate again at some point. But the teleport coming down, it's actually Dragon being started up here by JDG.
Elio, he's hunting for Scout. This is a rare time, and Ahri doesn't have any summoners or dash. All right, that would have been fun if he just slammed him and killed him.
Oh, Joao.
Why is Artemis here? Artemis? Is he going to trade Shun out, really? Oh, the bailout? Oh, it's going to save Shun.
Oh, no.
Artemis, there was no reason to be walking through that way. It's going to completely ruin any play towards this dragon. Seems like Elio wants to still go for this. He's wrapping all the way around. Shun senses it. They're going to back off the dragon to get this, but Shun's going to get caught. Elio, he cues the wrong way. It doesn't matter. He still finds the kill. Can Pace find the trade back, though, with a big red? No. He has to respect the fact that Aris and Levi are nearby. Man, this is an Elio masterclass in the first 7 minutes of our game.
His AD carry might be inting him, but this is support diff right now in favor of Elio. He's looking so good on this Poppy. We're seeing why he felt comfortable R5ing it, and we talked about it in draft. This is an Omega Poppy draft. Like, you can talk about how there's a lack of damage from Talia Lucian throughout a lot of the late game here. This Poppy is never going to struggle to be useful, and we are seeing that gold go over to that support. It might even be the best place for it as we get a replay here. This is a massive mistake from Artemis. He just doesn't have vision that they're actually on this dragon, and so, he walks through the river thinking that they're going to have priority here, but runs into the entirety of JDG. At this point, all he can do is try and trade out, but the bailout is just there. There's no way to be able to prevent that. It's a big positioning mistake, but Elio just picking up the solo bolo on the jungler, being able to kill Shun. At this point, I think it's the right call to disengage. I think it would have been a little bit scary had you re-engaged, and again, the kill going on to Elio in a lot of circumstances would be scary. Not so much here, but JDG starting up on these grubs would be very scary if they got them.
JDG are still with a slight gold lead here. It's really just the support that's making it closer. As Elio again gonna slam Scout into the wall. They're getting the most out of the Halo
Levi's
Blades.
just not here.
Yeah, Levi doesn't care about grubs, and we talked about it right when we got on the Rift. This is not something that I feel very comfortable if I'm GAM just giving over to a Jax team.
I think this is a massive mistake. Like, I don't think you can give this over. I think it's not just Jax, it's Wukong, it's Kalista, it's Ahri. It's so much side lane pressure coming in from the side of JDG. Their waves are not going to be a problem at all this game, and now you have easy access to a lot of these turrets. I think that is ruining a lot of your tempo if you're GAM, and now Kiaya could get dove.
All right, Kiaya. I mean, there's no way to really outplay this as the Scion. Cyclone knockups, and maybe I caster curse at JDG. Joao takes 2 turret shots. They're going after Joao with a cease and desist coming across here from Levi. I don't think the bailout's going to get here in time as Kiaya goes into the passive state. 1-for-1 trade, but Aris is winning versus Shun on the top side, and Artemis and Elios are here to cover. Artemis gets Feats of Warfare. What a clapback from GAM after giving away those grubs for what we thought was nothing, but turned out to be something.
Definitely a nice turn there from GAM. Xiaoshu obviously just kind of doing his own thing in a side lane, but a greedy dive onto the Scion. It's not really something that I think you utilize your tempo for in that instance, especially knowing that Vi is likely in the area. Alas, it is GAM who now reaps the rewards and equalizes the gold, but that just gets them back to neutral. It doesn't get them back into a dominating spot. It's all really about can Elio keep staying active here as we look for Scout.
All right, Elio gets the slam into the wall. Elio R5 Poppy is making waves here with GAM, looking to keep their ASI tournament alive.
This has been one of the better Poppy support games I can remember. Elio looks so comfortable on the champ moving around the map, and even with Artemis making some mistakes in this game, he's got a pretty significant lead under his belt at this point. This is why you want to draft the Lucian in this game. It's why you felt comfortable banning out things like Caitlyn and things like Ziggs that wanted to take away that early priority for FaZe, because you needed to put him into a position where he had to fight Artemis and had to fight Elio, and right now, it's Elio who's making the best of that situation, as FaZe's just going to try and get as much gold as he can in the mid lane. Dragon in a minute and a half, that's going to be another major objective, but with GAM up 1k gold, they could be favorites for it.
Can I just say something that I find hilarious about the state of support items? Elio is playing Hail of Blades Poppy, which could, use a lot of damage or tankiness, but because Redemption's so OP, he as along with every other support, has to rush this item.
Yeah, it got nerfed, and it's still the most broken item in the game. It's just ridiculous how valuable Redemption is right now, and it's just, you got to build it. If you're a support main and you're not building Redemption, you're doing it wrong. Scout looks for the play, but misses the charm.
Good luck. Good luck. I mean, it's still big to force RS out of this lane without TP. Like, maybe... Yeah. I was thinking he might have to Weaver's Wall back up here, but I guess Scout doesn't have a lot more burst threat. And it's also the part that Levi's here to cover. So just a decent look from Scout, but not able to turn that into a kill.
Yeah, really not much Scout can do at this point. He's burned most of his cooldowns, and now Scout is actually in danger. He doesn't have vision of this.
He has Flash, but I think Levi's just going to ult first and then look to Vault Breaker. That's a great layering. They got the seismic shove with the Vault Breaker down through. Levi punishing Scout for missing that charm. You don't kill me. You better best bet we're coming back for you, Scout.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage. Should be just fine on the Scion here as this play is made. Slayer, I gotta tell you, GAM's mid-games are just better than JDG's. I don't even think it's really all that debatable throughout these two games. It's actually ridiculous how clinical they've been at being able to find these picks and find these, pockets of gold on the map to keep growing their lead. They're certainly not resting on their laurels, but they gotta keep it going, even more so than in the previous game. I think you really fall off in terms of damage in this one, so it's important to make sure that you continue to make these plays happen, but GAM looking good in Game 2.
And I think that's a great point to make, K-Man, because what kind of saved GAM with how long, remember we went 40-plus minutes in that Game 1 where we were talking about GAM as the mid-game team, was they had a scaling insurance policy. They had RS on the rise, right? That is not here. That will not be here. There's no insurance policy scaling beside, our Scion's going to be really tanky.
Yeah, it's the late game looks bad. I think that the win condition for GAM in the late game is that Poppy is just Omega, and you have enough damage with Lucian, but can they stop the back of Xiaoshu? They do.
Man, you're just calling it over and over again, K-Man. The pick potential of this team is ludicrous right now. Xiaoshu, that slam is not actually going to get against a wall, and he's going to be able to flash out, so maybe, we had to even the Caster Curse out a bit there. Caster Curse, GAM on their pick play there towards the bot side, but it's still 2 dragons to none for GAM, something that we saw happen when we were talking about the scaling once again of this matchup.
And let's remember, in Game 1, JDG even had the dragon stacking under them. That was another win condition that we felt could be played towards them. They're losing that battle here in Game number 2. They should have the resources to be able to fight in the late game, but let's not pretend like they have an Omega late game comp either. They picked Kalista, Ahri, Wukong, so you want to go for some of these exchanges early, and they're just not making it work. Really, at this point, it's Xiaoshu or bust on the top side of the map with this Jax. He does have 3 grubs, and he can play for side lanes, but this is likely going to be a split push kind of game for JDG.
That's why those grubs are going to be a big factor. Xiaoshu, the only member with a gold lead over his opponent, as GAM sit about 2,000 plus gold ahead at this current point. Xiaoshu that needs to be such a big factor on the split pushes. We get another pause. It's okay, everybody. If you missed Game 1, it does seem like the unfortunate remote aspect of our tournament, making it a little bit harder on our LCP representatives. Yeah.
Oh, we're back.
I didn't even get through the whole thing. So if you join late, all right, guys. All right, listen.
Trolling us.
I was trying to be nice, like make sure nobody starts mauling in the chat about pauses. GAM, you can't be pulling my leg like that. I still didn't get through it. All right, you know what? K-Man? Let's just go back. I'm defeated.
What pause? Yeah, what pause? Honestly, all I can see is that we are in game, and I think everyone blacked out for the last 10 seconds, and now JDG are looking to make a play on the top side here.
All right. It's so funny. It's so funny to think about. All right, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go for it. If we pause again, it's probably because GAM are having network issues because we're in remote. Everybody just keep that in mind. See, Producer Adam, I got through it, and there wasn't another pause, so it wasn't my fault, okay?
I don't know what you're talking about, Slayer.
Plausible
I'm pretty
deniability.
Sure we've just been playing the game the whole time. So.
Plausible deniability. Smart strategy, my friend. I can't blame you for that strat.
No, of course. But,
look who's messing up now. It's Producer Adam that can't throw his lower thirds up in time. All right, we're going to have to stop here because Shun's about to pop over the wall. Shun's about to pop over the wall and look for a gank here onto Aris and Artemis, but Aris has sniffed it out. He's still going to have to eat the Cyclone here. Chuo trying to get close up for a handshake, but Shun's going to get enough damage down on his own to just kill off Aris, but it's Elio trying to be the hero. There's no Trickster. There's a redemption here for Shun. Levi going to look to try Vault Breaker over the wall, it feels like, but this play is kind of disintegrating. Fate's Call and the hostile takeover are both going to whip, and they throw Chuo right at Artemis for the trade kill. Scout going into the back line, going to find one trade back, but Levi is going to get a kill back here for GAM as well. Artemis is untouched. Remember, JDG are in between the two GAM turrets. Triple kill to Artemis.
That fight looked so unbelievably doomed. I can't even begin to explain it. They had their mid laner get 1v1 by the Wukong on the other side of the map. Their jungler and AD carry don't have comms on the same Discord. Whatever is going on, it is working for GAM right now because they are able to pick up the win in that fight. It is absolutely insane stuff. It really just comes down to a hands check and a big mistake from Pays throwing his teammate to his own death in that fight. I just cannot understand it. We're going to get a replay here. The Wukong engage is gorgeous. He just 1v1s this to Leah. And all of a sudden, this fight should be instantly won if you are JDG from this point onwards. Artemis does a good job pumping out damage onto the Wukong to make sure this is a more difficult engage, but look at the Vi. Not going in here. Artemis is trying to do as much as possible, but no Vi. Once Artemis flashes out, that's when Levi ends up going in, but Chuo just doesn't have the damage to be able to turn this now. Artemis must think the fight is over because he's gone, and he's realizing, oh, I gotta come back and actually win this now. Levi does buy enough time for the Lucian to return, and eventually they are going to be able to pick this up, but it's just such a mistake. Pays was one auto off from being able to pick up the kill. 28 HP there for the Kalista to be able to pick up that kill.
Also, Scout and Pays each take a turret shot because they're fighting in between tier 1 and 2 turrets. Like, why are we even doing this?
Oh my goodness, it's a complete fiesta. Everything that could happen is happening right now, and I mean that in both the good and the bad way, but the important thing here is that it's 5 kills on Artemis's Lucian. We talked about the lack of damage going into the late game. I think that problem has been rectified.
All right. Okay, we go back into live here, and Scout is using 2 Spirit Rush charges already as a dive looks to come across. Shun's here to cover, but Levi and Elio are both in the area. Levi has the Herald. I don't even think they need to use it to knock down this top lane tier 1 turret. They're going to drop it nonetheless. Maybe they'll look to make a 2-for-1 trade. But that's going to put Artemis in a pretty uncomfortable position trying to cover the mid lane. Yep, there goes Levi. And there goes Xiaoshu going after Artemis. He's going to flash to get the Counter-Strike stun. And the 5-kill Lucian is 2 deaths down now as he goes into the gray screen again. And this is going to look very promising for JDG if they can get this mid-tier 2 turret down. Elio's going to bunt out 2. He's going to try and kill off Xiaoshu on his own. Oh, sweet Elio. You're trying to be the hero with no damage in your kit.
That's a pretty big problem for GAM. The map is completely opened now for JDG. I mean, getting mid lane tier 2 is ginormous for being able to increase your pressure. That's free Dragon now for JDG as well to stop the push. It's a greedy play coming in. They're going to trade bot lane towers in that same vein. This is not a bad turn of events for JD Gaming. In fact, it's probably the best thing that could have happened on the map for them.
It's just perfect timing too, right? Because that dragon is going to really kneecap that win con of the Mountain Soul too. Extends this comp that is so suspect in the later game. I mean, that's a 3-for-2 turret swing. You get a shutdown off of Artemis. And a lot of that gold goes over to Xiaoshu, who, again, I think is just going to be so integral for JDG on the side lanes as this game progresses.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? If you're we said it earlier, you're talking about a JDG win condition. It's that Jax, it's Xiaoshu in the side lane. He's got to be the hero, the main character in this one. And so far, he's doing a pretty good job of putting himself in the spot to do so. It's really just about, can the team keep him in a position where he can, push forward with those grubs. One thing I do really want to note is that the level difference already on the side of GAM is very noticeable. Artemis is up basically 2 levels on Pays. It's kind of been equalized a bit from that play, but certainly something to note that GAM is in a spot where they should be able to fight now, and that Otacon becomes even more of a priority spawning in 40 seconds for JDG to be able to contest so they don't fall too far behind there.
Otacon has been a huge talking point with LPL teams. We've seen so many bombastic throws of leads and games at that spot. Let's see. Let's try to assess the item points. But oh my God, Pays.
Oh,
Pays is
Pays.
getting deleted. Flashes, redemption. He is going to get the heal here, but he can't cleanse the cease and desist, and Levi picks up the kill. Pays picked off at such a critical juncture. How do JDG stop an Otacon play now?
It's impossible. This is Otacon over to GAM unless you give up a free steal. The only concern right now is that Xiaoshu is going to get a lot for this on the bottom side of the map, depending on how you want to react. But GAM should be able to pressure out this Otacon relatively freely, hopefully not giving up too much. It looks like JDG want to try and contest, though. Maybe a steal.
Leo's going to take a full combo from Scout, re-engage onto Shun. There's a good flick back into the knockup from Kaya. They just lock Shun in place. Otacon is free now. It's Xiaoshu that's trying to be the hero on the split side, like you talked about. This is a plus gold trade for JDG, but huge XP gains to GAM, 32-9 in the pedals.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nightmarish scenario for JDG. It basically eliminates any chance they have of actually winning a team fight throughout the rest of this game. If we thought that the split push win condition was important before, it is significantly more important now, because you're going to be down a whole level throughout the rest of this game with that pedal difference, with that Otacon going over. And it's just another feather in GAM's cap. Their macro this series has been phenomenal, and it's something that we've seen JDG really struggle to keep up with.
Can it be enough to push them over the finish line here? Because this is still a game state that JDG can recover from. They're still waiting on a lot of clutch itemization for maybe Scout to come through. He goes the Blackfire Torch route, so there's not a lot of burst for this Ahri. And it's, again, Xiaoshu. He's 2 items with Sunder Sky. He has the stasis to try and buy him more time, as that pesky Jax always likes to do. But you've got a Rallies Seraph's combo on this Talia, and huge point of emphasis here with how low damage GAM are going to be. Artemis is soon to have this IE. This Lucian is really going to start hurting a non-tank comp once that comes through.
Yeah, it's really going to be a bit of a problem for JDG, because they don't really have anybody on the front line. They have absolutely no one that can deal with this damage coming through. Again, we talk about the low damage comp from GAM, and it is low damage, but it's only low damage if you're hitting into, I don't know, a Scion or something like that. You want to break through Renata, Wukong? Like, yeah, you can do that. You can figure that out. So, obviously that's going to be a problem. We do see the Grasshopper, though, keeping the faith right now on JDG. Just kidding.
No,
he's completely switched the allegiance. We got to get him off the screen. We got to get him off the screen.
This guy's got absolute zoomies like Shun does. He's going in after Artemis. Scout gets knocked out of his first Spirit Rush, but the hostile takeover hits onto 2. Elio's down first. Coley comes across from Artemis. But Kaya cannot get out. Good pick found there from Shun, and now JDG can march down the mid lane looking for more.
Shun with the huge pick, but Xiaoshu is genuinely ginormous on this Jax. The damage he's able to output is ridiculous. He has his Seeker's Arm Guard completed as well, so even if he ever is in danger, he's really not. This is a very scary proposition, a big, big pick for JDG, and that likely just got them back into the game.
Just no way to get Artemis close enough with all that action. The one thing that really changed that skirmish that we are so critical of JDG with on the top side, I thought, was the fact that Fate's Call got 0 value and Hostile Takeover hit nobody. So I always talk about whenever you can get a Renata in the game, there are a few ultimates that I think are so fight-altering, like this Hostile Takeover. You saw the value it had in that last fight, and it's what JDG are going to look to routinely lean on going forward. We just got to hope that we don't get the classic Zhuo positioning mistakes here, especially on an Enchanter where those are even rougher to swallow.
Certainly can't afford to make those mistakes. Gotta remember, JDG not in the worst spot in the world here. Jax is so strong. If you can let him fight you, if you just kind of let him jump on the back line, it's going to be a pretty free, easy win for JDG. So definitely still looking at them as a real big threat. Only a 1K gold difference, and this Dragon is massive. This could be a game-altering fight.
Hostile takeover is not back just yet. A Juo on Tote is going to get picked off. Fade's call has to come out for Pace to try and save him. Keeper's Verdict is going to punt out the Ari. Levi going after Juo. He's down first. Xiaoshu's onto the back line, though. He gets rid of Artemis. That's a huge damage boost coming away from GAM. It's Xiaoshu that just has to be the hero here. He's standing 1 versus 4, but he has the counter-strike. He has the stasis, but he's stunned up against the wall, and he's going to be cut down. Elio finds the pick, and now the Weaver's Wall comes out for Aris to rout Shun away from his one escape point. It's Elio, the early game hero again, making play after play. Ace to GAM Esports.
That could be the dagger in the chest of JD Gaming as they fall in the most important of spots. Xiaoshu can do a lot, but he can't do everything. It's a huge mistake made by Juo to start off that fight. We're going to get a replay of it here. He just gets seismic shoved by the Talia, and you cannot be in that position to make that mistake. It forces out the Callista ultimate, and here, the moment that Scout gets ejected with the Keeper's Verdict from this fight, it becomes so difficult to play. The Poppy value is so immense. Elio is obviously playing it absolutely beautifully, but this champion just does so much against the comp of JDG here, and even with Scout re-entering this fight, you think there could potentially be a turn, but Xiaoshu is locked up again by Elio and by Poppy. The damage comes through, and the moment that Jax goes down, this fight is cooked. It's doomed. Elio is carrying this game for GAM, and they are looking to take it to a 2-0 series win.
I was just waiting for it. We've seen it before with Xiaoshu on this Jax. The stasis with the counter-strike up, buying time, but Elio, this Poppy, an MVP-like performance, called for it on R5. We were wondering, what the hell do you pair with this Lucian? He doesn't care about who the AD carries next to him. He cares about getting his team a series win when they need it most.
Just insane. Like, he's been so good in this game, it's ridiculous. And obviously, JDG are making mistakes. You can even talk about, you know, someone like Scout dashing in at the end of that fight on Ari. That's obviously not ideal. You don't want that to happen. The positioning has just not been good enough, but it shouldn't really matter. You should be better than a team like GAM from a hands perspective. Right now, GAM are winning the hands check, and they're certainly winning the macro check in terms of how these two teams are playing. GAM has just been better here today.
And now some of those items we were talking about being so critical to this composition for GAM are online. It's Levi with the GA, the IE from Artemis, and they've got Pays again. The hostile takeover doesn't stall enough time for the bailout. Pays is taken out of this fight. It's Xiaoshu's got a TP on the back end. Ensemble Onslaught's going to miss. Shu gets a ton of knockup value. It needs to be Xiaoshu. Flash is going to three-man counter-strike stun, but Artemis gets out, and they cancel the top. It's Elio again to rescue GAM at the end of a fight. All members of the LCP representative are up, and they're forcing even more flashes. It's Juo that gets out of a seismic shove. It's Kiaya holding them all at bay, but they don't need to chase any further. They have the purple worm to dance with in victorious fashion.
GAM are just better. There is nothing left to say. Levi with a phenomenal angle to delete Pays from the map, not even give him a chance to use those 3 kills that he's acquired over the course of this game. And Elio once again coming up clutch. What a game from him here in game number 2 as we see the replay. This is a great look. You want to find these picks. You're playing Vi. You want to get out on the map and find this Callista overextended for the second time this game. A massive mistake positioning-wise from Pays. At this point, it looks like Levi's actually in a bit of danger, but he's got the Guardian Angel, so he knows he's going to be fine no matter what. Elio does a good job of trying to keep Xiaoshu out of this fight for as long as possible. He eventually gets in, but look at the Poppy value. It's just ridiculous how good this champion is into this comp, and once again, it's Elio's play. It's the kid. It's everything coming together for GAM to rout this one.
Tons and tons of gold ahead. Baron on 5, and Mountain Soul available for them right as this Baron power play is going to come off of the board for GAM. What is really left for GAM to go through besides taking this Nexus and taking this series?
I mean, right now, it's just pushing down in the mid lane. Levi already pushing Shun out of his own jungle. Just has to give that thumbs up emote. They can go to whatever lane they want to play for right now. This 4-1, this 2-lane setup is very effective for comps like this that don't necessarily have the easiest way to play. They want to try and get on the Kiaya. That's a huge mistake.
Kiaya drifts through that tiny gap. Yeah, I mean, now it's... You thought it was going to be a 4-1 mid lane per usual? Nope, they're going to push down towards the bot side. Keeper's Verdict is going to whip there from Elio. So GAM kind of need to slow their roll. I don't think they need to worry about breaking the base of JDG open right now. They're getting waves up so they can reset here and then set up for this Mountain Drake. They actually do get that bot side tier 3 turret. How does Levi get in there to grab that? Why did JDG let that happen?
I think it's just so low health, and at that point, you really just need to make sure the minions are in range to be able to deal with it. They are going to be able to pick up a ton of gold. They're 10k up right now onto JDG. Like you said, that Mountain Dragon, that Mountain Soul spawning in 20 seconds already feels like it's basically over, but when you're staring down the barrel of even a Scion, Poppy, Vi with Mountain Soul, good luck being able to break through that with Ahri damage, with Callista late game damage. So, you know, we'll see what JDG can do, but this is likely the game.
Last dance for JD Gaming to stop themselves getting swept out by GAM Esports. The Dragon has been uprooted. Artemis going to start it up. Kiaya and Aris are going to try and play bodyguard here. Great Weaver's Wall from Aris. Is going to force dashes over the wall. Xiaoshu first. Keeper's first. They keep shooting out. He doesn't even get a chance at the Mountain Soul. Secured here by GAM. Xiaoshu going to try and go to the back end after Artemis, but he doesn't even get stunned up. The stasis is too late. Artemis is untouched and going to free fire. Hostile takeover is only going to hit onto one, but JD Gaming don't have a dog in this fight anymore. It's time for GAM to make League of Legends esports history and take down the LPL for the first time ever in a best of 3.
GAM do it! They defy the odds. They live up to the expectations. One of the historic organizations in League of Legends history has been able to do it all. It just barely doesn't get the interrupt there, but it should not matter. The death timers are too long. GAM is sieging down the bottom of the base here. And GAM, the Grasshopper, agrees, are going to pick up one of the biggest wins in their franchise history.
We talk about the ASI as a new tournament that is sort of, you know, has for fun stakes in it with some of these picks, but that doesn't mean that history still can't be made here. It won't come across just yet. GAM are going to play patiently with the respawn timers, but a good catch from Aris forces the Cyclone out of Shun. But GAM, they have such great resolve right now. They're not willing to give an inch knowing how far ahead they are. And they're going to let JD Gaming live for a little bit longer unless Aris finds a two-man seismic shove again. And now it's Guy into the background. There is Pace going down. Maybe they were just laying a trap, a false sense of security for JD Gaming. And here it is. For the first time in history, the LCP will take a series off of the LPL, and it's GAM Esports to write themselves into the history book.
This is massive. It's the perfect team to do it. JDG can't get it done today. GAM keep their tournament hopes alive.
Group A just got a whole lot more interesting after GAM start our day 3 with a 2-0 over JD Gaming.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, holy. I mean, I'm floored. I'm flustered. I'm taken aback. Whatever term you want to say, you know, GAM pick up the win here. Important to note, this is the first, LCP win over, an LPL team in a best of 3 or better. We have seen, of course, the best of 1 win earlier this year at First Stand with CFO,
format.
but the best of 3, like, this is a 2-0. I mean, this is a dominant series for GAM. They were the better team in both of these games. It's not debatable. They had better macro. They had better hands. And they looked excellent here, and you know what this means for the group? It means that JDG are sitting at 1-2. It means that GAM are sitting at 1-1. Let's say they lose to DK, and let's say Weibo pulls off like a miracle upset. No, actually, let's say DK get the job done, right? Oh, we're sitting at a 3-way tie
for 1-2, for 3-way tie for 1-2, and hats off to the casters to take over for us to break that down, because the DK game will be at the end of the day. So we'll basically have the entirety of Group A almost fully sorted. I think only tomorrow we'll need GAM plus D against D plus Kia to finally figure that one out. But yeah, I kind of hoped we wouldn't get to this point, because now we definitely need to figure out if it's game score or head-to-head. I will say the graphics from the mainstream we've been seeing have shown the plus-minus game score, so I do think it is game score. But I do want to say that with how little games we play with a group of 4, 1-round robin, Cayman, you said this earlier, I'm going to steal your thunder. There's a very real possibility where we have tied game scores.
Oh my goodness. If we end up with a 1-2 three-way tie and all of them are sitting at 2 and 4, oh goodness, would that just
I mean,
be
right
the
now,
most
look at GAM and
ridiculous thing in the
Weibo.
world.
So
my
here's the thing, right?
God.
So GAM, man, okay, so GAM and Weibo both have to play DK. If you want to infer that DK is the Mad Titan and is going to 2-0 everybody here, GAM and Weibo could very likely be 1-2, -2 each, and that's going to be a heartbreaker for GAM because they did lose to the LCP team in Group A.
Oh boy, things got a lot more interesting today, Slayer. This is perhaps just the most unbelievable result we could have gotten, and certainly the one that makes the rest of this tournament as interesting as possible. If we thought this was going to be boring, if we thought this was going to be predictable with these teams going head-to-head, no, it's the complete opposite. It is literally anybody's series, and you're absolutely right. We've set it up now where if anyone can upset DK in this group, if Weibo or somehow, someway GAM can pick up the miracle win, they guarantee themselves a spot in top 2.
A lot of stakes in Group A. What if you're D plus Kia here, K-Man? You're just like sitting there watching your three other friends fight it out, and you're just sitting over there like enjoying an ice cream cone. It's like,
yeah,
you guys figure it out. I'm gonna be over here. Let's go back through some of these replays because, like you mentioned, a lot of credit here to GAM, but this fight in particular, JDG. What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean,
right
it's
here.
insane. Like, yeah,
right
this
here.
is terrible. I mean, the tower shots are completely unacceptable. The positioning is a disaster class from Scout, even from Pays, who takes that tower shot there. It's the worst case scenario. And this is with GAM being completely disconnected. I want to reiterate, during that fight, Artemis is walking away. He's like done with the fight. He's completely given up on it. And he just walks back and ends up picking up a triple kill in the fight. You end up getting a nice little turn here. Xiaoshu was very strong in this game on the Jax. It just didn't really matter. You get to a point in the game where it's basically impossible to be able to play this out. You get one positioning mistake from Zhuo here. You have multiple from Pays throughout this series and this game. That's enough. And really, at the end of the day, we got to spotlight the main character. We got to spotlight Elio on this Poppy.
Okay, man. I've gotten upset over a lot of MVP picks, okay? I've gotten very heated. Actually, I don't think I've gotten too heated. If Elio gets robbed here, I'm gonna be very angry, and I'm very afraid it's gonna happen because supports like the box score merchants, the stat line merchants, like Elio's stat line is like fine. It's not the point. I really hope it doesn't take away.
What would this guy have to do? I mean, if this isn't player of the game, like if this isn't your MVP,
right
like,
here,
genuinely.
Ready? Oh, see you later.
Rats, I'm Jackson, I can't play the game. Or also, have you heard of I'm Wukong and I can't play the game? Or perhaps maybe I'm Callista and I can't play the game. Or maybe
perhaps Ari and I can't play the game.
It's just brutal.
The final fight for this Mountain Soul here too. It's just GAM woke up today angry, and look, there's another Elio play, keeper's verdict, right? I do want to give credit to Aris though. He was what do you call it? Clutch factor, like the Rise game. Those ending fights were huge. They were very far ahead. They were probably going to win the game, but to call it here with flicking back 3 people in a row. All right, okay. I thought we were going to get MVP. Interesting. I wonder if there's some deliberation. Usually when we come out of the highlights, they're running the MVP already. Is there a split? My blood pressure is rising by the second.
Levi, I swear, if you stole this from my guy Elio, I'm gonna be so mad.
I feel like it would be Artemis that might take it. I mean, 80 carry box score. Stat line?
I don't think I could handle Artemis getting it after this early game. I think I might have a little bit of a conniption. Credit to Artemis, he played really well in the late game, but we talked about Aris a little bit in the mid lane in terms of what he was able to do in the team fights. He kind of scouted Scout in this one in terms of how he played the game. He ran the early game, had absolutely no pressure and no tempo on the map, went 0-3 in the first game, got perma-ganked, and in game 2 he wasn't really doing all that great in terms of CS and tempo either, and then just like team fought like a genius, was absolutely perfect. Like, you want to talk about like Scout, like that's a Scout kind of game, and he just did it directly to him.
Yeah, I want to give you props. You came into this draft like, all right, guys, let's get. Oh man, we're already interviewing.
We're
Levi.
in interview.
Where's my MVP? Oh, no way, man. We didn't skip it, right? Like, where?
Anything to take away support, contribution, anything to take away the value that these guys bring.
Oh, man. Okay. All right. I'll take this time to stat correct ourselves here. It kind of takes a little bit of the wind out of our sails here, K-Man. That wasn't technically the first time an LCP team beat an LPL team in a best of 3. Funnily enough, the Oysters, CFO, we already talked about. Sorry, LPL fans. 2-0 top esports at first stand. So it has happened before. But shout out to Nymera and Alk for pointing this out now. This is the first time a Vietnamese team has taken a series versus the LPL. So we've got that.
Well, and think about how good like Vietnam was for such a long time in League of Legends. Like for this to be the first time ever that a team from this region has been able to even take a best of 3 against an LPL team, it's still an impressive accomplishment. However you want to slice it, right? Like this is not something that should have happened. If you want to, get caught up in the nitty-gritty, that's all fine. But like this is absolutely not a result that anybody anticipated going into this. People looked at the LCP teams as pushovers, especially GAM, who I think had a really tough showing on day number 1. But this bounce back, I mean, I can't stress this enough. I know I'm repeating myself a little bit here. They didn't just win. Like, they dominated this series. They were better. They were better in every aspect. It wasn't just JDG underperforming. The macro, the calls, everything looked great from them.
Everything did look amazing here. What a statement for GAM. I hope we find out later in the night. We'll do some deep diving to figure out where the MVP went. I will voice my frustration on Twitter if it does go to Levi. I know we saw them interviewing Levi. They might have just been interviewing Levi because he was the Game 1 MVP, and he's kind of like a vocal leader. I feel like Levi's usually the guy you talk to when you talk to GAM. Maybe I'm just coping. Just stay locked to my Twitter at SlayerCast. You see it down there. If our goat, Elio, got robbed, I'll make sure to at you as well, K-Man. That, though, K-Man, you know what? Here's my favorite part. That is the last Slayer K-Man cast that you guys will be able to see here in 2025, and we go out in the history books here, K-Man. So final words from you before we take an extended break and hand the reins over to some other casters.
Yeah, some guys. It's always a pleasure, Slayer. We've gotten to work a lot over the course of this year together a lot. The Slayman Rocks duo has been a lot of fun, and I'm glad we got to close it out on a high note.
Yeah, high note indeed, but the action keeps rolling, and I know a lot of you fans there are looking at our final match of the day, which is going to be D plus Gia versus Weibo. But before we get to that point, we do have a second match to get to as well, and you'll have a second pair of casters to take you guys through that. So we are going to depart here. It's been a pleasure, everybody. Get ready for Mazel and Alk Battery to take you guys through the rest of the ASI Day 3 action.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alec, and we'll be covering the last two series of the night. We'll be starting off with NiP versus Viking Esports. Should be a lot of fun, and hopefully not a continuation of the LPL losing to the LCP. I guess we'll find out.
As the LPL English broadcast, it would be very, very embarrassing for us. But I think as fans, I don't know how much you would want to be able to speak to this, but I feel really strongly that the LCP, while historically have not been able to get over the hump in terms of series, not only just this year, obviously, with CFO taking down Top Esports, but I think that there is probably some room here in this tournament to see a little bit more out of the region.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what we get. I'm also really hoping we get a different variation of NiP at this point because they have not looked all that great. As we're going to go ahead and take a look at the standings thus far. Obviously, I think FierX have been looking insane, honestly, over there in Group number B, or Group B at least. We have the NiP roster here from their side, but if you want, Rare Adam, who is our producer behind the scenes pushing all the buttons, we could get our own roster graphic coming up here. Incredible. Oh my God, look how beautiful it is. But this is the NiP roster. And really wanted to see some better performances out of that bot lane duo and leaving Niket today.
They were definitely putting to test the theory that no teams were scrimming before this tournament. I had talked about yesterday that for the promotion series in LCP, the most recent team to have played would have been the MGN Vikings. So they're probably the team that has the most experience on the patch before the tournament. But Super Leaker Doinby said that no one else was scrimming or even looking for scrims. And definitely looked like that was the case when they played up against BNK.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And that's where you call into question, like, how are they going to get themselves off the ground here in any way, shape, or form? Are we going to see some classic niche picks come through or anything along those lines? But as we do look at the next team on our list, I feel like maybe giving them a little bit more of a benefit of the doubt would be a good thing for everybody as we watch Viking Esports take to the Rift.
Yeah, to be fair, right, like this is the Vikings who don't have as much competitive experience as some of the players over on GAM do. I want to cut them some slack, obviously, but for the Vikings, we saw their first series up against Nongshim, and obviously it still was a 2-0, but there were moments in game number 2 where we really got to see this team step up. I think especially their bottom lane and their mid lane, I think kind of getting some things done. Now, whether or not that is going to be able to be done here today, this is the most likely team that I think the Vikings are going to find a win against. I think it is hard-pressed to find the LCP beating up on the LCK here in ASI.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit hard to come by. As we take a look down the cardboard cutouts of every player, should be a little interesting. I still think this is like one of my favorite parts. That and the Grasshopper, I think those are the two greatest additions to the tournament itself, the things that we've gotten, the things that will be remembered. But NiP, I know we talked about the bot lane. Maybe talking a little bit more about if there's a possibility for Solo Kill to have a little bit more promise today in that top lane.
I didn't see the best out of Kratos yesterday. It is a really small sample size, though, considering the fact that he is playing against Kingin. So take it or leave what you want out of that matchup. But I think that Solo Kill wasn't able to have the same amount of impact that we saw from him during the regular season back in LPL. So I'm hoping that now that he has at least 2 stage games, he's a little bit more warmed up. There's maybe less excuses this time around. I kind of want to see if he's going to be a big game player for this team, because we were really hyped on him coming throughout the regular season, and we were hoping to see a little bit more from him going into this tournament.
I know we talked about the bot lane as well a little bit more as we go forward, but stopping off at another spot, I think the mid lane is going to be really interesting. I know Kati had been something that had gotten a decent amount of spotlight, a decent amount of attention in the LCP over the last couple of years, but especially going against Doinby, who's trying to find himself a little bit better performances, trying to be the man that kind of brings NiP over the finish line here. I do wonder if we're going to get anything fun in that mid lane today.
I love Doinby, man. He's really stepped up, I think. He's, the father that stepped up. He's there for the team.
I still can't believe the faker on the back of the
This is so funny. This is
It's
another
so
reason
good,
why I
man.
love the Vikings, man. Just they have SOFM. You could never make me hate these guys. And they also have a picture of Faker on their
Picture of
wall.
Faker, man. Why not? It's the best motivation. The best player in the world.
Yep.
Always watching you. Always watching.
So, but what I wanted to kind of talk about with Doinby is that the beginning of the year was pretty rough, but as they got more games, in my mind, I think if you looked across a lot of their series, Doinby would be the reason why we saw this team win a lot of the time. So I'm hoping that we get more of that because we saw glimpses of it in their last series.
Yeah. And I think a little bit of that can be a testament to what we saw in the end of the split for the team itself, and seeing kind of the maybe lack of growth or some growth in some different areas, depending on how you look at it with some of the time that's been between them. But I guess detracting from that a little bit, is the guy that has to drop the grasshopper off annoyed at his job yet?
No. I mean,
it's Viking. It's Viking.
I don't. For the guy that has to do this job, I'm sure he's just chilling though, because that arena is empty. It's a very much a
Yeah.
skeleton crew. The two
I mean, he
casters
just like
are there.
walked up there all easy.
I'm sure he's chilling. If anything, if I remember correct, I'm trying to remember what arena we're in, because I feel like we have seen this one.
It looked like Shenzhen, but I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like the Shenzhen arena, but
Because it's got like
I'd
the
have to
flat
cross-
top. Shenzhen is like the one with like the biggest flat top. Suzhou also had a pretty like
no,
flat
but the
area,
Suzhou one is different. It has like a big
Yeah.
hanger in the middle.
because it has like the LNG like
Yeah.
wall stuff.
You
on
know,
it. Anyways,
I actually want to see if it's WE's arena because they also had something very similar to this setup.
I guess another question is that guy that brings out the grasshopper and the grasshopper, are they best friends, you think?
Probably not. If I was the
Aw.
grasshopper, I'd
Just
be a
a
little bit
random
mad that there's a
grasshopper.
guy who if I was the grasshopper and I also had sentience, I would be like, why
Yeah.
am I in a cage? And
Why the
am
hell
I
are you doing
only
this to
let
me,
out?
bro?
Why am I only allowed out when we have to go and like I have to do this stupid like side select or not side select but prediction?
Get me out of this
scum.
middle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I do want to give a quick caveat before we get into draft and get into the game and stuff. Unfortunately for me, I had a ENT appointment with the doctor today, and they shoved a camera and a tube down my throat, so my throat is not feeling very great. I'm going to try to keep as consistent as I can, but just maybe not going to have that same energy, same level of hype. Tonight, we're going to try to keep it as close as possible at my throat providing. Just
There
wanted
you
to
go.
give that little bit of caveat here. But we're getting into the draft now. NiP going to be on the blue side for game number 1. The Vikings going to be on the red side. We do see some very similar bands to what we've seen all tournament log so far, pretty much.
I mean, you say that. I'm seeing a
Except for the
Nocturne
Caitlyn.
band. The Caitlin's a little bit interesting. A lot of jungle focus already with these 3 bands. So we've seen Rise really climb in priority thanks to some of the changes we've just been seeing around mid lane. Wondering if that's going to be obviously very famous for Doinby. So now for Kati, I want to know what matchups we've been getting because Cassio has been, I think, the go-to for countering the Rise blind. But we also have had, I mean, just yesterday alone, we had multiple Malzahar games in this tournament.
Yeah. And at this point, you can't escape the outplay button of an R key, which is, I mean, pretty easy to hit at that point. No, but it is a little bit more nuanced than that. I do like, though, that the Vikings are setting themselves up with some facilitation from the jungle, with some just go buttons already in the draft.
I mean, just getting rid of something that Nio could use to get them into the lane, I think it's fine when we're talking about what I wanted to see from the Vikings in their first series, that game 1. I really didn't like that draft. I think it limited their playmaking potential. So now, not only do you have the Vi, now you also have the Aurora, who is always going to be a consistent damage threat as the game goes on. I think it's a pretty good 1-2 combo coming on through for MVN.
And giving you a lot of mobility as well. We'll see if there is going to be a little bit of finickiness in the support pickup here. It will be the Nico for NiP. So I'll be giving that one over to Niket.
Niket has a winning matchup, like he has a winning record on this Nico this year, but I just don't think it's his best champion. I really feel like Niket works best when he has those tank engaged champions because he really likes to use his HP bar as a resource. You don't get that same luxury when you're playing Nico. So already what we're seeing from NiP you have some decent ways of being able to move around the map with the Rise. You have already some strong team fighting tools. Now we just need to be able to see, I think, just the damage setup. I do like the Kai'Sa coming out from the Vikings just to try to get away from more dive tools for Leave.
Yeah, for sure. I do also want to pick your brain a little bit about the Karma into the Nico. I think some of the poke can be really nice, but it is opting into kind of a poke-heavy bot lane for the Vikings.
I mean, Ezreal Karma's still up. I should say Ezreal is banned. You still have, like, Jhin and Karma that you can kind of go with. It does also incentivize the Vikings to go for more melees. I did like the Karma angle that we saw from Shulong yesterday, so I'm okay with it. I like that you pointed it out. Again, Nico, not traditionally very tanky, so another way you can counter her in the matchup. But I'm looking at this from Vikings, and I do need to see either more of those melees like I was mentioning, or just some kind of consistent damage dealer. Corki can be something that works really well, especially into Jarvan, so...
Okay. Well, it is all ADC focus, at least as of yet, in the second phase. Really trying to whittle down those 2v2 options. Maybe take away some options from that bot lane duo of the Vikings, and we will see the Lucian ban as the final one. So I think we're probably going to sit back a little bit and get some scaling carries going here.
All right. So what else are we going to get, though? You need to be able to have range. I think it is quite interesting that they are giving Shogun counter pick.
Very interesting. Okay.
That's good, because from what I heard from Vestian is that Sulong is a guy who is going to kind of reach in his bag for some unique support picks. I'm looking at just this year alone, a lot of Pyke gameplay. There's an Annie support. Actually ended up playing Zillion as well, so some more unique stuff there.
For sure, and I don't mind the Corki. I do expect that this is going to be a staple for the foreseeable future all the way till Worlds, so hey, at least we get all the action we can. It is going to be the Sivir as a response for Leave, and the Renekton as the final pickup here for NiP.
All right, so kind of saying, okay, you can't play Ambessa. You can try for Cassante, but kind of iffy on that. We saw Kratos play the Aatrox. We saw Kratos play against the Aatrox yesterday versus King into, as we know, a 2-0 there for Nongshim. And these are some more of those melees. We ended up getting an Aatrox. Now it has the Karma with the Vi. There are ways for them to poke out. Vikings have a strong first few levels here with this Corki and Karma. And in terms of priority, I kind of like what they have. The issue that I'm going to see and want to see if NiP are going to improve upon is I think that their engage is a little telegraphed, if not kind of basic. It is just Nio looking for these Jarvan ultimates and obviously the combo. If the Ket can land a huge Pop Blossom, that's great, but NiP need time to slow down fights, and there are a lot of ways that I could see our LCP representatives kind of go around that.
Yeah, just trying to get proactive, and I think that's what the Vi picked up early for Vikings was super integral in figuring out how they want to try to play proactively at least, and I think that's one way you can really upend the way that NiP want to play, because I feel like a lot of the times if things are a little bit chaotic, is sometimes they can clutch out and you'll see, DoinB have an incredible performance and they find those little advantages in the early game, but more oftentimes than not, and what was the bane of their existence, I felt like, was when the game wasn't in their control, they just were always backs against the wall and never were able to find steady ground to stand on.
Well, guess what? The LCP, these teams are definitely going to want to scrap, so probably might be in for a little bit of a bloody game. Want to remind everybody at home, these two teams are both 0-1, and with BNK Ferox at 2-0, if either of these teams losing today, it is highly likely that they are no longer going to be able to make it into the knockout stage. So kind of dangerous to kind of see from these two guys, especially for two teams that didn't look all that competitive in some of the games that we've seen from them here at ASI.
Yeah, you got to try to win some money. That's what that's what they're here for. A little bit of experience, a little bit of money. If you can get a little bit further in the tournament, for sure. But definitely don't want to be knocked out so early, not even make it to the bracket in the end. But I think it's an interesting story, especially looking off the back of the last series. I think we can't not talk about how the LCP had beaten JDG, maybe not an expected fashion. And while this is a different team from the LCP, maybe a completely different look on the team itself, still nonetheless maybe a little bit of momentum coming through for them as well. But both teams definitely needing this win.
I also want to correct ourselves. I did go back into the VODs.
Oh, it's back!
He flip-flopped.
He flip-flopped.
I've called the Grasshopper Raz Jr. Because he's been going back and forth. This is the Xi'an arena for WE.
Okay,
nice. I was like, I recognize this a little too much.
When I got to go to Xi'an, I did not get to go to the arena. It was across the street, and they got eliminated so long before then that they had closed down. The only thing that was open was the shop, which was cool. But hey, it's open now, and a bunch of cardboard cutouts are sitting in front of the PCs. And we're going to be getting into things now. I think it's going to be key to see how quickly Viking Esports find their way into some advantages. Find a little bit of momentum for Guri.
All right. Good early coverage coming on through. You can see that the Vikings, they put a ward to check if there was going to be a Jarvan invade early on. Also did get spotted on the Raptor wards here. So just making sure that they can try to keep eyes and information down onto Nayo. I think that's a good start, especially because we're kind of talking about this from NiP's perspective. I know we haven't talked too much about scaling, but there are a lot of ways that I think if this game does go late, that this game gets a little difficult for the Vikings, but I'm looking at it from their perspective as well. Like, you have an Aatrox that could be very problematic this game.
Like, there's like a couple options there, but I definitely favor the side of NiP, as we're going to see the early kickoffs of the 2v2 in the bot lane, trying to at least get as much pressure as you possibly can. Both junglers going to be starting on the opposite sides of the map as well, so a little bit of opposite focus there. Now with the Jarvan, there is a lot of room for some unique paths early on. I love the unique level 2 ganks that we see sometimes, but this is a champion that you should expect to see at least once in probably every series that you're going to be watching for the next 2 months.
Yeah. Jarvan, very strong. There's also just a lot of AD carries right now that have not a ton of mobility.
That hate and Jarvan, also, you mean?
Look, the champion is just good. Like, the fact that you have such a basic kit also, I think, mostly because of Fearless. Like, if you need a simple champion, Jarvan's your guy. So did get spotted out on the Raptor wards there. We're seeing that Leave and Niket losing push versus the Corki and Karma. Not too unexpected here. And I want to see what Guri is going to be able to get done, because in my mind, what Guri needs to do is just make sure that his lanes are in a good spot, and make sure that if we are going to play with priority from a solo lane, that we have the ability to move our supports and get any kind of action done early on to get ourselves into position.
Yeah, I'd be very curious how quickly the supports want to get involved. We aren't seeing any of the lane swap-a-roonies that we have been seeing in this tournament. We're sticking in the 2v2. We saw a pretty aggressive advance from Vikings there in that last one, as they do end up getting the root down. Another Frost Bomb will hit on the Niket. Meanwhile, Nayo going for the gank on top side, going for the dive, and they're going to be able to execute it. The flash will not be enough to save Kratos, and he will fall. Solo kill gets the kill.
So he's going to get a wave there. It'll be about half a wave missed there by Kratos. There's going to be a dive coming on towards bottom side. Solo kill can't even match. I mean, neither can Doinby, just TP'd back in. I think this can be a 2v2 here.
Yeah, he's going to try to use some of the CC chaining. Leave, going to dodge out, misses the spell shield. In the end, goes for the flash, gets hit through the minion there by Guri. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade, though.
I don't care. I mean, like, Leave, doesn't matter that he doesn't get the spell shield there. A good Tangle Barbs coming in from Niket stops Guri from walking forward. Double summoner spells traded by both of our AD carries. And all in all, I think an okay trade going in favor of NiP. There's a cold now being taken by this Sivir, and for this bottom lane in particular, the Vikings do need to get a little bit ahead early, because you get into that mid game, we get to 15 minutes, and Sivir is just going to constantly be shoving waves into this champion.
And we're going to take a look back at this dive and look at little micro adjustments, especially Niket, like you had mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, right here, it has the barrier. Again, doesn't matter really. It's the auto from Guri that ends up finding that kill, but really, really good Tangle Barbs there from Niket. And we need to keep watching, because Niket and Leave had a very tough series to start off their run here. And I want to see more from them, especially from Leave. I've been the biggest Leave fan on the broadcast, so I hate to see him misplay. I hate to see him walk up on those mid-waves. I thought he had grown a lot during the regular season.
And he's got a little bit of support here from Niket. Going to be able to play pretty aggressively there. And we'll see if they can get back into gear whatsoever. It is a little bit of early action. Off topic here, and I'm sorry to do it because I'm actually just so interested myself. What Jarvan skin is that? Because it looks so like Final Fantasy boss style. Like, I thought it was the okay, well, we're going to see the engage. We'll talk about it later. As Leave, unfortunately, he's getting the bad end of the bark here from Shogun, who will have to back away, but Shulong is going to try to chase him down. Just needs a couple auto attacks here. Going to get the flash play from Curry. He gets the beautiful mechanical outplay onto the bot lane of NiP. Now Shulong will go down to Niket, and I do wonder if they're going to try to follow through. It doesn't look like it.
I don't know, actually.
Dude, right? I've never seen that skin. It looks crazy.
All right, well, now I'm just going to go to the Jarvan skin. Is this the new Jarvan skin one?
I'm wondering
like
if it's the Chroma,
Jarvan?
Right? No,
Maybe.
It's definitely not, right? Okay, they're going to get the flashlight.
No.
My eyes, bro. Okay, well, Guri was able to connect his flash play. Unfortunately, Nio was not.
Is this Nightbringer Jarvan? I think it is. No?
Vision, is it a Chroma for Visions of the Fall or whatever? The new one, maybe?
I think it yeah, okay. Nice.
Dude, okay, well, I'm going to go buy that skin right after this because that thing is awesome. It literally looks like Sephiroth, kind of.
If we have any Final Fantasy 14 players, it looks like Estinian. It looks like our Dragoons.
Okay. Yeah. You're right.
Okay, I mean,
anyways,
NiP still got the Feats of Warfare at least. I think a good response there from the Vikings. Leave going down twice now early on is a little problematic. It is opening up a 15 CS lead.
Which is nothing to scoff at in the end. I do want to check in, though, because we had a little bit of stop-off for Doinby. He did end up going for the boots early. Even though he does have that little bit of a CS advantage there, he did end up going for a little bit more of a defensive option just in case. When we take a look at the map states, we have had some map rotations from both teams.
Yeah. Let's see how much more we're going to be able to get out from this, because Grubs spawn in 30 seconds. We talked about the thing that Sivir is going to be the best at in every single competitive game is maintaining priority versus the enemy champions. Boomerang Blades plus her Q deletes the minion wave and allows for you to move. Now Doinby gets to take it a huge wave in bottom side. I see pings on a dragon. I think they just want to ignore this and try to get themselves at least a little bit of a play, but you still have Realm Warp. You can always make these movements.
Yeah, that's the mobility that the Rise brings, and that's what Kati was trying to answer with a little bit on the Aurora. But I will say Kati being sequestered off to the side lane against solo kill. We do have the Grubs up that NiP are eyeing right this very second. Looks like there could be some possible moves from Viking, but they are just going to give the trade and go for the Dragon.
Yep, Guri's on the other side of the map. Also, Kratos doesn't have the timer to move. Now, are we going to see NiP make a play off the back of this? Because Aurora is topside, and if she shows a little too far up, there's a possibility for them to still use this Realm Warp. I really love when we get to see Rises in-game that try to push the pace, and especially when you have this semi-global ability, it means that you can kind of cheat timers around the map. Niket, he is level 6 here.
Oh. You're going to bring the Realm Warp over. The Tangle Barb did connect Nio, just waiting for his angle. They're going to get the TP coming in, and Kati still dies through the Cataclysm, goes over to Doinby, who will end up falling over to Shogun. Now that's just called dominoes, I guess, and that's going to be an even trade in the top side, but the TP did get burned.
Yeah, so solo kill gets an objective lead here. It's going to be Guri who's going to cover this wave. Maybe they find Shulong.
Shulong. You chose the wrong side of the tracks here to walk across, and Niket will find him. Now solo kill's going down, and oh my god, it is absolute chaos. Although with the Dominus, solo kill's doing some work into Guri. He will not end up surviving. Kati will come in with the TP and get the kill.
I just love that I was talking about how much I like a lot of Rise ultimates, and I see Doinby probably pull off one of the worst ones. Like, we're pulling the minions away from the turret.
The idea was good, though. But, like, as soon as you see the Realm Warp come through, like, he's not going to keep walking. He's gonna turn back to the turret.
We've already seen a really good Realm Warp into Pop Blossom combo, and that was during our playoffs. So I feel like we've been spoiled a little bit here. And across the board, I think the Vikings are making really good headway. Got the first dragon in this game. That's one way to keep them in terms of scaling. Side laning was always going to be an issue in this game with the solo lanes that NiP have, but they were able to solo kill on the bottom lane, and they were able to find at least Doinby in his flash. So I think all in all, NiP are making a fair too many mistakes here to feel comfortable.
Long almost makes another mistake. I gotta say, I know there's been some question marks already, but I love the blood. I love the action. It's always fun. Also, just going to shout out, I don't know if Leave, okay, he doesn't have the smile on. That man was rocking like the most creepy, like half smile for just like frozen face for like the last minute and a half. They just like left it on his camera. But he's back to normal now, so it's all good.
That's good. All right.
Oh,
Gary's
they're going back bot.
on this wave. NiP is going to get spotted. Places this down for himself. They have to know there's no way that there's no way that Leave is hitting both the mid wave and this minion. So going further in this game, Dragon spawns in 2.5, and especially when we talk about the scaling here, I think that Vikings have a lot of ways to be able to play this if they can continue to contest dragons.
We're going to see Vikings try to take this fight on the bot side. It is outnumbered. It will eventually be evened up there, but it won't be much more than just a bit of a mini engage, and we don't have another objective for a while. So it is just Viking Esports looking for in-between fights, which I think does them good. I think it's a composition that you really want to be trying to use some of these combinations together, as Doinby going to use his speed combo from the TP to try to take down Kati. Won't get too much of it.
Not bad, though. I mean, he's going to be able to clear this wave. Kati almost level 10. Pretty important, I think, for what is going to be the third dragon fight of this game. If he can get a second point in his ultimate, it's pretty good. Doinby gets to push in another wave. They have Nico following on this as well. They want to see if they can open up this side of the map, get a reset in, maybe get a little bit of gold for their team. I mean, they do have 3 grubs, and you have a minute and a half before flates are about to fall, so let's try to focus in and get ourselves gold for these fights.
Try to unlock some of this item potential coming through. I mean, both junglers having this 100 Sky already is really good, although mid lane, Leave going to be in a lot of trouble now. Gets a couple of rockets to the back, but he will be followed through. In the end, Nio comes up to try to back everybody off, and it does end up doing its job here. So still a pretty even state. Even though we had all that blood, all that action early, it's calmed down until this next objective comes up in about 50 seconds.
Yeah, now everybody is at least past level 7, so they have a fair amount of HP on their champion. And it makes it a lot more difficult for either team to find kills early on. It is going to be Doinby still just sitting on this bottom side. I wonder how close he is to finishing his Rod of Ages, because still has Blasting Wand that he needs to buy. Still obviously the completion, and he also has his tier almost or over the halfway mark on its stacks. So Doinby is already doing pretty good for himself and has an individual lead as well. So I wonder, are we going to fight for this as NiP? I see that Nio's on the top side. We don't have an objective to play for. Maybe there is a play with a Realm Warp potential, but I think it's mostly based on our mid-jungle here for our LPL representative.
And do we not have any reservation, any worry about the super late Roa being completed here? I mean, it is a scaling composition like we talked about for NiP, but they're definitely opting into that with that completion coming so late.
I think it's fine. Like, NiP are okay if this game goes late. Like, getting items on your champions, even Renekton on 3 and 4 can be pretty dangerous this game. We're going to see NiP try to walk into the Dragon Pit. We're very close to level 11. If she can get 1 kill, maybe that's enough experience to be a game breaker.
All right, Guri trying to get this one under tow here. Nio's in the pit, and it goes over to Shogun in the end, too. So Guri's in a little bit of trouble. He's going to try to get on the other side, and the cat gets a beautiful Pop Blossom there. Buys a lot of time. Doinby can't get the damage onto Guri. Now they've already lost Nio, and they're going to lose a little bit more. Kratos has found an angle onto the back line here, but they go right back in. Solo kill gets a kill in the end, gets knocked back by Guri. And here comes the world-ending Kratos trying to find Leave. Doesn't end up finding the Q2, and will back away. So a little bit of blood spill, but the dragon going over to the Vikings.
I mean, look, cool. Guri ended up getting it. That's 2 dragons going over to MGN Vikings, and a very, very important team fight win versus NiP. I mean, you look at Doinby, he has to rise over this wall. Where is the rest of the engage coming in from the ninjas in pajamas? Okay, so we put it onto Guri. we caught Shogun and Kati, but Leaf can't enter into this fight. Kratos is making space for the rest of the team. So is the Aurora. She popped an ultimate right there in the middle of that fight. So I don't understand really how NiP were willing to kind of jump into this. I feel like you are willing to give up this dragon if you can maybe get some more side lanes. I mean, you have 2 turrets that are about to fall. You take it now, but you've already lost the fight, and you're going to be down resources for this objective. You can see now the Vikings are just going to start up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, I will say NiP did just pull the flash of Akati in the bot side, but I don't know if that's going to be much of a payment back after the Rift Herald goes down, although Nio, looking for his own angle, tries to get the flag and drag combo. We'll miss another one as the Rift Herald does go over to Vikings. The re-engage isn't really there. Niket's going to go completely wide. Actually, the TP beautifully enables Leave to get the kill there. They do get the lockdown with the Pop Blossom. Guri coming over the wall to stop the advance of NiP, and here comes Kratos. He's going to pop that World Ender and try to be this frontline, but he's not going to be frontline for very long. They are ripping and tearing through them as the Vikings are pushed back. The retreat in full force as NiP step up.
All right. So Pop Blossom, the second part of the Pop Blossom is the stun, the actual stun of the ability, the knock up, and then you get crowd controlled there. The very end. The timing on that for Kati, unfortunately, loses his bottom lane wave and his turret, TP's in and dies immediately after losing his flash on the play beforehand. So not the greatest start here for the mid laner of the MGN Vikings, as Doinby opens up a pretty massive CS lead as we've seen for parts of this game. And that's the first real team fight win we have gone out from Ninjas in Pajamas as we take a look at this replay. Guri still got the Rift Herald. I think that's probably the most important win there for this team. But it's just the extended nature. Like, look at Shulov. He's already half HP. Shogun is not there, and he loses his flash. I feel like at this point, we just have to leave it. And wait, I didn't even notice this. Guri summoned the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
What?
Yep.
So it got a crash in mid,
great.
but it's like, it's pretty useless afterwards.
Yeah, a couple of little things going wrong there. I mean, I got to say, the TP there right in the front when you have a TP in the back of the Baron pit available to you and your Aurora so you can jump over the wall, that feels a little bit bad. But hey, it is what it is, and now NiP will be very happy about that because they're about 3,000 gold up now, and that's something to build off of for sure with a scaling comp that we talked about so often.
They don't have vision. All of their wards from the side of Ninjas in Pajamas are situated in the top side. Nio has a pretty disgusting flank here. I don't think they're going to be able to find Guri. Maybe it is.
Okay, they got the Guri set up. They do end up finding him in the end, so that'll be a big pick off, and 4,000 gold now, ballooning that lead even more as they're going to take more of the jungle away from the Vikings.
It might only be a kill, and Otacon spawns on the bottom side of the map, but this allows for NiP to get time to move their vision and move a lot of their resources down into the bottom side to set up for this objective. Dragon also spawns in 45, so feels like the winners of this next fight might have a bit of a tougher time walking into this next objective as well. Need to see what the Vikings can do because they started off so strong, but now it's been back-to-back topside plays that have not worked out for them.
And that's a little bit troublesome for sure, as the game plan maybe not going as expected here. But I do expect the objectives to be the ultimate focus from both, especially with Vikings. Only one dragon away from that soul point, the decision-making power that we always love on the Rift. And that's about 10 seconds away. About a minute for the Atacon as well.
Just talk about the difference in experience between our two mid laners here. Like,
It's
Kati
massive.
joined the or the VCS in 2020 summer or in 2020 spring. Wasn't able to promote into the league, but I mean, versus a player like Doinby, we're seeing the map movements of this player generate a pretty decent lead for himself. See that now the Vikings are trying to force their way in through mid, try to make something out of a very early Rift Herald that we saw from him.
Oh, it's going to be a double TP with the Realm Warp. They're going to get the Pop Blossom combo there, and the Flag and Drag comes through in the end to follow through. They do end up getting the flash out of solo kill as well, so Vikings do get the outer turret. They will give over a kill for it. They also get the flash, so I don't know. It's a little bit of tradesies here.
I'm okay with that because they get control of mid lane now. They're also going to get some time for their team members to get some resets in, get back out onto the map. As long as they can fix their side lanes, you look at the Otacon that's going to be up, it has been a big point of contention all year long that we've had this objective. I think now NiP not having the flash is going to potentially be a make or break. I talked about the Dragon being a potential loser for the next fight. This is what I'm talking about now, and NiP really didn't get much off of that play.
Yeah, exactly. Although they will still be in a pretty monumental lead, we also do have 2 items coming up for multiple members on the side of NiP already, which is going to feel really good coming in these next fights. If Atacon wants to be a contested nature, or if they want to try to go for that one, force the hand of the Vikings. But you can definitely feel a little bit more confidence as NiP step back out of the rift.
Trying to look for Sulong. This is going to be an angle for them, so no flash now on the Karma, but no Cataclysm for NiP. They don't have to start this objective up. A lot of teams usually get stuck in the trap of having to start this objective. They're going to try and go for it. They got to push in on mid, but can the rest of the team actually connect with them as you see the Vikings are trying to fish?
Yeah, you can tell it's a little bit hesitant from the Vikings. They don't really know where everybody is walking into this one. Now they realize that the Atacon has started. It's already almost down, though, and he's going to try to get into the pit. Guri cannot, though. He's immediately CC'd, stunned, and that will be the Atacon going in NiP. NiP with a big Pop Blossom on the back end here, trying to get as much work done as he can, but I think we might just see another one of those classic Atacon plays as NiP are losing their health bars here left and right. Here comes the world-ending Kratos, but he's not going to get the kill in the reset there. He's going to lose his wings, and now Vikings, they're in some trouble. The flash play from Nio finally connects, and now Leave is ripping them apart, though. Kratos tries to go in, tries to get some healing down. Guri is on the back line here now, but they're split focused, and NiP were not. They are dialed in on who they need to target, and it's a triple kill for Doinby.
Oh, the Thornbound Otacon explosions might have been what changes the game here for NiP. A very tense fight being played out between our two teams, and just barely, I think, are NiP able to find the victory, and now they can just completely control the map. We didn't get to see the Vikings really dominate in the side lanes. They didn't push them out beforehand, so they lose out on a mid-wave. They then lose out on the fight. We take a look back at this replay, and I feel I kind of maybe would have wanted to see Guri just send the ultimate in, make himself unstoppable, and get into the pit, get into a smite fight versus Nio. And the back half of this kind of looked good for them, right? Like, you have a lot of damage set up. Shogun has the flash, unfortunately is too late to avoid out on the knockup. If that happens, I think that we could potentially be seeing a completely different fight here for the LCP.
And I'm just going to say Kratos' #1 enemy from here on out has got to be Doinby. Multiple of his Q dashes stopped by the Rune Prison in that fight. Just unable to connect on big 3-man Q2s. It's actually incredible. And Doinby now sitting at 6-1. Very, very far ahead on this rise. And I love to see the general of NiP stepping up in this series.
There we go. Need to see a little bit more out from NiP. It is a 7,000 gold lead, so an overwhelming advantage for this team. They don't have eyes on Kratos quite yet. They're also seeing right now that Solo Kill's trying to pressure on this bottom side, stop Kati from getting a TP in, and good control coming on through from NiP as Baron does spawn in a minute and a half, and you have another Dragon in 45. There we go! God
all the way on
NiP's
side now.
Remember,
he fell.
For our Grasshopper, he is never wrong. He's either correct or he's lying. So
yep, he's just got to keep you on your toes. As so far so good for NiP. Although it was a little bit dicey earlier on in the game, they were definitely succumbing to the fight all the time action that was happening. But now they've been much more reserved, and we do see 3 items completed for Leave.
Plus the Navori Flicker Blade, so should have a lot of uptime.
Okay, well, Nio just says, I can go whenever I want now, as they're just going to try to all in, but he gets taken down by Shogun, and now they've overextended themselves. Leave is just trying to go for the ricochet kills and can't get anybody.
Doinby, can Doinby get something done here? He doesn't
weaving
have Phase Rush available.
Serpentine. It's fast.
All right. Solo kills here. This shouldn't be the Dragon going over to the Vikings, but 20 seconds. They need to get a reset in. There is Leave stepping up a little too far. Nio also thought they were able to find that kill onto Shulong. Isn't able to make it happen. That is the good punish there from the side of NiP, but we see that the Vikings do have a way of clapping back.
And I think that just primarily showed off the power of Sulong on the Karma, because you can shield and heal so much out of that, especially he burned the Summoner Spell heal. But that's exactly what they want to do with that Karma, is like take a lot of the brunt so that the rest of the damage is fine. And it was really nicely executed from the Vikings, even though they are so far down. We do have those objectives coming up, Alk, and we'll see if NiP can get a second dragon in a row for themselves.
Need to see the solo lanes of Vikings connect to the game. I haven't really felt Kati's presence so far, and I talked about that Aatrox could be pretty threatening, but I mean, just look at the advantages being generated by Solo Kill and Doinby. They're really trying to stand head and shoulders above their counterparts in this game, and Kratos, outside of that first fight that we really saw him pop off, hasn't done much. So this is going to be a second dragon going over to the Ninjas.
Yeah, almost 60 CS there, 50 hovering around for Doinby, and about 40 there for Solo Kill as well. It's going to be something to think about as we move forward, because that lead is not going to be any easier to come back from the Vikings, although it is down to about 6,000 now. Still pretty hefty for a scaling comp that we've talked so much about for NiP. So the Vikings going to set up. The Dragon had already gone over. The Baron is now the play. Nio, a little bit overextended, doesn't have the rest of his team around him. Luckily, he can play a little bit finicky as they're going to send the Niket. No! Niket missed the Realm Warp. Oh, my God.
This is twice now. This is the second time we've tried to see them make this combo. The first time Niket was late on it, and so he did it when he came out of it. This time, Niket, he probably just right-clicked his way outside of it. The way that it is coded is if you put an input command outside of the Realm Warp and you are still in it, you will not go in. It's an anti-griefing piece of tech, so you don't have Rise players try to grief your team. But Niket, brother, we can't be doing that. I mean, he's almost level 11. He'll have a second point in his Pop Blossom soon enough, and it is a pretty short cooldown here. There's nothing really to play for from the side of NiP, so for the time being, we're all just going to forget that happened for right now.
Vikings aren't going to forget, though. They are like elephants. I don't know how Vikings and elephants are correlated, but maybe we find that out later, as we'll see exactly NiP moving to this mid lane push, but they realize something could be amiss. They have not seen Guri in a while, and that is the key engage for the Vikings.
Good vision toggle from our observers. Nio's going to now spot him coming over this wall.
Too
Let's
late.
go over to Guri. So we'll have his respawned Raptors as a nice little bit of a treat. Maybe Guri could finish a third item before this dragon spawns. But I just look at the items on NiP side. Like
it's
3 items
terrifying.
we noted for Leave, 3 item here for Doinby. And Niket has the Pop Blossom again. Doesn't end up making a play with the minions there, but we're going to see NiP continue their stranglehold on this game and try to move their vision around the map.
You can tell they know how much power they have because they're just kind of flexing it around. Nio going to be the target here. They're going to try to burn him down. They get him! The big 3-man Pop Blossom, though, Doinby coming over the side, untouched, unkillable, and Solo Kill gets his own kill now. The Realm Warp's going to come in, sending Doinby to the back line, but it doesn't matter because they have pincer maneuvered too long, and Kratos finds himself completely detached from his team. NiP find another big fight, just utilizing this advantage they have, but they don't have Nio, so they can't get much on the terms of objectives.
Are they going to start up this Baron? I mean, they know that Guri and Shogun are dead. Looks like they're just going to try and take control of this area, clear out any vision. They have a top side pushing. Maybe they can get an item or a component finished here for the Ninjas. Very aggressive look there. And Nio, you only have HP, brother. You have upgraded Merc Tread boots, but that's only useful versus the Aurora. Everybody else is either doing true damage if you are this Corki, or just straight up armor, or attack damage, I should mention. So he is rather squishy in this fight. As we take a look at Nio, I don't really see the vision here. Again, none of your damage dealers are in the area. You have to have Doinby flash for this play. It ends up being that Solo Kill can follow afterwards, but this could have been
a couple times.
Yeah, this could have been a lot worse here from NiP if this game was a bit more even from our two teams.
Yeah, 100%. I will just say, that's like the third time that Nio has kind of gone for those extensive plays and been a little bit punished. But that time he actually does come away with a death from it. As we do see the Vikings resetting back out onto the map. We have about 1:15 seconds for that next dragon. It would be soul point for either side, although we have seen NiP completely control the last 2 in a row. Still about 7,000 gold in the lead for them as well.
This is the tough part. We haven't seen the Vikings really play on their side lanes all that much. We're gonna keep talking about it because mid lane's kind of a wash because of this Sivir, but if we're never gonna push these out, mostly because we also have top lane that this top tier one isn't doing very well, it's pretty tough for the Vikings to move their vision line forward. They're losing more ground on the Summoner's Rift, and with all these jungle camps going the wayside, there's a huge experience differential being opened up here for NiP, who also have a lot of petals thanks to the Otacon.
Yeah, that's another big underlying factor to all of this as well. Not only those gigantic CS differentials in the one-on-one matchups, especially in those solo lanes, but a lot of the permanent objective control that NiP have gained over these last couple fights as well. And just saying, 4th item for Leave, so that's going to be feeling really good. I think we've hit the Sivir breakpoint, but obviously he's going to feel even better once he gets all the way through. Guri going to look for a bit of a flank play here.
Can he go for anything, though? We see that Nio on the map.
Spotted.
Going to his wolves. Leave is just going to solo this dragon. I love this from NiP. Try to split the map on your opponents. Just take this objective. I don't think that the Vikings can ever really play. There's still a top wave they haven't answered. Still a bottom wave. The map is in disrepair here for MGN Vikings, and they can't even get a team fight to start. So, like, what are we doing? They're just running around.
Yeah.
They're getting cardio done.
I feel like we're really seeing, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but we're really seeing the power of J4. Right, like it is just a constant threat, and even if you're throwing your body on the line here, that we've seen Nio do a couple times, like the impact you have outside of that is just so incredibly ridiculous. So I love to see it, and at least we know that this kind of composition fits to a T for NiP right now.
I think in general I would agree with you. This is probably the worst game for a Jarvan if you think about how much mobility all of these champions have.
Exactly.
But I think the general prescription is fine here. Doinby is looking off into the wings, just stole a Wolves camp away from Guri, goes right back to the bottom side, and remember, he can always join, he can just use his Realm Warp, also has his teleport available to him, so the Vikings are always going to kind of play second fiddle. It feels like they're doing a lot of reacting to their opponents and not a lot of proactive gameplay setup here.
Definitely feels that way, as we're going to see them try to be a little proactive into their own jungle. They're going to spot out the Baron not being started. They will lose vision quickly. All right, Realm Warp coming in. Using it for vision, trying to take out Sulong, but he will use the heal to get the extra speed away from the Cataclysm. They're going to go right under the turret, though. Kratos immediately flashes, realizing he was in a very troublesome situation as the Tier 2 tower goes down.
Are they going to go for mid-tier 2 as well? I mean, they've got Sivir bouncing waves in between. It looks like they're going to maybe start this one up. Nio's looking.
Nio's alive this time, so they should be fine.
All right, okay. We're getting a teleport in here from Kati.
Oh, they just absolutely baited the Vikings as another Pop Blossom goes wide from Niket. That feels a little bit bad, but Shogun unfortunately got caught out and gets flashed on by Nio. There goes the Between Worlds from Kati. It's solo kill over the top. Goes with the slice and dice and is absolutely slicing through the Vikings. There will be no Ragnarok, at least today. And that should just be NiP closing out game number 1.
Yeah, they got a mid wave and they've got a top wave if they really need it. NiP just looks so dominant after the 10-minute mark. It felt like the Vikings just couldn't get control of these solo lanes. Solo kill and Doinby being such huge pieces for the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, the solo lanes showing out. And some rough situations for Nio and Niket for sure, but that is why when we came into this series, especially the Doinby point, we needed him to kind of bolster the lines, and he was able to do so on the rise.
All right, this does mean that the LPL will not be winless versus the LCP tonight.
True.
So, NiP...
You're holding on.
This is why I was a bigger fan of NiP than JDG all year long.
Thank you. Thank you, Grasshopper. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Well, no, that Grasshopper was originally Vikings, remember?
No. Revisionist history here. He was always on NiP's side.
No, I think it's even better that he picked Vikings and then changed his mind halfway through the game. He knew
realized
what the assignment was. God would never do us wrong. Just wanted to give hope over to the LCP. Maybe it was feeling a little bit of that momentum from
Yeah,
the series
it's like
prior.
I'm buying in. I'm a Series 1 Andy. It's the new thing. Leave doing a lot of damage, but I do not think this game was about Leave. It was absolutely about the top trio there, specifically the solo laners. I got to give a little shout out to Nio, though. He had a lot of impact, even if some of it wasn't that great. But you do see the power of the Jarvan nonetheless, even in a tough matchup.
I think Nio and Leave had a lot of impact in this game. Positive or negative, you can leave that in the Twitch chat. But
yeah,
for Doinb and solo kill, like part of the reason I think that we saw this MGN Viking esports team lose last night versus Nongshim was kind of the solo lanes. Like Kingen was bodying Kratos all series long, and Calyx individually, especially in that LeBlanc game, there weren't very many angles as LeBlanc versus Malzahar, but eventually kind of took matters into his own hands. And another point that we saw throughout that series was side laning. So playing the map is not their strong suit.
Yeah, and some of the execution not their strong suit either. I think on both sides of the ball this time around. Yeah. But hey, we're giving them the benefit of the doubt as we have all tournament long here. Still, I go back to your point of saying that for a comp that wanted to be proactive, that wanted to find things to do, it was very reactive, like the entire game long from the Vikings.
I just think Kati was an invisible player on this game. Like, we did not see this Aurora do all that much. It is a little bit tough considering how much HP the opponents have, and did end up going like the Rift or the Leandries and like Riftmaker build. So you're kind of scaling, but that means that Aurora doesn't have a ton of AP, so you kind of take out a little bit of the bite as part of that bark. And also Kratos, you are a team with Vi, Aatrox, and a Karma. Like, I think this trio should be very dominant in mid-game fights, and I think we got to see glimpses of it. But unfortunately, they were either too far behind, or they just didn't position well in fights to give them the angle. And that makes it impossible for this Vikings team to really get the ball rolling.
And I think Doinb will now be Kratos' Zeus, because, again, so many times in that match, in that game, where Doinb was just locking him down at like the most annoying times when he's trying to get combos off, which is absolutely incredible. And you get to see solo kill running rampant through the back line here. And this was not one, but multiple iterations of this kind of fight. This was the one where, things went a little bit awry for NiP. They still burned a lot of summoners there, but it was a microcosm of what they continuously try to do, and this was the end of the game.
I'm trying to look. I think Aragon had a really funny tweet about, like, he was really excited that there's a player like Kratos playing, but we had Hades, who was a player that played in Europe. We used to have Athena, but they obviously retired.
Congratulations, Doinb.
There we go.
For a guy with multiple trilogy AAA video games, I thought he would have more of a spotlight on him. I'm not gonna lie.
Unfortunately, no.
Did you know he has a kid?
I know Doinb does. He might have a second one considering how he was sunning Kati.
Well, that's going to be it for our game number 1 of our second series. Doinb gets the MVP for that one. We'll see if the Vikings can put up a little bit more of a fight and get their longboats in order here, or if NiP will take a 2-0. We'll see on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alec. We've got Rare Adam behind the scenes on the prod, and we're getting back into the game. And Style will be subbing in for Shogun, so trying to get a little bit more proactivity out of the bot lane.
Hey, they did the same thing in their prior series, probably just splitting time between their two AD carries. Yeah, I don't think we see too much difference between the two of them. Obviously, AD carry as a role is fairly limited from what we have seen in general.
That's one way to put it, Alec. That's one way to
Yeah, it's fairly limited, especially for what we see from AD carries throughout the year. But
definitely no bias.
I mean, it's just true. Like, no, there are very few mage players that are willing to play stuff.
Please, Riot Games, save the ADC role, please.
We didn't even save the AD carry role. It's fine. You guys are just complaining.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. You're not one of us. I'm sorry. Anyways, I do wonder, though, in the grand scheme of things, yes, they've done this before. What do you feel like this changes on the Rift here? Because I don't think there was that much wrong with Shogun in terms of the way he approached the laning itself against Leave and Niket. Do we see maybe them opt more into 2v2? Take a back step to that?
I didn't see anything that was fairly different. Now, it is like, if you look at the two games side by side, their game 2 versus Nongshim looked fairly more competitive, but they also, I think, just had a better draft. So I think it is just mostly a personnel difference. Maybe Style adds something to the team on the back end that we don't see, not necessarily in gameplay. So hopefully we get to see that come through, because as much as I would love to see my boy Leave get a 2-0 here tonight, I think for the LCP fans, I think I wouldn't be too upset to see that their teams
get out of here. Get out of here.
Hey!
I don't want to hear that crap. They already won tonight.
Their region gets screwed like almost every year.
They already got one. They already got. Give us one, please.
No.
I just want our teams to win, man. I just want them to win. I'm sorry. I'm biased. Whatever. All right, let's see. NiP are going to be back on the blue side. So that must mean that the Vikings chose that red side. Want a counter pick of some sort. We'll see similar bans from the first game.
Yep. Are they going to go for a Caitlyn? This was the third ban last time. Everything else is the same. Are we going to get a Caitlyn on 3? And if that's the case, what else are we going to get from our two kind of solo lanes here? And a Kali ban, I think, is pretty interesting. So what are we going to get from NiP? Is it going to be them looking for a mid or jungle? No, it's going to be the Ambessa here for solo kill. I mean, there's no Renekton anymore, so definitely makes sense.
I came into this when we were talking about the top laners and said, I can't wait for our Ambessa Kazante merchants to show up. And we do get our first one. It is going to be solo kill Pyda leading that one, as both guys truly have picked this choice a lot throughout the year.
All right, so Sion, not all that bad. It's a little bit tough in the laning phase, but is always going to be something that kind of shows up in team fights. We'll see what Kratos can do. For the Vikings, I do want to see that if we're going to go for this means we're going to need more damage in some of the other lanes. It is going to be the Yunara. It was already starting to question last time, because Yunara, we saw it in their drafts yesterday, wasn't all that good. I need to see a little bit more. They don't have the Vi this time.
And into the Ambessa, it's always really hard, because in those later fights, like, you have a little bit of mobility, but that Ambessa is going to be running at you, so you got to be really careful on how you approach it. We'll see what they want to tie that Yunara pick in with in terms of what the support's going to be looking like for them. The Kaisa is also something that was banned away last game. Will be picked up this time around with Niket's Alistar. So a very tried and true combo for the two in the bot lane of NiP.
Well, there we go. He can't miss the Nico Pop Blossoms now this time. It's very difficult to miss the Alistar headbutt for this guy. But this is what I more want to see. Like, more go buttons, more engage. This allows for Leave and solo kill to dive into the backline. So kind of talking about focus there and priority. I'm seeing this from the Vikings. We're getting a Poppy, most likely here for Guri, but we could see it here for Sulong. And has a good matchup spread for the bottom lane. So I like the flex that we're getting from them. And already seems like we're getting the kind of front-to-back team comp here that the Vikings want.
You got an ear-to-ear smile right now from Leave. I'm wondering, is Dude be thinking about a little bit of something fun You know, personally, I always want to go back to the Nautilus mid days, but we aren't going to be there anytime soon. We do get the mid lane focuses, though, in the second phase at least. It is going to be the Sylas band away towards the Vikings, as well as the Taliyah band towards Doinby.
Kind of telling that they want to take away these champions. I mean, rightfully so. There's a Alistar in the game. Always going to be very worried about that. Kind of opens up for more Ahri. Opens up for a little bit more Victor. Always kind of on the table. We've seen Annie completely drop off the face of the earth in a lot of these games.
Thankfully, because the LPL can't play it. You know?
Man.
Sedge. Hey, we live here. We're allowed to talk like that, okay? We're in the house. We get to sit down for that. Anyways,
I want to see what our Annie win rate is. Continue.
Okay, the Viego band is going to be there, so they're trying to whittle down Nio from getting some of those reset power picks there. The Hui is going to be the other band for NiP, so they're still focusing on that mid lane. And we'll see what the counter pick, what honestly Vikings probably chose red side for, is going to be looking like for them.
Let's see. Let's honestly just pick your mid laner here. It's fine.
Counter pick jungle.
We've seen that Kati was...
Oh. So Poppy going to the bot lane with the Yunara, Zyra jungle.
All right. Has been one of the more play champions we've gotten out from Guri this year over in the LCP. So what is going to be the response here from Nio? We've seen a couple of different kind of champions. Udyr was like the old school variant versus the Zyra. I do think that Karthus is kind of funny because if we're talking about dive here for NiP, the Ambessa goes in, maybe gets a target low, Kai'Sa can do the same. Or you can even have the Karthus set up for those champions. So I think
Nautilus
the theory
mid.
behind it is
Nautilus
very good.
mid. Oh, dang it. Okay, no. It's not going to be it. All right, well, we'll probably end up getting a little bit of AD mid since we are going to have a lot of AP potential coming from the jungle. But I do love that NiP are playing with their food a little bit, playing with the pick potential. It's the
not again.
It's the Karthus mid, Pantheon mid, whichever one. It's probably the Pantheon mid that we saw absolutely destroy like the first 10 minutes of the game from Doinby and then fell off a literal cliff. That game was brutal.
We have a Scion in mid.
Okay.
All right.
Could be Yorick into the Ambessa.
I won't lie here, Lennon.
Yes.
Another game where I see this and I'm like, where is the backup for my marksman? Who is stopping this team? I mean, they have a Zyra, so the theory behind this composition here for the Vikings, Poppy can be a big frontliner. Sion's also going to be a big frontliner to stop them. Even more counter-engage, I think, from this team with the Zyra plants and her ultimate, plus having the Yorick as kind of a sixth man with the Maiden. The problem that I do see here is that Poppy can only really stop like 1 or 2 engagements, and because she's in support, she's going to be even weaker than I normally tend to see her. So I don't like this for them, and I don't think they have very many ways of stopping a Karthus from just power farming throughout this game.
I do still like some of their scaling options. I feel, and maybe I'm completely wrong, but I do feel like NiP need to be ahead of the curve here. Like you have the Karthus scaling. When you look at the other pieces, like especially the Pantheon, yes, we've talked in the past about some of the Pantheon scaling in the later part of the game, but a lot of times you just become a stun bot. And so trying to figure out where that middle ground is for NiP, I think, is extremely important.
Yeah, but they don't have to play a front-to-back team fight. That's the best part about this draft now is you have the Pantheon on who can slide right in, can even join the Kai'Sa and the Ambessa, and it leaves for the Karthus, who unironically, a lot of times a lot of Karthus players are just going to kind of try to stay back, try not to do too much. This is actually not a bad game to kind of run in as Nio and get right into the mix of things. Get the Karthus passive down, take away all of the plants. Karthus lay waste his Q, the double damage if you hit a single target, one-shot Zyra plants. So it'll be very difficult, I think, for NiP to... I won't say it's not going to be impossible for them to mess it up, because we've seen it before.
Yeah, we have.
But it's a very, very unique draft.
If there's one thing that Nio is going to stay consistent on is playing with his body tonight. He's throwing his body in there with J4. He's going to be doing that again with the Karthus. In a microcosm, though, in a little bit of a vacuum, how does this Karthus-Zyra matchup feel?
This is Karthus favored. I would love to play Karthus
Yeah?
in this game.
Okay.
Again, Karthus Q, if it's only on the single target, it does double damage, and it one-shots the Zyra plants. So, not much you can
feel like
play for at that
The
point.
team fight impact is going to be much different, though. I feel like in a lot of ways between
I
the two.
mean, sure, he doesn't one-shot Kratos or Kati, but remember, look at his team, right? Like,
Yeah.
he can ult first, he can also ult last, and still be in the fight. He has Dark Harvest, so it looks like he is going to be the one that's going to be, because there's kind of a concept of, like, setters and then finishers, so Doinbeak, solo killed Niket are going to be the people that set up the play, that put their opponents on the back foot, and then Leave and Nio are going to be the finishers. They're going to be the ones that knock over the dominoes and get themselves a team fight win.
Yeah. And I think on the other side, I don't know how you feel about it, but like in some ways, I think it's okay if some scaling comes online for Vikings and maybe buying a little bit more time there. But I think the early game is still going to be a little bit wacky and a little bit wonderful, like we've seen already in that game number 1. Because game 2 is kicking off rotating. I don't know why that's there, but I love to see it. Rotating banner, rotating banner. And we get into game number 2. It is NiP versus the Vikings.
Whoever over on LPL that made this, I don't think this is a TR client, but usually you're supposed to set that as the whoever is making the lobby.
Okay, well, I gotta say Lethal Tempo is stacked up for style, and is gonna get a decent amount of damage on Niket. I think there's gonna be enough time for a reset if they want to go ahead and take it though. And we'll see Styles' impact in this one. I know he's already impacted my eyes because the style of his hair is pretty legit. I say I would love to know who his barber is.
Or his hairstylist, you know. That's usually the person. Because if I'm going to the barber every single day for a game day to help me out, that's going to be a little tough. But I think it's interesting what the Vikings have gotten done here. I mean, the Yorick into the Ambessa is a pretty decent matchup. It's better than the Scion, for sure, in the laning phase. And this is actually a really good way for Kati to neutralize this Scion, or this Pantheon. So I like the ideas that are going forward. It's just whether or not we can actually see these two junglers power clear. And right now, Nio's already only 2 camps. Guri's pretty far ahead, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Guri had 4 plants stacked on the red buff as well, so it's instantly
He's already crossing
go
over.
Down.
It's gone.
I do wonder if he stopped off for that final chicken there, because if he didn't get the reset, it's going to be a little bit tough. Domi goes for the preemptive flash onto Kati, gets the CC chain. The shield is not going to call down. Domi won't get the first blood, did end up burning the flash. Both will have TP to get back.
That's fine. Pantheon gets to stay push this next wave. Kati's going to miss at least half of this once it goes underneath the turret. And we talked about farming junglers. Right now, it is an advantage going over to the MGN Vikings. Guri with the electrocute Zyra. Already almost done with all 6 of his camps. It's doing the blue buff at the same time. He's going to show up bottom lane, and they can maybe even go for an invade with Shulong.
All right, I kind of like this momentum the Vikings are trying to play with over here. Nio does have the Dark Harvey, so he'll be looking for Harvey Dent somewhere. I don't know if he's a big fan of Batman, but I do love to see that here in the Summoner's Rift setup as Guri's going to find Nio. They're going to just back off of this one. Have a bit of a man advantage on bonside, but they might go ahead and go for this mid lane play. Under full vision, though, Nio will end up coming out of the river here. Kati should just be fine. He's hovering back over to Guri, and that Scuttle Crab will just be the trade, and Nio will go to his top side.
Yeah, Nio should have just ignored this. It doesn't matter. All you're doing is just leeching experience from your mid laner. So unless that the 2 or so minions that Nio was there for end up being a big difference maker, I think kind of just wasted time here. He's going to show on top side.
Dude, the dead man just walking across the map and just seeing everybody here as he's going to pop the wall. Kratos in a little bit of trouble. Going to get some healing back, but I don't think it's going to be nearly enough, and he has no minions to help him out. It's going to be the first blood to Nio and NiP.
All right, good start here. So he's going to help push out this wave. He's going to reset. He has camps respawning on top side, the most important. And while all this is happening, Guri is getting access to those respawn camps at the same time. So the gold going to give him a small lead in terms of that, but I think Guri is still not too unimpressed in this game. He's going to be pretty fine for what the game has in store.
Yeah, a couple little things that deny on the bot side stop was really good. Leave will just get that reset back out to the bot side. Now, it is also important to note that in that situation, I gotta say, Kratos had vision on Nio coming up the waters there. So not able to play there, but still will have his flash at least. So there's something to hold on to for him. But when we get back out into this, it's going to be a lot different from game number 1. These are two junglers that, if you let them, will be perfectly fine not seeing a single lane for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, sure. I mean, right now we're going to have level 6s coming up soon. It's going to not be on this wave, but probably the next one for our solo lanes and our jungles. That becomes the real point where we get a little bit more fun. Think about the globals in this game.
True.
Arthas Ultimate, Pantheon. I guess we can count Scion Ultimate, although it's a little more tricky.
NiP are going back to the days when they were facing off against AL. As Solo Kill in some trouble, so will the other solo laner in Duenby as he goes down to the trade kill there. 1-1 now to the Vikings, and both junglers on the board.
All right. Nio can't do anything bottom lane. There's no real dive potential for this lane. I thought maybe Guri was going to be looking for a dragon start with the fact that he has priority in mid lane, but is instead going to take his reset. Now, he doesn't have very many camps. He already cleared his Krugs and his Raptors. Doesn't have any bot side camps either. It looks like he's going to try and contest on top lane, but Kati still needs to reset. And I don't think Kratos can really help here, but I guess he just gets it.
Yeah, I guess so. Again, it's the AL representation that's really messing with NiP's heads. Public Execution comes out, and here comes the Grand Starfall 2. As that wall will be beautifully timed by Kratos. They're going to try to stop Nio from getting any angles here, and he won't even be able to slow them down in the end. The Maiden will go down to Duenby.
And we got the Scuttle. So big win all around. NiP are very happy. We got two wins. Nio's up an entire camp. I think we could just turn off the game now, guys. It's basically a free win from here on out.
If only it was that easy, my dear Alk. Because the Vikings, they want their own play. They're going to go for an invade onto Nio.
Oh!
And he doesn't get it in the end. Guri gets the smite, steal away, and then Nio will just sacrifice his life for a little bit of damage. Duenby's going to try to follow through. Going to go for the stun CC on the Kati. Really needs to get Guri down, though. Guri is the damage dealer here, but the Stranglethorns have come out. And now Guri's just going to expertly sidestep while Kati gets the kill.
How much more? I mean, can Solo Kill find this ultimate? Oh, here we go. There it is.
Requiem. It's not enough damage just yet. It is not even nearly enough. And Guri's going to flash away from the wolves and still pick up the camp. Meanwhile, Niket is just rushing over here, but he's going to die. The plants are coming down onto him now. He's getting CC'd to hell. Doesn't have the headbutt pulve combo either. Finally, Nio is here. Puts up the wall to slow them down. TP going to come out from Sulong. And an angry kitty cat emote comes through from Guri.
Right after I say that this game is wrapped up, we can just FF after this, guys. Now, Guri, he gets the blue buff, he gets the Gromp, and he gets 2 kills, or at least the assists for them as well. Duenby has to be a little bit careful. Should be fine thanks to having the Aegis Assault, but that is a huge win coming in for the MGN Vikings. Great invade as well. They use the priority coming in through mid. Nio fortunately misses out the smite and is unable to do very much. The Scion has way too much HP, and Nio just misses out on too much, and this is an overextended play. The amount of just crowd control coming in from this Zyra is so deadly.
It really is. And a little side point, gotta say, Nio, maybe work on the Qs a little bit. We'll see those max distance hits from the decimating smash, and we look back on the map, and there's a back coming through from Nio. Trying to get that reset going up. But more importantly, the dragon is up, and all 3 grubs had gone over to NiP.
All right. So they do end up getting that. The objective is not all that bad. They are going to have Kati sit in top side while Leave and Niket farm out on this top wave. Sulong trying to just invade onto Nio. Zyra is eating these camps alive right now. All of this vision in favor of MGN Vikings and our LCP representatives.
All right, the engage on Kati here is going to bear a little bit of fruit. Unfortunately, he's just ridiculously tanky already, and I'm not seeing the answer. I'm not seeing Karthus be good into Zyra right now, and it is going to look even worse, too, as Twinbee comes in a little bit late. Does end up having a little bit of the denial of the turret, but a couple plates had already gone over to the Vikings.
Well, a part of this is also with two really hard farming AP junglers. It's about who can be more efficient, who can find camps, and also what they can do with priority. And I think we've just seen that MGN Vikings are just a lot better at being able to move around the map in this game number 2. They used the Scion to invade on top side, then they made that play, and also were able to get so many camps on the bottom side. And look at Guri's pathing now. He has all of these jungle camps up and available after the dragon.
And one thing I'll give Doinbee is he doesn't know when to stop. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. Requiem coming out, but nearly not enough damage again. And Doinbee was willing to go down 0-3 there as Leave sidestepping onto Kati, but needs to go in for the kill. Gets the last proc on the plasma, and it will be a kill going to Sulong.
I just don't think it's worth it, though. Like, Leave loses his ultimate. He's also going to lose at least part of this wave. Same thing will happen over to Kati, but at least with the Scion zombie form, you can kind of cheat a little bit of the wave. It's not looking good here for NiP.
It's not looking good, Alk.
If you are an LCP fan, your flags are waving high because this is a good early game start. Your Zyra's 1,000 gold up and has already completed the Leandri's Torment. So it's only going to get worse from here if you are this champion. This champion's going to get faster and faster at clearing, and they also got the first dragon of the game.
And every single champion on NiP side hates dealing with the Zyra in these fights. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of champions that like dealing with it in the fights, but you're not going to be able to get damage down 90% of the time once those Stranglethorns come out. You don't have very much range, and if you're all in, right, you're just all under that CC chaining. And it's been a really good read from Guri so far. I really like what the Vikings had done in the draft to set themselves up with this one. It looked a little bit wonky, but now that the comp is coming together and now that they realize that NiP were also trying to scale in some fashions, like, they just have the frontline wall here.
Yep, for sure. And it's going to get tough. Like, you don't have very many ways of being able to break the backline. We talked about this composition from NiP basically being trade backline, get right in there, try to make a dive happen. We're seeing that Styles trying to take the 1v1 versus Leave.
Style it on Leave, not even close. Take a drink of that tea or something, Leave. You need to cool down as he gets solo boloed.
He doesn't have ultimate. I just don't understand why we're making that play. Style loses his barrier.
Didn't do anything.
Yeah, now Guri gets to move in on bottom side. This is going to be the first turret going over to the Vikings. They get feats of strength, feats of warfare, feats of tower taking. This is a huge win for them. This might just be, I don't want to call it too early, but very confidently looking like game.
To quote one of the greats, "What the helly?" There you go. That's the quote. Shout out Cable.
Come on, man.
Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I'll still be questioning that one for a little
That's
while.
That's not even him that made that.
I know it wasn't, but yeah, hey, that's the meme. That's the funny part. Keeper verdict did come through. They do end up getting the kill on the Kati, so he was tanky, but not tanky enough. Leave is on the wrong side of the plate. He's getting ran down by Guri now. He's going to try to fight back in. He is going to flash. Is going to barrier finally. Tries to get the outplay on a Guri, but Guri will just take him down for a third kill in the game.
Oh, no.
Dude, what is Leave doing?
Leave was trying to play up on that mid-wave, thought that if he used the ultimate, it would be able to give him a better way of getting out from Guri, but unfortunately still ends up falling. And while it is a trade, Kati dying on the top side, you can see that right now, NiP are struggling in this game. Even top lane, like I'm looking at solo kill right now, he hasn't even finished his first item yet in this game, 13.5 minutes in, and it's going to be a while for these damage dealers to really get into spots, so MGN Vikings are saying, cool, you're not winning the early game, we want to be able to scale, let's get 2 and 3 items, let's get our fed Zyra, and we'll be more than happy to walk into objective fights where you have to play into a fed Zyra.
All right, NiP, this is their next stance. They have made a play on the top side. They brought Nio up here. He is going to stop his back for a second and then finish it in the end. So there won't be anything else that comes up this way. But there is the Rift Herald in about a minute, and the Dragon in about a minute as well. So a little bit of split focuses could be coming through here. Do Vikings want to give over another topside objective fully just to get that Dragon stacking going? As you see, oh my god, 1,000 golden plates to absolutely 0 from NiP.
It's tough. They didn't really get the ability to push. Obviously, mid lane was kind of a wash. Top lane has been kind of even for the most part. So it may be slightly favored towards Kratos. As you can see, he's opening up a lead for themselves. The LCP, a lot of people have criticized this region in years past for not being able to perform in internationals. And while this is a much lower stakes tournament, I think it's pretty impressive that we still get to see middle of the pack teams being able to play against each other. And it's this cross-regional stuff that I think is really enjoyable for fans at home. And I'm sure the LCP fans are having a lot of fun now with just the state of affairs just tonight alone.
And I'll just say, like, for a lot of these experienced players, oh my God, leave, walk away, bro, walk away. He can't do it. Okay. Style doesn't get the kill in the end. Doinby gonna find an engage on a Guri, trying to get that shutdown. He's got a lot of gold in his pocket, and Doinby tries to go for the flash play. Oh my God. What is up with the flash plays today from NiP as Keeper's Verdict comes through from Sulong? That will be the trade for the turret, though, in favor of Viking Esports in the top side.
Kratos is very fed this game. This York could be very problematic. We always talk about when there is a champion that is an immobile kind of carry, the Dark Procession can make it very easy for the Vikings. Poppy also will just get a ton of value in general with these Keeper's Verdict. And this is just getting worse here now because Gem Vikings are going to get Dragon. They win out on the play in mid. I don't think they'll have time to go for Herald at the same time, but we're seeing that NiP just don't have enough damage at this point in the game.
No, they really don't. And I get to go back to my point that I was making before the fighting kicked off is for a lot of these no names, it's more games, maybe not as relatable there. But for a lot of the players in those middling teams, right, the teams that didn't make it to Worlds, there's a lot of developing players, a lot of players that are in their journeyman years that any kind of international experience is so important, even if it's remote, but just being able to flex your muscles, being able to test yourself against other regions and how they play the game, how they think about the game, I think is also important. As a lot of lockdown onto the Ket and unbreakable will or not, you will falter in the face of the Vikings as Doinby is also getting low, and this game is looking tough for NiP.
Oh, this game is looking cooked at this point. There is very few
I just don't know
ways
what
that
you do
I
into
see that
Zyra
NiP.
here. Like, there's nothing, right?
Yeah. Zyra is absolutely eating this jungle alive right now. You can see that Long might be looking for a play with the Hex Flash. Also has heals, so it's a little bit more durable.
Gets caught by Doinby. Public Execution comes out from solo kill. So this is just a multi-pronged attack from NiP, and I don't know if it's going to pay off. Styles sidesteps and Styles on him. Requiem coming down. Will it finally have enough damage? It does. He does have the Blackfire Torch, so some burning definitely helped there to get Style down. But unfortunately, in the end, it will just be a little bit of give me up from NiP.
Okay, I also think that Leave's summoner spells are bugged, because he definitely used the barrier. Because he used the barrier in the second fight versus Style where he almost died but was able to walk back. So that
they
is just,
were
there
working,
we go.
I think,
and
when
you
the
can see it here, his flash isn't even up.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is a bit of an observer bug, unfortunately, spectator error, but this is such a good fight here for the Vikings. It still is, yes, an even trade at the very end because they have the Kai'Sa ultimate and they eventually get Style, but you can just see it is not enough at this point. NiP are too far down. They don't have ways of, I think, properly scaling back into this game. It is basically all Nio trying to find farm. But the problem is when you start losing games, you also lose access to camps. You lose access to a lot of gold and experience that the enemy teams will. So basically at this point, if you're an LPL fan, you are hoping that either A, Nio has such an insane Karthus ultimate that he basically either gets a pentakill or wins the game for the team, or that Leave, who has made plenty of errors in this tournament alone, in just 2 series, that this Kai'Sa can kind of have a 1v9. Because outside of that, it is not looking good for the rest of this team.
And I will say it's been pretty impressive that Nio has been able to keep on par with the farming of Guri, though, throughout this. He will also have the Rift Herald play to go for him if they want to finally take down one of these turrets, as they have lost all of their defensive structures and not a single one has fallen from the Vikings. But that open gold, that extra standing gold on the map will be very nice, as they're just going to buy their time. They're really opting into this. Hey, we're just going to hold out and try to get as many items as we possibly can before we are forced into game-deciding fights.
Yeah, I mean, almost 6,000 gold. You have a 2-dragon lead as well. Doinby's trying to find Guri.
Oh my goodness. Doonby trying to get another kill onto him, but he just gets locked down. Curry just goes golden with the Seeker's arm guard, and Doonby is out of gas, does not have anything left, as that is a one rotation champion for you. And the overzealous play from NiP. Yeah.
Like, it spawns in 15 seconds. It looks like they're going to try and get some resets going on through. There's no ultimates for some of these players.
I'll leave.
Leave, what are we doing? Okay, maybe.
Okay.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
He's getting ran down by a top laner, and that's the ADC experience. Nio just coming through as a passenger, walking by while his ADC dies, and there's been some very big question marks levied to NiP this game. I don't know what the hell is happening, but this team is all over the place.
This is also problematic because I look at the standings, and if how we interpret the tiebreakers is going to be true, some giving up a game versus the MGM Vikings could be very problematic if NiP want to make it into the knockout stage.
They thought that Kati was the Atakan. That's what happened here. They're going to try to take the fight back on Sulong, but he's going to get out with his flash, and now Doonby again, without anything left in his rotation, is just down. Requiem gets canceled by Kati. Oh my God, it goes from bad to worse here for NiP. It's 10,000 gold down. GG.
So game three here for our representatives. Wonderful to see Shogun back in the lineup for LCP here going into game number 3.
You can't sub him in, right? You won. Style gets to stay.
Nah. Because technically Style also lost last night too. So
He did.
Tough look.
Man, I'm perplexed by NiP here. Like, first of all, I hate their comp. Not like I don't like the comp very much, but the execution, man, it's been wild.
It's been pretty bad. I mean, Niket hasn't been able to find too much engage. Doinby has been completely neutered on this Pantheon champion. His AD pool has not been the greatest. Tried to play a Yone game earlier this year, wasn't amazing.
Yeah, that was brutal.
The Pantheon games that we have seen from him haven't been all that impressive. So, if I remember correctly, one of those Pantheon games was the super long pause, tech pause that we had, where basically Doinby just fed his mind off. He was, I think, 0-4 by like 8 minutes.
Yep.
So that was pretty tough.
I remember. It's I will say though, this is the second time I've gotten a cast the Doonby Pantheon mid combo that NiP like to go for. And so, I don't know if I want to see a third time. He goes for like some crazy angles.
You will not see it third time.
Well, hey, that's a blessing. But I also got to give huge props to Guri specifically from the side of Vikings. I think his management of the early clear into the impact that he had was so monumental into setting the Vikings up, because if they don't have that advantage from the jungle, if they don't have a little bit of that pressure being put on the map, I feel like it's a little bit harder to see this team sync up. But once they had that lead, I mean, they put all 5 bodies together. It's so hard to crack it open.
It's also just the flexibility, I think, of this team. Because we came into this draft, we're seeing, okay, there's a Scion, there is this Yunara, and a Poppy. And they used 2 of those flexes really, really well. So the drafting, definitely really good. Want to give a shout-out over to SOFM, the coach for this team. Obviously someone who has innovated for such a long time. Okay. Niket blocks it.
Niket's going to flash. Yep, he is going to go down. That Unbreakable Will looks like he is paper thin. And Nio got locked down with a slow there and just gets taken down. Won't even... He actually doesn't even Requiem there. He's going to keep it up, I guess. And that will be all she wrote for the topside Siege, as they were able to take a tier 2.
Okay. Let's just see
I feel like you at least rage ult there, right?
I guess. I want to see how the MGM Vikings close this one out, because it would be their first game win of the tournament. And so far, LCP's looking pretty good tonight. Won that series versus JDG 2-0. Now going to potentially be going into a game number 3 unless something horribly wrong goes and happens. I think it's really awesome to see that they're able to compete here. And LCP has been, I think, growing in popularity, especially with their success so far at Internationals of 2025.
Yeah, for sure. It's been really nice to see they kind of level up year to year, but then especially this year, really finding a lot of contention. Even with the kind of readaptation of their league and all the changes that came to the format, still been really nice to see some good representation. I know they're looking forward to Worlds, seeing their couple teams come at them. But Leave and Nio, unfortunately, they're not going to last long for this World. Style's going to take him down, and Nio should be ran down by the rest of the Vikings here. Another slowdown, another little combo comes through for the keeper's verdict. The lockdown is there on Nio. He's healing a decent amount with the redemption, doing a good amount of work, and that's a little bit of what this Karthus can do, but I think it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, it's going to be Baron being started up here by the Vikings. And they've got a Dragon in minute 30. Like, this is literally everything going right for them. I just love this draft, man. Like, I had my doubts. I was a little questionable. I really wanted to see if NiP could pull this off, but the Scion mid just neutralizes everything that WBG wants to be able to get done. They invaded on good timers versus Nio. And now we've got a fence sitter Grasshopper.
Bro, he's
Great.
lying. He's lying. He's a liar. We found you out, Grasshopper. We know you're kind. I go back to the that's where I'm leading this into. I go back to the duality of the Bugs Life Grasshopper and the Mulan Grasshopper, and honestly, I'm seeing him more like the Bugs Life one right now. Very mean, very angry, as maybe NiP trying to pick off Guri again. It's not going to work. They've tried so many times. They literally just can't get him. Like, how many times do you put your hand in the well and get bit by a snake before you stop going to the well? NiP going to find a pick on Akati, but they're losing their base now in the bot lane the entire time that this is taking place.
That's going to be it. All right, they're going to teleport back in to save their turrets. They've got Baron. They're going to take 2 inhibitors, and MG and Vikings are going to send us to game number 3.
It had to be the case. LCP has been pumping today, and they're looking to even this series up here as the Vikings get to take one last bat at the turret, and what a beautiful game from them. Almost 15,000 gold up, and now we're going to game 3.
Let's go. Okay, how incredible would that be if we get to see 2 LPL teams taken down by LCP here tonight? That would be, I think,
hey,
really
Rare
big
Adam,
for the
can
region.
you mute him?
I'm okay with that. Look, we're going to have to watch LPL lose later today when DK
I need to
plays,
hear
so.
you love LPL, all right? I'm
What did I not do
you're
for
an
the last
LCP
9
caster.
months? What did I do for the last 9 months?
Where did all that love go? Where?
Oh, man.
And singing the praises of LCP while our teams are getting destroyed? What world is this? Anyway, no, it is really nice to see a Viking show up. Again, this is their first game win throughout the tournament itself. And I know it's still a little bit early for them, but still very important to highlight. And more so, it was about the execution of the comp. Guri might not have had a lot of damage there, but he was so instrumental in how they controlled this game from start to finish.
Yep. You can see it in the gold graph there. And even though Nio might have almost twice as much as Guri does in terms of damage, it's all about how effective these guys were. And we talked about also Mbessa being very important for both of these two guys. I mean, not a great matchup in general, so don't want to put it all on solo kill here, but everybody from NiP really struggling here. And this is more of that Ninjas in Pajamas that we saw towards the end of the season. Not all in the right place. Niket and Leave kind of looking, I don't want to say desynced from each other, but making a lot of mistakes.
Yeah. A lot of mistakes. I think that's the hardest part about this is like game 1 was like not like omega clean, but it was way cleaner than that game number 2. So we really hope to see NiP give a little bit of a better form, because you got to remember this loss would be pretty detrimental to their continuation in the tournament itself. And it all started off with the early gank that Guri just out micromanaged all the 3 players that answered by NiP.
This dive is just so sold down the river. There's no damage. Like, almost gets this down. There's no ultimate from solo kill, which I think is probably the part that hurts the most. This is the solo kill. Leave not even bothering to use any of his abilities here. Like no flash, no barrier, no ult. Just a very dry solo kill coming through. Not much else to say. I mean, this was about as classic of an NiP loss as you could get from what we've seen from them this year. And very disappointing.
Killed somebody. Let's go. I think that was his only kill with the Requiem all game long. Pretty sure. Feels a little bad, man. That's definitely not the big ticking point here, though. It is the fact that the Vikings have pulled together in this game number 2 and shown a lot more promise. Again, you got to remember, they chose this red side for this game number 2, trying to make sure that that counter pick really stuck well, and it did. Absolutely. From start to finish, this composition was armed to the teeth. I'm still flabbergasted that we have such a stalwart front line between the 3 of them, the Yorick, Scion, and the solo lanes, and that works. Like, these are the kinds of metas that you love to see because it's just different. I feel like maybe it's not the most flashy. You just have a bunch of big bodies in the front line, but when you see it executed like this, I think it's really nice. And
yeah,
this was like the 15th
time
they did this.
I just think that they just are never killing Guri here. Like,
Never.
Doinby has not enough damage. It's only Kaisa who could have gotten them out of that. Please give it to Guri. Deserves it.
Please
Played a very,
give it to
very
Guri.
strong game. There we go.
Yay.
First one in their first win here at the Asia Invitational. And let's see what NiP could do to kind of bounce back from that one, because it sucks that we had one LPL team lose today. It would really sting if we had a second one.
Oh, going back on your word now, huh? Yeah. Let's see how it is, Alex.
I want to give them
Flip-flopping.
praise, man. Look, LCP get crapped on at every international tournament for forever. It took them literally this year to get a single best-of-3 series for a win over the LPL. I think when they win, it should be celebrated. It doesn't happen often. And again, this is also kind of a forefront tournament, so like gotta take it. Not even when there was Rift Rivals. The closest one they had was 2016 Rift Rivals, and it was a best-of-5 versus the LPL that they almost won.
Yeah, that was a banger. That's a throwback, actually, as well. But we'll see. Can the Vikings overcome NiP? Will it be Vikings? Will it be Ninjas? I don't know what timeline we're in, but I'm here for it, and we'll see what happens after this next break. We'll be back with game number 3. Welcome back, everyone. LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk, and we have a series on our hands. We had all 2-0s yesterday. We had a 2-0 to start off today, but we finally have a 3-game series. Vikings Esports takes NiP the distance.
And it's only our second 3-game series of the entire tournament. All the rest of them have been 2-0s. Even I feel like that also doesn't really tell the real story of this tournament so far, where there have been a lot of close individual games, but the series themselves haven't necessarily gone the distance. Hopefully we get to see that in the knockout stage, where we get a double elim bracket, we get all of that stuff, and even more fun is the fact that they're going to be multiple best of threes played for the next 2 days. We're almost done throughout the stretch, man. We got tomorrow, and then we got the 10th. And then we're done. There's no triple best of 3 days anymore.
Then it's 2 best of 3s and 1 best of 5. And we will be done. It should be a lot of fun. But honestly, it's just nice to get a little bit extra League of Legends in before World starts. It's the preamble to the World season. And I just got to be grateful that we even get tournaments like this. I know we typically have, the ASC, we have Demacia Cup, we have all these off-season tournaments, but it's really nice to have something at this level and give the teams that have their hearts broken to make it to Worlds a little bit of something here. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing in the players' eyes, but we've had a lot of fun with it. The marketing and like the teasers and all that stuff, like even the trailer where it was like talking about the sadness of losing and then coming back into it, I think is all really cool.
Whoa!
Go,
all right, let's hope he's not lying
go.
here today. That's our draft pan, so telling me that we're going to be getting into game number 3. Maybe also the big white text on the screen saying game start probably is a good indicator as well. It is going to be NiP back on the blue side yet again, so are they going to be able to make a difference here? The LCP teams have actually been opting for red side a little bit more, which I think is pretty interesting. Especially if you have pretty particular pools, you're trying to go for counters. I do kind of agree that red side might be a little unexplored here in Fearless. So glad to see that there's some experimentation. Oh, we're already reaching for it. We're reaching for all reliable here.
All reliable. Let's see if it does end up getting locked in for Leave. It is something they relied on heavily in the past. I do like some of the adaptations of the bans, though, especially from Viking side, taking away the Wukong. Making sure that there's no comfort picks through that one. It is going to be the Xin Zhao instead of the Smolder to start for NiP.
Okay. Let's see what else we can get from this, because it's a pretty tough spot here. Not too much. I mean, the Smolder Hover is cute. Oh my god, we're already getting a Volibear. Just blind like that. Could be jungle. Still think it's very reasonable that it's probably going to be in the jungle. But has been a champion that has also crept its way into the top lane, so depending on certain top lane matchups could be pretty interesting.
Last time I saw this champion, I was a little sad. Perry in the promotion tournament played it. It did not go well. But the Jhin I do like, so maybe offsetting my happiness. Happy, sad. The middle is just average.
Are you actually going to be happy? Because you were giving me a bunch of crap for being happy for the LCP teams. So now they pick Jhin and it's cool for all right, cool. We could be happy for them. There's no gun to our end here.
I can't say we're not there is a Jhin though. You got to be careful.
He can't hurt me from here. Okay. I think it's fine.
All right. We'll see. Oh
no,
God, please,
no,
please,
no,
no,
Kalista Renata.
No, please. Oh, thank God. Please don't. Anything
I don't
but
think
Kalista.
This is better. I don't think this is better.
I don't think it is, but it's better than Kalista. Thank you.
You really want to play on hit versus a Volibear? Be my guest. I also think that Leave has not been our best Varus player. Probably very thankful that this champion has been nerfed repeatedly. And with the Renata, I think it's quite cool because you have an mobile AD carry. You also have already a melee showing from the side of the Viking Esports team. So you also have the ability to play an Enchanter alongside the Xin Zhao. I think in general, if we were just to take nameplates off, I do think that the NiP composition is very, very cohesive.
But then you start thinking about the execution from game 2. Start scratching your head a little bit. You're like, what could happen? The Jax also here I think is very important to think about because the side lane is going to be very dangerous now if they don't find something that can answer that Jax.
Okay, what else? Still probably going to just be Jack's top. Actually, this is going to just be Jack's jungle. Sorry, I see the Xin Zhao. So now NiP, you should know this is going to be a Volibear top lane. What does Solo Kill have? The Jackson to Xin Zhao trade is perfect. Like that's a matchup that you would want to kind of pick this into. You always have the ability to kind of flex it if they really want to. So that is available. But if you're going to get rid of Cassante, in my mind, that's another good matchup for the Jax. Udyr, another good matchup. So this is looking more and more like that is going to be the Jax jungle here coming on through. And what is going to be the response here for NiP? What are we getting for our solo lanes? Because you can get an Akali, but you're not really going to be able to one-shot this this Volibear. What else do we have in store for ourselves?
I love it, though. NiP realized they need to put some fires out that could be possible. The Pike was taken away, the Galio, which is all that tankiness to join into the jungle, if that's going to be a hard part to deal with. And now it feels like the Vikings are kind of taking hold of the draft right now. The control is in their hands, and they're going to go with the Bard, too.
Okay. This should be just if Doinby is good and Doinby wants to win, should be Lillisandra game. That's not going to be the case. It's going to be an Akali picked here. All right. Well, let's see. So Bard has a lot of great options. The ultimate's going to be able to be a heat-seeking missile. I really like what the Vikings are showing. You have counter matchups in a lot of these lanes. You have good scaling here in this game. I also think that stylistically, the way that NiP like to play, this composition doesn't give them very many outs if they do not win early. So let's see what we can get from the Ninjas in Pajamas. This is one of their three series that they'll play here today. And starting off the tournament 0-2 is essentially a death nail for them.
Yeah, especially with the way that things have been going throughout for other teams as well. And especially if the Vikings are the ones that take away this win. In the end, they'll grab the TF. I am not that big of a fan of this choice, but it does provide them a lot of that mobility and link up that you really want for this composition from that mid-jungle duo.
All right. And I just love this coming in from the Vikings. Are they gonna trade this?
It probably will end up being.
They have a little bit of time. I know we had hinted at it being a potential matchup for them, but I mean, the Volibear into Gragas is not as. But you don't want to play Jax into Gragas either. So
yeah.
All right.
All right. Looks like it might just be that Volibear jungle.
I'm not as enthusiastic now, but I still think the pieces are there for MGN Vikings.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's going to rely. I mean, what we've seen so far is kind of the control in the early game, which we talked about coming into even game number 1. Was going to be extremely important between these two teams, has dictated the two games so far, right? And I think it really has been that both teams are kind of willing to throw themselves in there, get scrappy in the early game, and figure out who comes away with a little advantage, then step back and figure out how they can assess and deal with the situations at hand. But it really has been all about that earlier setup and earlier game after the first clears come through from both junglers.
Volibear has so many ways of being able to skirmish early. You also have the ability with just these lanes. I think that having the pick potential of the Twisted Fate is so important. And for NiP, they kind of have to snowball a little bit here. Just you have a Gragas, you have an Akali. I feel like the explosiveness of this team can be really, really high. But I don't know. I also think that you don't have very many ways to engage. It's just Xin Zhao, honestly.
Yeah. Which is tough, and it's a lot of pressure on Nio, and maybe something of a weak point, I feel like, that we've seen today. Even in that game number 1, yes!
Yeah.
The J4 is looking good, but there was a couple times that if he wasn't on a champion that is very good right now, I think things go a little bit differently. And so I really want to see him pick himself up. I think when we came into the series saying that NiP, you really want to see a good performance from Doonby, you want to see a veteran kind of lead this team over the line. Unfortunately, it's a team game. I need to see everybody else step up as well. I can't have Leave messing up like he was in the last game. You can't have those setups from Nio go a little bit awry. And I think a lot of that proactivity from the jungle is what I'm looking at this time.
I'm seeing maybe if they did a swap when we weren't looking.
Let's
That
look.
looks like
oh,
a
no,
Jack
it's,
skin, though.
It is
That looks
Jax
like a
in the
Jax
jungle.
skin.
Yeah. Because he's
Can you
got
identify
the
what Jack
hat.
skin it was?
I think it's Fisherman Jax. I'm gonna guess.
It looked a little too blue.
I think that's just the saturation from the screen. Because if you think about the
ASI
Fisherman
feed,
Jax
show
hat,
us their video again.
it has like the hat is like covering half of the portrait.
Maybe they'll show us what champion splash art they used once we get into when they show us the runes.
Angler Jax, is that it?
Yeah, I think it is Angler Jax. That would be the skin. But
I'm looking at it right now. It does kind of look like, although I think it might be another one of the skins. I think it's is it? It might be Pax Jax? No, there's no way it's Pax Jax.
it could be Warden Jax.
Empyrean? No, because it wasn't close enough.
It could be Warden Jax. It could be Project Jax. Let's see it. Could also be well, okay.
Show us the other one. All right, there we go.
They're gonna show us the runes.
Now it isn't swapped there, but in that loading screen. But in the loading screen, I swear we saw the Jax in the jungle. All right, it is gonna be top lane. I swear it was like the second portrait over, which should mean it's in the jungle.
Yeah.
We're getting baited.
Right.
Anyways,
Well, now we
let's
need
break
to get to see
down. It's the
what
lethal
Kratos
tempo volley bear, by the way.
That's nice.
All right.
Okay.
Which skin do we get? Game number 3 of our second series, though. Should be fun one. See if the LCP are reigning kings today, or if the LPL can get themselves on the port.
And it is Angler Jax here. Sunlong's trying to fish. Oh, it's Pax Jax? No way. That's Pax. No, he has the fishing.
That. Well, we're getting word for our producer. He's saying that that's Pax Jax.
Oh, it is Pax Jax. But is it Neo Pax Jax though? That's
It's
the real
definitely
question.
not. Technicalities here. Technicalities are what we live and breathe on. As we're just going to see a little bit of that early setup, but I got to say that both junglers are going to be starting on top side, going back down towards that bot side. So maybe a little bit more like in that game number 1. And I guess that more so means that they're going to be giving some resources over to Leave and Niket, which I think is extremely important because you talked about it in the draft. Not the best bot lane duo, not the strongest carry for Leave here. It's also not been the best pick for him, but if you get ahead, maybe that's a different story.
And in terms of engage, it's solo kill and Nio. That's who are going to be the big kind of go buttons for this team as we go forward. This double range matchup as well. Sulong going for the electrocute Bard. I think it's pretty tough for NiP's bottom lane to survive. I'm just going to say this now for everybody at home. This is the spa day, like, Volibear skin, so I will be significantly less attentive in this game anytime he is on screen.
What's on his back?
It's the
Is
stool
it the
that
stool?
he uses
Why
to
is
sit
it on his back?
Because that's how he has to carry it. Can you leave him alone?
No.
Dude.
I'm calling into question the bear. Destiny Prestige Volley Bear, whatever that skin is. Something else that you can't really beat
Style?
is Varus early in lane as a Jhin. I'm just going to say, at least my low level, that matchup isn't always the best feeling. But it definitely peters out a little bit more as time goes on. You get that utility for the Jhin as well. But being down flash will be something to return to onto a Jhin.
Well, I would be really happy if Style played in the same level as you did, because then that would mean that NiP are guaranteed to win.
True.
Or at least have a higher chance. So, Lennon, if you can,
I'm subbing in.
Let's get you a plane. Let's get you a plane ticket over. We don't have that much of a budget, so you might have to be flying on Spirit.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll take a rickety plane. The canopy is open, and we're just riding away.
There you go. There you go. Okay,
We'll
so Doinb looking for some trading in mid lane, but this is a very tough part of the game here for NiP. They need to be very careful. Level 4 Volibear, and you also have this Twisted Fate. There's so much ability for them to go.
They got the collapse from Doonby, though, so that just immediately means the Vikings will back out of that fight here. Counter-Strike readied up from Kratos. He misses the engage there. Going to still try to fight out. Uses the Leap Strike out on a minion. Should get a little bit more healing. Got to remember the grass stack's going to help him out here. Now we're going to go to a Fight Night round 2 between the junglers. Doonby is here first, though, onto Guri. Does have the red and the blue, so he'll be able to heal up a little bit more. Kratos goes for the flash, Counter-Strike goes for the kill, but can't find it. A little bit dicey early between the two teams, and Guri comes away with the double scuttle.
Wow, Guri getting a huge advantage in this play, and Kratos does lose his flash, but we saw that multiple nerfs to Gragas, both in his healing and his mana costs, have made a lot of his lane matchups pretty difficult. Kratos more than likely going to die. Nio trying to get ahead of the minions here.
He can
but
jump to the minions. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Boy.
For all of our LPL fans, there is a likelihood that all LPL teams lose their series tonight. Pretty embarrassing if that does end up coming true. Still a lot of League of Legends here to play.
God, man, Nio, we gotta reevaluate some things, bro. Like, oh man, that feels bad. But it's a really good play from Kratos. Just using that vision toggle there was really nicely done. His Style's gonna insta cleanse out of the handshake. Was the only thing left in his arsenal that could save his life. So Style will be okay for now on the bot side. Dragon is spawned. We do have a lot of pressure now with the bat coming through from Niket. Do wonder if the Vikings want to go for this early objective.
I think it's fine. I mean, you're going to have priority from bottom lane. Niket is just now coming back to lane. You're not going to have prio from mid, which might be a little questionable. I know Kati would prefer to stay for another wave just because he has the ultimate up and available. Or he's going to have it on this minion wave here, so... Yeah, Bard, it's really tough if you are NiP, if you ever want to step up. Clint's coming out from leave. I think this opens up for an ability for Guri to start up this dragon if they need it.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and take that reset back, so he will not be around for now. Going to take a dip into the spa. Close your eyes out. As he's going to get the reset out back up towards top side.
My eyes
you
are
wonder
open,
now
bro.
if NiP, they're wide open. It looks like both teams may be taking a little bit of a backseat on the early Dragons, though. Maybe they're going for the Rift Herald play more than, or at least the Grub play more than anything.
I could take him.
You could? You think so?
Yeah.
How big of a towel do you think he uses?
He won't need one when I'm done. Let's see it. Let's see what Guri can do. He's going to have... Look, he's going to be able to get this topside scuttle. They've got pressure
I feel
from
bad because
topside.
I set you up for that one, bro. I'm sorry.
That's not bad. Don't feel bad. That's a homie high five. That's called an alley-oop.
True.
Okay?
True. I'm your wingman, bro. I'm your wingman. I got you.
There you go.
All right.
I can't even... Unfortunately, I can't put you on my gun. You know, I can't do like a gun buddy little wingman thing.
True. Maybe one day.
Paris
Maybe
is-
one day.
Exactly. But Guri's feeling good. He's power clearing through this. This is also what I assume to be is going to be the jack of all trades Volibear build. So he's going to be incredibly powerful in this game.
Yeah, and I think you're going to be able to provide some of that skirmishing power, but a lot more survivability than the Xin Zhao, at least sustainability in terms of what you're able to do in these fights. But we'll see who gets the better of it, as it is going to be now time for the Grubs. Now we have gotten the reset of the bot lane of NiP towards this top side. Bring as many bodies up here as they can. They did send Style back down towards bot side, so they do not feel like the Jhin needs to be up here for this fight. They're going to keep Kratos in place.
I think this is fine. You have the Bard as well coming through if they really need this assistance. You're going to be getting a decent trade down onto Kati's. Also, just trying to get to his minion wave here. Unfortunately, doesn't have that same range that this Twisted Fate does. He's just going to get covered. Also, Jax is one of the really, really resilient champions you can kind of pull off in a 1v2, thanks to him having Counter-Strike against most matchups. So, I think Vikings are not too unhappy, unpleased with this trade. They're getting Dragon for themselves. There's no ability we're going to see from NiP to contest. And because Nio's camps are on the bottom side, I wonder, with the announcement of this Drake, do we actually just see the MGM Vikings move up and get themselves this objective?
I mean, they have the time to do so, and you can see they're playing with a lot of confidence coming off that game number 2 victory, which I think rightfully so. They controlled that game from minute 1, it felt like. Maybe it was like minute 4. But now I'm looking at a little bit of a top lane play. The Destiny has been called. Kati tries to find the yellow card on the lead. They will find him, and Kratos should be able to smack him down. The bailout not going to save him here. And now you've got an outnumbered fight in favor of the Vikings around the Grubs.
It was a single wave that was lost, but now you prevent Lee from getting this one. You see that Nio's making a beeline since they used all of their timers to make that play happen. This should be him being able to grab these Grubs. Fact of the matter is, I don't think NiP actually used this objective at all. When are they going to have time to hit on turrets? Maybe if Akali can side lane, but we have not really seen NiP in these last 2 games be as proficient in being able to play these lanes. That requires for them to have pressure. It requires for them to have a bit of vision control. And when you have this Renata, it's a little tougher than it would be for a tankier support to walk around and get vision. So watching how NiP plays this game is going to be really, really impactful. Oh my god, solo kill.
Gods. Okay, Style. He does make it out for now. Very close, though, as the double combo will come through. They'll disable the turret and take solo kill down. Was wondering if they were also going to use the Tempered Fate, because they can just lock out a turret forever, it feels like. There will be a trade for some plates on the top side by NiP.
Are we getting a split cam? You can see the observers, they want to do it, but there's no wave here. So 2 plates going over to NiP. It is split between him and NiP, but that basically is a trade of a kill in terms of the amount of gold that they have received. Remember, they have 3 grubs, so all of this pressure is going to do a little bit more. Great Q coming on through from Shulong. Gets some damage with the electrocute.
Kratos feeling very, very whelming now as he goes in for the double Counter-Strike. Will only get the 1. He's going low. Tempered Fate comes in, buys a little bit of time here. The bailout's starting to tick. The 4 shot. Kratos is still alive. They don't get the kill in the end, and oh my god, Alk Battery, what do we do? You know what? WB's about to make it all fine. He's going to go in, he's going to get these counter plays. He's going to find, no, he doesn't find anything. And a 4-0 start for the Vikings.
Guys, we are 10.5 minutes. Look at my Volibear. Look at my Volibear. This guy has a completed Horizon
Drive.
Cosmic Drive. Oh, Kati with the flash gold card gets WB's in trade. Not going to get much after that, but it's another play going over to the Vikings. Nayo's going to try to see if he can look for something. Has the flash. When becomes lightning.
That was kind of nasty. Yellow card comes through, though. Style going to go down. Unfortunately, he's just Jin in front of Doinby. Doinby's going in, gets the kill too. A double goes over to NiP.
Finally, Doinby says, okay, that's enough. They cannot get away with this. Vikings stay a little bit too long and finally get 2 kills, their first here in this game number 3. But guess what's happening on the opposite side? Guri is devouring Nayo's camps on this side of the map, and he can go back into his side, get his camps. He is 7 camps ahead. He's actually going to be 8 now with the completion of these Krugs. He is getting closer and closer to finishing his jungle item, which is a huge spike for any jungler.
It's just actually so incredible, and honestly, just a hell of a come up. Okay, I'm going to lay out a little bit of copium here.
Okay.
Just because I need to. Just in case. I'm laying it out just in case NiP lose. They're doing this to make sure that our hope is at its lowest. So that when they get to Worlds, when the top 4 teams make it to Worlds, LPL fans can rejoice even more. It's like the counter. You just make sure that like that hope is all the way down at the bottom. And then when they win, it's like, oh my god, it's time. As speaking of time, Kati just got
really well timed.
A lot of time bought by that Tempered Fate, and Shulong is having a revolutionary performance on the Bard here.
That is incredible. That was a really well timed ultimate. Buys enough of space for the rest of Shulong to actually just get there. It's 2 kills going over to Guri. He is going for an Ivori Flicker Blade second. And you're talking about having hope for Worlds. Do we forget that top esports are over in that tournament? They will be playing, and IG are going to be playing a single best of 5 to get into the tournament versus T1.
And they're going to win that one.
As we get back into this game, NiP, they'll have first time to get back out on the map. Dragon is going to spawn for them, and they're going to have to just go from one side of the lane to the other because they need, in my mind, they need to be able to fight for this objective. Otherwise, I think they're going to fall too far behind in the early game, and the Vikings are good. It's just going to get better with time here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we're already working on that attack speed item there for Guri as well. The Dragon going to be started up by NiP. I do have Doinby showing up here as a bodyguard for the entrance. It will be on vision, though, this entire time for them, as they will know that the entire team had kind of shown up. So right now it is the Vikings trying to get some gold across the map, especially in that top side, kind of leaving Kati to his own lonesome. Guri and Shulong will show up down here to help out Kratos on this siege.
Just taking a look. So Guri should have 6 from his items, and then it's his magical footwear, if I remember correctly. No, this is the boots themselves have a different name. You get slightly magical boots, and it's flat movement speed. So he's at 7 out of 10 for his jack of all trades. I'm tracking.
Nice. Oh, they got to play on bot side. They're going to come out of the golden. They're going to go straight into the Counter-Strike. And with the Thunder Crash, they're huge stuff from Vikings. As they're going to try to take down Doinby under tower here, they should be able to as they disable it down. They don't have the Tempered Fate, and they can't chase him through the Shroud. Doinby is still looking pretty confident here as we see Nio engage on the Kratos, but that's a little bit dicey as now Leave is going to show up, goes for the Flash Chains of Corruption, does connect it on the Kratos, but he gets through the magical journey! Dude, Xiulong needs to go to Worlds right now. Get him off this team, send him to Worlds, put him on his own team. I don't even care. This guy's insane on the Bard. As unfortunately, as I speak about it, Caster cursed him to die, but it doesn't take away what he did.
Random glaze for a single Bard play. I respect it.
Hey, that's like 4
mean,
Bard plays, bro.
That is true. It is going to be the turret that falls, and they get a kill, so it is a trade for the support here. And all the while, let's see if Vikings probably more than likely going to be able to grab this turret. So all in all, it's still going to be our LCP representatives here being able to pick themselves up a pretty decent lead here in this game. Now, whether or not he stays for this next wave, Niket doesn't seem like he's going to be able to punish. NiP, they're going to go right into the top side of the map. Nio has to drop all 3 of these camps right now, and this is a huge Volibear. He has 2 items at 15 minutes. Everywhere that Guri is a strength. It is a part of the map that NiP want to try to avoid.
NiP going to start up the Rift Herald. They did some preemptive vision toggling there, so they were able to get that one pretty freely. So that does mean Vikings will be rebuffed down towards this mid lane, try to get as much damage there as possible. But really good pickup from NiP. They've had full control of the top side objectives and probably the most contested game we've had of this series.
I think it's fine. Again, I just don't see how NiP are going to use these objectives because they've only gotten themselves a single tier 1, and it was in bottom lane after they made a couple of plays. It's going to get themselves a second one here, but when do they have time to put down the Herald? Maybe before this dragon that spawns in 2 minutes? That's my kind of worry. They've picked up all of the objectives that give them more gold or are kind of conditional objectives in the game, while for the Vikings, they're taking gold on the outsides of the map. They're squeezing in on their opponents, and I'm not seeing very many ways that NiP can kind of come back from this one. I mean, it is early. There's still a lot, but the bot lane is 0-4. And really, again, we are relying on Doinby Akali to have a massive performance in this game number 3.
See if the Doinby of old comes in. Tempered Fate going to be there to deny the charge as Style gets engaged on instead. Chains of Corruption comes in. Not going to be able to hit too much more damage onto it, even with the piercing arrow there. They do get the turret in the end anyways. So you do have a second charge coming in. This might be a little bit too much as that's going to be the curtain call opened up. Couple shots go across the bow, a little bit of damage on the Leave, but they were able to get a decent chunk onto that tier 2, and now they're going to look for the finish of it. See if they can do so. As getting locked down, there goes the engage from Guri, but he's going to turn right back on his team with the hostile takeover. Cass comes out there. Solo kill, trying to catch somebody. Wasn't able to catch anybody. That'll be some summoner spells burned, some ultimates burned, but more burned on the side of the Vikings.
And now NiP are going to have to walk back into the pit. They're going to have to walk into the bottom side of the map with Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. Down a few abilities. Guri did lose his flash in that play. I thought it was very cute. The hostile takeover forced Kati to throw the gold card at his teammates, but at the same time, he was taking the Bard portal, so it kind of mitigated that crowd control. This is a small piece of micro that I thought was very fun in that play.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Still, almost a full 2 turrets there going on through for NiP, so let's see what kind of gold they get from that. Nio was already completed on 2 items before that. Leave now has his Rage Blade and his Blade of the Rune King, so he's going to feel a lot more powerful in these fights. But a question that I've had from draft is, does Leave actually get to plant his feet and deal damage in this game? And you're getting chased down by a Jax, by a Volibear. That I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, it's so impossibly hard, but you're just going to have to play on that knife's edge. We're almost on second items for everybody. Obviously, Style just a little bit farther behind. We'll see now. Moving over to the Dragon Pit is Vikings, as they're going to try to get Guri to solo this one down quickly.
Okay. So, thankfully, neither team on soul point here, as the third dragon of the game is going to fall. NiP gets it with a gold card. There it is.
Kati's going to flash. Tempered Fate comes through. Chains of Corruption is going to land. Is it going to spread? It does. They actually get the dragon in the end. So there'll be 2 dragons for the Vikings. They're going to try to get out on an exit. And they do end up making it away. There was the flash burn by Kati and the heal burn, but now they're going to open back up shop. And the spa water is starting to overflow here. Guri stepping in, stepping out, but he's going to be in some trouble. Nayo gets locked down. Now Guri's getting locked down himself. He's going to find a way out there. Nayo dies after the bailout does not get paid out. And that will be the jungler down. A little bit finicky for NiP to stick around.
They were trying to go a little long on that play. Kati does still have ultimate, so after he picks up this wave and the team comes back onto the map, the Vikings can look for a little bit more on this game number 3. See if any of NiP are either going to overstay or try to overforce onto this Twisted Fate. Guri is here. Solo kill. Doesn't have ult. Doesn't have... His ult's up now.
He was thinking he had the entrance. The Sky Splitter opens up, and the lightning is not enough, but Kati will be enough to get the kill on the side lane of Solo Kill.
So we took a look back at this fight. This is exactly what the Gragas needs to do in this game. Fish for the immobile members. Kati loses his flash during this play, and even with the Bard ultimate coming down, that right there basically saves this for the side of Viking Esports. If they don't have that Bard ultimate, then maybe that's a kill onto Kati, and maybe this goes even worse for our LCP team. But a long chase, Nayo's a little bit too far up, and he has been a big liability, I think, throughout this series. Game number 1 on the Jarvan, multiple times he got caught out. Wow, he barely dies to a burn.
Yep.
That is such small margins. And then game 2, the Karthus just was not good.
No, it wasn't.
And Nayo was so exciting. We were like, okay, Doinby gets a real carry jungler. He was solo carrying LGD to basically win a bunch of games when he was there on that team. And at the start it was good, but as the season went on, it felt like this team was very limited in its playstyle.
And like, are we sure that like Busio didn't fly in early and like connect for the Viking? Like, I'm just joking. Sulong deserves all the pressure and all the love, honestly, for this Bard performance. He has been the game changer. I know we can talk about Guri on the Volley Bear all along, but dude, Sulong has been like the guardian angel of the entirety of the Vikings team so far this game as NiP starts up the Atacon.
So Styles not going to be here for this play. He is down half HP. Kati can make his way over. He has exhaust. Oh,
he followed him. Oh, the flash over. How many times can I cast or curse him as Kratos tries to go in with the counter-strike? Does end up trying to find NiP, though, as Nayo is blocking a ton of damage with the Crescent Guard here as well. Look at how much damage Guri does right back, though. Ripping and tearing away. It's going to be a double kill coming through for Leave. The Atacon should just go to NiP, and they wrestle control back in the game.
A numbers advantage fight is exactly what NiP need. It puts them back into the driver's seat of this game. It's an Otacon, and they still have to play for a couple objectives in a minute and a half with the dragon spawning. Guri, a little weak here now. I will say he is so strong. He's the most fed member in this game for the Vikings. But these last couple fights, I just want to watch what he's able to do. This is going to be the start of this play, how they caught Style. He's way too far up here. You cannot be doing that versus Averis. I don't even care if your team is ahead. No one is in the area. And then look at the bouncy house castle that comes on through. Too early here from Sulong. Your team is not in position. Good execute coming on through from Doinby. Even gets his flash. I just want to watch Guri throughout all of this. So walks forward. He lands the stun on Nayo. It's the gold card as well. So he gets first knocked up with the Gragas ult. And then he's just in the middle of a Gragas, of a Renata Glask. And it's becoming more and more difficult here for NiP. I still don't like how their composition has to operate in this game. So want to see if the Vikings can pull it back together, because this would be a monumental win to have 2 best-of series going their way.
And little thing for Guri there, he did get hit pretty heftily by the shred from Atacon, so definitely made a difference when they all turned damage straight onto him. He is on 3 items now, though, with the Spirit Visage completed. It'll be a little bit harder to take him down now, as we do see NiP continuing to look out on the map. Only 1,000 gold down, about 20 seconds for the next dragon to come up.
Surely we don't throw this lead from the Vikings. A problem we saw from them in the past game, or in that first game versus NiP and in their series versus Nongshim, was an inability to go towards side lanes. We're kind of seeing that now here. We have 4 people sitting around mid. Kratos is going to go back into the bottom side. Who is going to match Doinby in the lanes? Because it can't be Kati, because he's just going to die, especially if he doesn't have his flash. And Jax later on doesn't have as good of a matchup going into this champion. So I want to see how NiP can pull their opponents across the rift.
Oh, Guri's caught. He might be tanky, but not that tanky. Tempered Fate's used. He's also going to try to get out here. He's going to actually go for the blue buff. In the end, I think he lost it over to Nayo, and Sulong will get caught out. Not going to make it through his magical journey. Is now a really big late engage from Kratos with the 4th shot going on into Ket, but Kratos, he's going to be in some trouble now. The bouncy castle has come for him, just like it came for Guri. And they're going to try to find the rest of these bodies against Viking here. They're low health bars, though, and Style could have the cleanup crew with them right here. Guri is still alive. He's taking so much. Look how much damn healing he has. And Style is absolutely stepping up here for the Vikings. As now Guri is going to step back over to the Dragon. This is going to be sole point for them.
If you cannot burst out this Volibear, all of that damage from the Vicious Bite just tears apart this team, especially versus these melees. Guri lethal tempo plus his W Flicker Blades means that he just has infinite uptime on his abilities. We take a look back at this replay. I like the theory behind a lot of this coming in from NiP. They put so much into trying to kill this Volibear, but another huge ultimate from Sulong makes it very, very good for them. Strong pick from NiP means that Bard does get taken down, and as long as they can trickle some of these plays, I actually like the idea here from the Vikings. Unfortunately, another hostile takeover delays a lot of this fight, and now we get to see where Guri gets the shine when you get extended fights versus melees, and there's not enough crowd control coming in from NiP to stop this Volibear.
And once he starts getting those bites on him, he just heals so... Look at that, man.
Boom, that's 2.
Disgusting.
That's 3. Oh my! Oh, and Ket with the flash. Jesus, I didn't see that. Oh, I wish I didn't.
Yep. It's gonna feel a little bit bad now. Guri sitting at 7-1 on the Volibear, setting up for the Vikings win here. They're gonna try to catch out Nayo. They got the Tempered Fate onto both of them, but Nayo is gonna be in a lot of trouble here. Cast comes through. Chains of Corruption goes wide from Leave. The rest of the Vikings now trying to get Kratos out, though he's still so damn tanky. Guri is stepping up. He's, though, under the guise of 5 members of NiP. I don't think he can heal that much in that little time. They will back away. They do end up getting away from the pick in the end.
That was a lot expended there, though. Flash, obviously, no longer available for Ket from that previous play. But Guri just gets to jungle privilege his way back in, and he has double Ocean Drake at his back. He's going to be the one that fixes his top wave here. And I wonder how far away Guri is from his 4th item.
I mean, he's got to be close, man.
He is going to be pretty close to having 4 items in this game. The most fed member out of all 10 players here tonight. Has had some decent performances. Game 1 Vi was a little slow. Game 2 Zyra was really great. Now here on this Volibear, I mean, 3 minutes. They really don't have to get much done, but if they can get into the pit and they get that Ocean Soul, imagine what this Volibear is going to feel like.
Yeah. I'm sure you can imagine that for sure. As we're going to be getting into the potentiality of the LCP winning out over the LPL today. What an incredible statement that would be in this tournament. Also, really dashing the hopes of NiP continuing forward. As the Baron is going to be started up, they should know. Yeah, Leave's going to step into vision now. Here comes the Vikings.
The average bell curve for ASI and these kind of regional play tournaments is going to be at the low end and the high end. People are going to say, this tournament's for fun, it doesn't matter. And then in the middle, it's going to be like, wow, we're going to overreact to all these results, and definitely going to use this for our analysis going into Worlds. Our CFO going to win Worlds? Or
yeah,
maybe
you should absolutely extrapolate everything from it. LCP is going to be a dual finals setup in Worlds. That's what's going to happen.
BLG crumbling's going to happen. We're going to have Baron started up here for NiP. Feels like one of the last fights we'll see with a dragon afterwards. Gold card lands on the solo kill, and Style is just now arriving.
Tempered Fate buying time. They're going to open up the curtain call. Guri needs to start healing up a little bit. They're going to turn on him, and he has nobody around. Where are the Vikings members were standing? I think they disconnected. Like, that is so unbelievably cringe. Look at Kratos. His hands are in his eye. Literally, the entirety of the Vikings team just stopped moving because they disconnected.
That's tough, and I don't know if we'll have access to Chrono Break as we come back to our lovely faces. That is a tough ask, because, yes, his team wasn't necessarily in position there, but you have a Jhin ult that's kind of going wide. There's a Bard ult that's already been missing. So, I don't know. I also don't think that his team could really have helped him in that case. We also saw at the very end of that fight, Guri did disconnect from that. So, I think he was too crowd controlled, though, to really get any buttons off. I'd have to take a second look at that fight.
I don't know. Yeah, if we have Chrono Break, that's 100% a Chrono Break. I don't think they can move forward with that. That was egregious. That was tough.
That's their series as well, right? Like they need it badly. I'm watching back here. I wanna real quick just watch back what happened. Due to network instability, okay. So it's a similar thing to what happened with GAM. GAM were also having some network issues earlier. I wonder, Rare Adam, is there any way that we could get like an instant replay of this? If I like streamed it maybe and you popped out the okay. All right, let's yeah. Okay, so we're gonna see if we can get maybe a replay of that last fight in house, preferably before the game starts. So for all the folks over at ASI, I hope that you take at least a little bit of time before we get into the game.
We'll be getting to that here pretty soon, and I just. Dude, we've had, if you're at all part of the tier 2 seed in North America, if you're, the amount of shenanigans that have happened over the last couple days has been incredible. Shout outs to the absolute POSs who are DDoSing Riot Games. They can absolutely eat rocks for a living, honestly, and that's all I'm going to say about it, but it feels bad.
I don't think they're getting DDoSed here.
I don't think so either. I'm just saying from the other day. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like multiple days of just like weird latency things, and then like obviously all the stuff with, a team and a player and all those things. Just
you can
a lot
call
of
it
legal
out,
legends.
man. We've
True.
got time. I mean,
we can
like,
now. We don't need to bring that.
It's also public, right? Like it was very publicized.
Yeah, 100%.
Sheep Esports made their tweet. It's front page of Reddit, from what I know. So yeah, a lot of weird things. We're gonna get a replay.
Sounds like we have the replay.
Here we go. It's okay. It's okay. So. Guri. Okay, so
like they absolutely can. Like if they're look. Sulong is stopped moving right here. This is when he disconnects. Kratos, I think, finishes his movement. But if they are still connected from this moment, they absolutely can help him. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, that feels pretty tough. Okay, we're back in game.
Oh my god, no
Is it actually going to be a chrono break? It's no chrono break. Okay. So, I think, unfortunately, this game might go over to NiP. They're going to have Baron. They just won a huge fight, and Dragon is going to spawn. Now, there is still a lot left here. I think there's still a lot of a gold lead and individual leads that will get them to stay in this game from the side of Viking Esports, but that is a massive tilter.
I'm not going to say it, but there's another quote from that famous man I was talking about earlier that I really want to say right now. Oh my god, that feels so bad. Oh my god. Anyways, we're going to get onto this game because the Baron is still there for about 1:45. Tempered Face can be used there as they try to find a little bit of a latent engage. Solo Kill is going to find something onto Kratos. Won't be able to get that cast going the right way, but the defense is there so far from the Vikings.
They don't have very many ways to start fights now. There's a hostile takeover coming on through.
Oh my God. And Curry and Co. were just getting eviscerated there. Ah, that feels so bad as NiP making mincemeat of the Vikings here out of nowhere, seemingly pop up into infinity here for all 5 members of NiP. A double kill for Leave. Kratos will end up finding a kill on a Doinby, but that is the final push coming in now.
Can they actually end the game? Yeah, they've got Baron.
100%.
Oh, God.
I don't know what to say, bro.
This is going to be a scoreboard that they are going to want to have to get back. Kratos is going to get stopped. And NiP, it is going to be the LPL by dubious means.
Look at Leave. Look at Leave. He knows. Tonight. He literally, the entirety of NiP know what just happened. Like, that feels so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously out of their control as well, but that is, yeah, damn. Okay, well, now are we allowed to be nice to LCP? Because I feel like they definitely got robbed here tonight.
Bro, it's on the front page news, dude. The bank got busted open. Oh my God, that feels so incredibly bad. Because they were winning. Okay, like, yes, it was a little bit scary, but Curry was so damn strong. Okay, well, that is NiP saving the respect of the LPL, I guess, for one more night. They won't put themselves down too far. And, yep, hey, there is one moment on that gold graph that signifies where 5 members of the game disconnected, and I think you can see it.
Damn.
God, there's just no other way. Like, unfortunately, there's no like good way to spin this. I can't just be like, yo, it's all fine, it's all good. Like, this could actually mean that the Vikings are eliminated later on in the tournament just because of this loss.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's tough. And
Mickey,
it's not even. It doesn't get any easier, by the way, because you look at future schedules for these two teams. And it's like, okay, cool. So the Vikings have to end off by playing against BNK Furex.
Yep.
And that's tomorrow.
2-0.
Yep. They have to win that one. Nongshim have to play, or NiP are going to be playing Nongshim tomorrow. So it's like.
Question for you, because I'm just like racking my brain here. Is there any culpability of NiP needing to pause before they just eviscerate the disconnected members of NiP? No? Okay. I didn't think so.
Like, technically, if you're trying to be like the most sportsman-like, but especially for game-breaking pauses and stuff like this, it is on the team that is being affected 100%. By it.
But if all 5 disconnected, nobody can pause.
They also, so it doesn't even matter, because if we had access to Chrono Break, that would be fine.
Yeah, but we just don't. We don't have it.
Yeah, I don't know if we don't have
access the Grasshopper.
Yeah, I don't know if we have access to Chrono Breaker or not, but I think more what I would be willing to bet here is that because it was a non-gameplay related issue and not a fault of the Riot client or an in-game bug or something, maybe they weren't offered a Chrono Break. Because this is an online tournament, maybe that's the case. Also, Chrono Break is historically a very, very finicky issue.
Yeah, it is.
And by way of this tournament also just having a lot less resources, I'm sure you can see it whenever we have video of the arena in Xi'an. There is basically just 2 casters and maybe a light skeleton crew of production.
Yeah.
We don't even know if production are even actually at the studio. So I'd be willing to say that there are probably not a ton of resources here for that kind of stuff.
Well, you know what, Alk? The LPL won! Let's go!
Yay! I'm sure Twitch chat is very much not getting banned. I'm sure a lot of Twitch chatters are
shout
not
out
getting
to
banned.
our moderators. I'm sure they are getting ran through the ringer right now for sure. Yeah. Hey, it is what it is. We are here for somewhat funsies and sometimes heartbreak. And I think Vikings are going to be a little bit heartbroken because that, but we did see Doinby win on a colleague. So that's kind of cool. It's a throwback.
Gary shouldn't have lost this game, man. He didn't.
No, he shouldn't. Nope.
I don't care who gets MVP here for NiP. I think if the ASI producers are based, they give it
Can
to
we put a
Guri.
Wi-Fi? No, I think they put a Wi-Fi signal up there. And then that's who gets the MVP.
Maybe. True.
That's would be Omega based. TBH. We haven't.
That would
seen
not
much,
be based.
like-
that would be like a jab. That's such a mean jab.
But
they just
they've
lost.
been willing to do that, you know. They've been willing to have a little bit of fun with it. I will say we haven't seen as much fun on the broadcast since the
Well,
opening
it was just the opener. It was just the
The
opening.
opening
day.
was really funny though, man. That might be like top 5 openings of a tournament I've ever seen. That's pretty incredible. But yeah, that's we'll be waiting on MVP here. Not much to break down after that game, although it was a very contested game for a majority of it. We'll see who ends up getting the MVP here. I do wonder if it is okay. Niket, a couple big hostile takeovers, a couple big bailouts, obviously as well.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
I want to see the MVP votes for this game because there is no way. Like they're all sitting there like, what the hell? Who do we vote for?
Who do we vote for? How do we vote? Are you sure we can't vote for Guri? Are you sure? Like, are you?
Yeah.
You super sure? We'll see what the votes are, and then we can head off to our next series as well. But I do actually want to stick around to see what the votes look like. All right, 3 out of 5.
Okay. I
got a
could
bot
have
lane
seen a
vote and
Doinby.
mid lane
I could
vote.
have seen a Doinby vote here.
I'm guessing that's
general.
the fan vote, maybe, on the right.
Maybe.
Yeah. But that's it for our second series. It did go all the way to 3, but ended extremely unceremoniously with NiP taking a 2-1 victory over Vikings Esports. We'll be off to our game number 3, D plus Kia versus Weibo. You won't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone. As we make it back into it, it's still the decimating win of NiP over Vikings, but we are getting ready for our next series. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk. We have Rare Adam behind the scenes on production, and we have a banger. What could be a banger, or maybe a stompening too. D plus Kia are going to be taking on Weibo Gaming next.
Oh yeah, D plus Kia have looked by and far away the best team, but they've only played a single series, so sample size is a little small there.
And after JDG lost to GAM, how much does that win really matter?
There
or I
you
guess,
go.
I mean, how much does it weigh? We'll see if DK can look as dominant as they did against JDG in this one. I think it's going to be important to think about how the meta has evolved a little bit. I do expect a lot of the J4 and things like that, but when you look at the rosters themselves, I think that's where it becomes even more interesting. When you see some of, for D plus Kia in particular, the breadth of champions that they're willing to go with. I mean, Showmaker has played 22 champions now across the entire year, which is insane, and the rest of the team is right there with them. So when we take a look at this D plus Kia roster, I think it's very important to keep that in mind.
Yeah, they're very flexible, especially Showmaker. He's one of the players that I think a lot of people thought of immediately when they're thinking about Fearless as a format. And while it was a little slow to start, and I think towards the end of playoffs, he kind of really locked in on a certain few champions, Showmaker has continued to kind of level up. I really like this top side so far here at ASI. Siwoo and Lucid have looked incredible in this tournament and continue to impress as two really new players to Tier 1 play.
Yeah, Lucid raised not one eyebrow, but both eyebrows last time we saw them. I mean, he was absolutely the star player of that series against JDG. And Weibo is going to have to put up a little bit of a different fight than JDG as we take a look at this roster that, I got to say, has not built the highest level of confidence from the LPL community over this year, but still a lot of big names.
Yeah, them and JDG have basically had a very similar trajectory when it came to our narratives that we were talking about for the season. And for Weibo, it's been a little bit more disappointing than their counterparts. Obviously, Weibo had a crash and burn when it came to not only the regional finals, but even going into playoffs of our most recent split. And while we were kind of waiting to see when this team would make it, waiting to see if they would really play for that world slot, it never came to fruition for this team. So, I don't know, I feel like we didn't really do like a full retrospective for both of our LPL teams here, but it has been pretty disappointing to watch both them and JDG.
Yeah, which is sad because they also have some of the names that have been in the higher echelons over the last 3, 4, 5 years even. So it's hard to see some of the lackluster performances. Trying to lean on some of that experience here today, though. I gotta say, we were talking about it a little bit coming into the day, but especially before this series, Weibo didn't do anything to dissuade those doubts in their first series. And I think it's going to be tough to see how they can deal with this D plus Kia roster itself. But I think this guy right here, the cardboard cut up, but honestly the real man himself, Xiaohu, is going to be an important ticket to that tonight against Showmaker.
There's just so many different matchups we can go into. Like, bot lane here for Weibo still doesn't seem like they are gelling all that well. This is going to be their last series here at ASI in the group stage. If they can't win here tonight, there is a real possibility that they don't even make it into the knockout stage. If you look at the groups, if they were to lose today, they'd be 1-2, and so would JDG. And then GAM, their last series is up against D plus Kia. Now, obviously, D plus Kia would have to do some of the funniest work possible for it to happen, but
I imagine a world, man. There is a non-zero world where both LPL teams are knocked out of Group A. All right, let's see what the Grasshopper has in store for us today. I didn't like its answer last time, but we'll see exactly
when is the Grasshopper going to learn that the top here is open? Because we have yet to see him escape.
True. It's a hard angle, all right? He's got to be mechanically gifted. Can't barely even make it out of the box first, Alex. You really gotta work on some mechanics for the Grasshopper. It is dead even, though, as the decider of the game. It's a little bit leaning on D plus Kia's side here.
Yeah, I would say that this is...
Oh, they gave it to him.
I would agree with our God War. This Grasshopper has been fairly accurate with predictions for the most part throughout this tournament.
Do you think the players know about the Grasshopper?
I'm sure it's gotten back to them. I don't think that they have. Obviously, they are sitting in front of, like, with a leak client in front of them, and
that's what right. That's what they should have in front of them, right?
Jesus Christ, man.
Okay.
But there's probably a high likelihood, especially on Chinese media. They have definitely been going crazy. This Grasshopper, I saw someone else tweet about this, that this Grasshopper has very quickly gained the same notoriety of, like, the Swiss deciders, or like when we have random refs or like pro players, like when Otawamne chose the seeds going into Worlds. That was very funny. Obviously, EU were not happy about that one.
That is very true. That is very true. And, you know, I don't know if we had that, like, one random, like, PA guy who became, like, super famous because of it.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
That was great, yeah.
Malu, who is another referee in 2023, they got a lot of flack for some of the draws that were done. So we're getting in the game here.
Now you can't send your mail to a Grasshopper. What does it do? Nobody knows.
Yes, I can. I'm going to send so many mean DMs to this Grasshopper.
Yes, absolutely. We need to make a Twitter profile. Anyways, Weibo are going to be on the blue side, and D plus Kia will be on that red side. We do see the Azir ban, the Alistar ban, the Ryze ban from Weibo. We also see the Kiana Poppy ban so far from DK.
Kiana, very reasonable playing up against TN. He has been our best Kiana player here in the LPL. And the Poppy is good. He has been able to take this, Crisp has been able to take this champion, and especially them working alongside Tien, just that flexibility that you get with this champion. Lennon, as we go throughout, what are we expecting here for Weibo? Obviously, we've seen a large focus go into mid lane pools.
Yeah, I do wonder if they want to try to give some of that mobility to Xiaohu. I mean, I think we all know Xiaohu is an expert at side laning and trying to find advantages there to bring into fights. I don't think we've necessarily seen that version of Xiaohu. But with the Nocturne making it through, and that's been a consistent ban for some teams here in this tournament, the Orianna gets locked in, and now you have a question. Do you just take the Nocturne from D plus Kia, which we've seen before in this tournament, or do you give over that combo to Weibo?
Gotta be careful. Still things like Wukong. We saw that Lucid pulled out the Lee Sin in one of their first games in the tournament. And always have to be super, super cautious around playing around Lucid, because he put on a barn burner of a performance in their first series.
DK picked LeBlanc first pick in their first game of the tournament. They'll do so in the second series for the first game as well. That'll be a pick for Showmaker. See what they want to combo with it. And I think that DK have found a recipe for success that they don't really want to change.
Wow, big burst damage going into the Orianna. Going to be pretty tough here. So what are Weibo going to be looking for as a response? Still have Xin Zhao if they really need it. Maybe we see a lock towards the 80 carry pools.
I could see that. Just trying to set up their absolute carries in the first phase and try to whittle out how to the in-between in the second phase. They do go for the Kai'Sa, so it's a good classic for LPL, as well as the Nico. Hopefully we get a little bit better of a performance of the Nico than earlier today, but the final pick of the phase will be for DK.
That was a good VOD to be showing in the background. That's LCK VODs. They were allowed to show those ones. DK,
there were VODs, I gotta say, of in the backpack of the LPL, but it's fine. It's in between games. It's before the game even starts, so it's fine.
Or if we were in a pause, but we'll talk about that later. So DK, they're gonna get. I thought it was gonna be Mbessa. I'm sure that's just a visual bug going on.
Yeah.
One of Shiwu's best champions, I think, all year, especially over in the LCK. He was by and far away, I think, the best Mbessa that the league had, being rivaled by players like Dora and the like. So good to see that they are kind of relying on the strengths of their players going forward. Now, Lennon, back in the draft. No jungler chosen here for Weibo. No 80 carry or bot lane duo. What are you expecting coming into this?
I think we're gonna see we already see the Wukong ban, but maybe we end up seeing like a Sion ban come through in the top side map for DK if they want to get rid of that against the Mbessa. I know we talked about it last series that it's okay as time goes on for the Mbessa, but I just hate seeing the Sion. We'll see if they want to combat that with like a little bit more contested top lane, as the Renekton is the final ban, but I'm sure it's gonna be a continued bot lane focus for Weibo at least.
So Corki, what else? What will I think Jhin is a good fill here for DK.
Ooh, the
They're
Lucian.
getting rid of the Lucian because I don't know, but like honestly, if you're a DK, who are you giving counter pick to? I think it's fine to do it for AD carry here, just because Beryl has been a player that has been a little bit more explorative.
Let him cook. I don't know. I think it would be nice to give it to actual carry performer in some way, shape, or form, but that would just be going to aiming himself. We'll see. As coach doing some micro movements, keep the blood flowing. As I do wonder if it's going to be something to really combat Kai'Sa, or if it's going to just go for like a general kind of hyper carry for them. They will save that for the last pick, because the Lulu is what comes through for DK.
All right, so Lulu plus what is going to be the composition here? Yunara is one angle that they could go for. I think Xayah has some merit here in this game versus Weibo, although pretty tough to walk into an Orianna Shockwave. So we'll see how Weibo are going to have to get themselves set up here. I think when you look at this draft, they have a lot of tools to be able to start fights, and as long as they are first to an objective, they have a lot of playmaking.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Breed. Don't do it to us. Oh, man, the Rek'Sai gets locked in top. I have not been a big fan of this pick, although we have seen it pop off in some occasions. Tian, more importantly, is going to be on the Vi, so really setting up the team and being able to have that early skirmish power that we know Tian loves.
Okay, so what else are we... I mean, you're into the Mbessa. This was like a weird counter matchup that appeared but didn't ever really take off with some of the changes that Rek'Sai received. We look at these compositions right now. What do we think of what DK had? Because we talked a little bit about what Weibo are going to be able to do, but I feel like both of these teams kind of want to scrap very early on and want to kind of get down in the mud.
But honestly, I mean, that's what led out to a pretty stomping success for DK last time they were on the Rift. Obviously, they had the day break or whatever, but this comp just feels right as rain for them. I'm really looking at the level of execution needed from Weibo. I think a couple of the combos really need to come together for them to make it work, and I need to see them on the same page, because that has been the biggest question levied toward Weibo over and over again, is can you get on the same page? And as we're going to be getting into the game here, Alk, we're going to be swap-a-rooning a little bit. I did have to go to get a medical procedure done today where they had to shove a camera down my throat, unfortunately, and I am it is not going well. Yep. And so we're going to have Alk play-by-play for this series. I'll be sitting here trying to get my big brainness out. I have officially color-casted Tier 1 back in the day in LPL English, the official LPL English. So, we'll see if I can bring out the brain. But here in this one, it's going to be really interesting, because I just want to see clean play from our LPL teams. I don't think I can say I've seen that one single time today.
That's not happening. It's Weibo versus DK.
Please,
There's no way there is going to be clean gameplay going on here. And for everybody at home, this does mean that with me play-by-playing, if it goes badly enough, Lennon might just take back the mic from me. So hopefully, by the end of the game...
You do great, buddy. You do great.
I think if I can get like a 6, I'm happy.
Yeah. I'm here for it. You got the rotating banners there to lead you onto the Rift here, too. I love that. It just says rotating.
Okay.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, yep. Okay. The Discord is dying, but it's only Discord. So for everybody at home,
I can hear you.
We're going to be fine.
I think your Discord is dying.
Oh.
Which it's perfect timing when you're about to take over play-by-play. So,
I can maybe catch every third syllable from you.
Oh, this is a great day. All right. Just do your thing, Al. We can still hear you.
All right. Well, for the time being, we're going to see a little bit of sparring between our two teams. I'm going to real quick hopefully change the Discord server and not get DDoSed. Oh, it's back. I think.
You can hear? Yes?
Yes!
You can hear? Yay, we're back.
I don't have to change anything. God is real.
All right.
Let's go. God Guo has permitted me to play this game.
I think that's pretty important.
Yeah. Seeing some trading here from Showmaker. Does get the Electrocute proc down. Very important that Showmaker is able to dictate this lane to his opponent, as Orianna, depending on the build that Xiaohu goes for, will be tanky enough to survive him as the game goes on.
And I think we always look to the early fluctuation of the jungle. I think that's going to be even more important here because, again, I just can't stop thinking about that first performance from D plus Kia and how lethal Lucid was across the map against Shun, who obviously was contesting him across the way. So I really want to see what these first looks, these first moves from the junglers are going to be looking like.
Early vision does spot out Lucid, was a problem, like you had mentioned in the first series that we got from D plus Kia. And across the board, though, it seems like D plus are playing with a lot more priority. Currently, it is a double range bottom lane. I think that we would probably give over the win in the 2v2 over to DK, but depends on how this keeps going. And Crisp already having to use his heal down in this lane. I think that's really, really strong. Showmaker gets the electrocute proc, almost kills Xiaohu. He's down to 100 HP. He has to just wait for a few more seconds on those cooldowns, and that might just be at least a summoner spell being lost by our mid lane.
And the problem with that is if Showmaker has push advantage in the mid lane, which he probably will, it just leads out to the comp that DK are playing. And I think you have to be able to contest that mid wave or at least force Showmaker to kind of stick around and be in there, because if you don't, then he's just going to run the map. He was not as effective on the LeBlanc the first series as well. We didn't see as much of a pop-off, but it was the other members of the team. But if he's ahead, I can imagine how easy it's going to be to execute this comp.
Seems like Tian is going to try to bail out his mid laner here. Just going to try and find it. This is a problem when you play against a LeBlanc, though. Every jungler can attest to this. This champion is notoriously difficult to lock down, especially with no
go for the kill.
Control. Showmaker's trying to look for it. There's the electrocute, one more auto. It's trade, but it's going to be first blood going over to D plus Kia.
Oh my gosh, what an absolute chat. Doesn't even care that he went down. Lucid's going to hold the wave here, and the TP from both mid laners is going to come back, so that's going to feel really good. But, like, the way that Showmaker is throwing a wrench into the plans of Weibo here, forcing so much attention to the mid lane.
A big problem we have seen from Weibo in this entire season is that Xiaohu in lane, kind of a 50-50 player. Sometimes takes a little too much damage in the early game. Shiwu pretty low. His jungler is coming on through to this side of the map. Wonder if Breeze will be able to get one more knock up and another vicious bite before he can take him down.
I like that Siwu is just playing with the range here, trying to utilize the shielding after every ability to get some trades back into Breathe. But that does mean that I don't think that this mid lane gets any easier for Xiaohu. And
no.
I really, if that's not working, if you don't have this kind of combination, if you don't have Xiaohu on an even playing field with Showmaker or the rest of the team against them, I think it's going to be so difficult to execute this comp. And I said that from the beginning of the draft, is that bar of execution has to be there for a team that has not reached it yet this tournament.
We'll have to see if Tian can continue to be the janitor for this team. Can he do a little bit of the dirty work, be a mover, be a shaker here? Showmaker already has level 6. He does double distortion, gets the chain as well as the electrocute. So Xiaohu is getting pummeled in this lane. He's going to have to take another reset. Showmaker's going to match him just to keep up in terms of items, keep up in terms of resources. So small leads being gained by D plus Kia, but not too much has gotten breaking out, because even topside's doing really fine for him. Breathe has opened up a small advantage for himself.
And I look at these comps, and especially with a tiny bit of an advantage, I think D plus Kia would like to go ahead and try to get some of these objectives going for themselves. We do have both teams kind of centering around this bot side, as we're already getting Tien down here as well. A flash play coming through from aiming, trying to get a little bit flashy here. And I think that's a summoner spell they're going to want back out.
Lennon, I'm pulling back the leash, brother. You got to let me play by play.
No.
I know you got to give it up. You got to give it up. Come on. Here, you got to save your voice.
I'm being put in timeout, bro.
I know it hurts, and you want to talk about our teams. You want to see if Label can pull off the upset here, but not going to be too much of a play going on forward for them. Just a little bit of a trade, and most importantly, getting that flash out from aiming.
We do see the dragon, though, is being surrounded right now. It actually had already gotten started up by Lucid. I wonder if they actually want to commit to this, or was it just the Scuttle Crab?
Observer, show me the bottom lane play. Tien is going forward. Oh, I think Breathe actually gets a solo kill here. Might be able to flash. Oh, he gets it right over. Still's going to be the public execution, but has to be careful if you're Siwu. That ultimate from this Rek'Sai can be an execute.
He's actually still looking for it. We didn't even go look at the bot side fight. We have no idea what happened down there. It does look like nothing else was burned too much. But I think the pressure in the mid lane is still worrying for me, Alec, as we move forward. There is going to be the grubs coming up in about a minute, and we really look at those level 6s for both sides to be the unlocking factor. We will have that shockwave combo with a cease and desist coming through for Tian and Xiaohu, and that is the unlocking factor for me. It might not be at that first item spike just yet, but if they can find that combination, I think it's so powerful.
DK are the second ones to this reset. It is going to be aiming at barrel just now getting back to base. So there's about a 5 to 6 second desync between our laners here. Wonder where this Xayah is going to end up walking towards. Is it just going to be going bottom lane? No, they're both heading up top. Kai'Sa's going to solo farm, and Crisp is going to try to gain priority for Weibo. Xiao can't even TP in. It doesn't seem like Weibo are going to make a play for these grubs.
I do wonder if they feel maybe a little hesitant with the pressure they've been put on, but we do have a couple extra bodies up on the top side for DK as well. Does look like as they do come up, it is going to be instantly started by Weibo.
All right. Weibo, they have a lot of buttons here. There's no ultimate here for Chris, but like you had mentioned, Xiao has the shockwave. It's a single grub. Weibo are going to pull off. Maybe they can find Showmaker. Again, it's LeBlanc. Very notoriously difficult to get a lockdown onto.
Oh my god. Tian just loses like half his health in that mini trade. Oh.
Okay, Light's going to try to use a little bit of movement speed to walk forward, get some damage onto Siwoo. It's going to turn into 2 grubs going over to D plus Kia, though.
And as it resets, it's always you gotta hold your tongue for a moment, at least waiting for that final calculation to come through. But that's gonna feel pretty good in the long run with the mini mites spawning as well. Ooh, Showmaker.
Chris, we got to get to a minion wave, brother. We're down half a level versus the Lulu. What's going on here? Like the Pop Blossom is like the entire kit. No? Breathe. Blade Caller does rip. Don't think it's going to turn into a kill. Not on this wave anyway. Plus there is still that ultimate available for aiming. So Bree's going to be able to use some of that rage bar from Rek'Sai to heal back up.
And I know you have the play-by-play cap on, but I'm really interested at the lack of prio on the dragon here, because I do feel like, and while we see this dive coming through, something maybe we can talk about on the other side.
All right, public execution from Siwoo gets him the immunity. It is not enough. There's going to be a ultimate coming on through from Tien, but Light's going to be able to finish this one off. A kill for the Kai'Sa, a play onto the top side. Lucid trying to make something happen around Xiaohu and Breathe, but the solo laners of Weibo, they're going to stay resilient here in this one. And no dragon being started. It is a dragon being started up for Weibo, so at least Tien will be able to grab himself an objective.
Felt like a little hot potato going there from both sides of the map as both dives, both executed, and unfortunately nobody dies in the end. But we did a couple of summoner spells burned. As I think Tien getting this dragon maybe dissuade some of the conversation I was bringing up beforehand, but still something interestingly enough that I thought maybe DK would be able to go for is those dragon stackings, but that next dragon could be of utmost importance as well.
All right, so as we kind of creep into what would be considered like the mid-game portion of the game, how are we feeling about both teams' odds? We haven't really talked too much about scaling, but when we kind of look at these two, what do you think the fans at home should be expecting?
I mean, I definitely favor some of the damage coming out from Weibo in those concentric fights and the kind of team fights aspect, but here we go.
Chris, Pop Blossom lands. That's Zero just going down. Feats Warfare going on over to Weibo and a full-on wave. They might even get a large portion of the turret plates here if they want.
Yeah, I mean, he has TP, but it's going to be in 15 seconds, so very far away from getting that one off, and it's going to be a nice little bit of gold going over to Weibo, like 1.5 thousand gold lead right now with still some plates to go down. That's going to feel really good. But as we were saying, like once that combination really starts coming to fruition, I think Weibo's composition becomes so powerful in its own right. But it's the little micro adjustments, the mechanical outplays that DK's comp succeeds in, right? Like that's why you put Showmaker on a LeBlanc. That's why you have Siwoo on his patented Mbessa at this point.
You say that, but he's down 30, and he's died twice now. This is almost 4 plates now going over to Light and Crisp. A very fed Kai'Sa could be the difference maker that Weibo do need. And while we haven't had too many nice things to say about Weibo's bot lane this year, Light and LPL Kai'Sas is one hell of a drug.
That's where you can always hedge your bets. It's on the LPL Kai'Sas. As unfortunately, I got to say, Breathe isn't having very much fun on that top side. He is getting visited.
Siwu, oh my god, that is a W shielding. Here is the ultimate coming out from Breathe. They're trying to find aiming. Vaultbreaker follows the flash. Aiming, no ultimate, no flash. A barrier is left, but all of this ultimate, Barrel keeps him alive, and aiming is able to grab the kill onto Tien.
I am flabbergasted. It looks so good, Alk. He predicted the flash and everything.
They don't have enough damage. This is what happens. The Rek'Sai, maybe he had one more item. If maybe they were able to get a completion earlier here. Still a win, though, for Weibo on the other side of the map. It's a full turret being completed at 12.5 minutes. DK are going to see if they can try and find something on the other end, but this is an impossible matchup. And now Lucid is here. This is assuredly Breathe dying on this dive, and a turret going over to D+.
Cataclysm comes out too. Oh, man. That's just, that's a little bit of bad to worse there. The turret going down, a lot of gold, now shifting over to D+ Kia. They were down, and now they find themselves about even, just a couple hundred gold up. And I think next, we already had those first item completions come across, but that's really upping the kind of skirmish potential between the teams. But, I mean, we are really looking at that kind of mid-game spike for both of them, honestly. The kind of 2-3 item spikes for them to really feel confident in these fights. And some objectives are going to be coming up before then.
Think about these 2 items for our AD carries, right? Like, you get Navori Flicker Blades for the Xayah, so she has uptime on all her spells. Then you get 2 items on Kai'Sa, and that's probably going to be a second Evolve. All the gold going in kind of the right places here for both of our teams, and hopefully we get to see that duel between these 2 legendary AD carries in their own domestic regions. Obviously, Aiming has done a lot of great work back in the LCK, and Light in years past has been almost maybe an underrated marksman from the international perspectives.
I mean, if you think back to it, I know it's far gone after them losing in the regional qualifiers, but just a year ago, he was the guy. He was the man that helped take down Ruler and forced JDG not to go to internationals an entire year. That felt so bad. In the end, he is a guy that you can really hang your hat on for Weibo. Has been for a long time. See if he can rise above this time. Give LPL a little bit more happiness today. As, I don't know if we can be happy after that second game.
Hey, wait a minute. You know, we won a series by any means possible here.
We did.
It's going to be DK, though, putting their bot lane duo with a little bit of damage in mid. We have 2 objectives spawning here for our Weibo teams. Since we are the LPL English, do you have a bias? Do you want to see them go for the dragon, maybe go for a little bit stacking? Seems like
whatever isn't going to lose them the game.
Resources. Okay,
they're going to go for Showmaker.
All right, he has flash. It is crisp. He lands it. There we go. Killer Instinct to follow up, and a kill goes over to Light. 2-0, 3-0 on this Kai'Sa. And now it is going to be the start of the Rift Herald going over to Weibo Gaming.
And I love it because we talked about it the early game. We said we really want to see this reconnection to the bot lane. Light and Crisp have been so desynced as a bot lane duo, and we actually see them come through there. Now Weibo setting up the Rift.
Can they get in? I mean, it's super tough. Lucid trying to find something. It's a Cataclysm onto Light just to lock him down. And a completely whiffed command shockwave is issued by Xiaohu. Aiming, trying to get a Blade Caller. They're looking for an engage onto Chris. Remember, no ultimates for some of these members. An ultimate coming in from Barrel, the Wild Growth. Finally gives him enough HP. It is Crisp who will go down first. Tien sends it in with a cease and desist, and a follow-up from Lucid. Gets 2 knocked up. Weibo are trying to fight. Finally, Light goes down. Showmaker dies again. And we're going to be able to see a trade, a 2-for-3 in favor of D+ Kia.
Please tell me, look me straight in the eyes and tell me this Jarvan champion is not just absolutely good right now. Like, this is insanity. Like, you look at this setup, he just immediately pulls the trigger, misses everything. But so does Xiaohu, and the amount of impact he has in this follow-through here is actually so incredible. Like, he goes through, goes over the wall, buys so much time, and then even if he misses that initial engage because Tien knocks him back here, he still ends up finding the latent 2-man knock-through with Light and Xiaohu.
You see also Light just trying to get that kill onto Aiming. Very important that Weibo do find that. All in all, still a worthwhile trade. We're going to see Weibo try to re-enter into this fight. Kai'Sa with no Killer Instinct, Dragon is going to go over to D plus Kia. Crisp trying to protect the mid lane wave for his team.
They were able to find an evening of the Dragons, so that's going to feel pretty good. And you can tell that DK wanted to try to pick a fight in mid lane there, but we do have second items completed now for those carries, like we had mentioned earlier, something to keep an eye on. I think with the Guinsoo's Kraken Slayer Light will be very strong in a lot of these fights. That's going to be feeling really good for Weibo, as they do also pop the Rift Herald in mid.
This is a big win. A lot of gold to be spent potentially here for Weibo in the next few moments. Lucid goes down to half HP. A Cataclysm onto Crisp, trying to lock him in. It's a killer instinct to follow up from Light. But guess what? Still have the wild growth. Light's trying to find something. The Blade Caller from aiming traps Light. No ability for him to find the play. And now Weibo try to collapse. Aiming. Ultimate is issued out. Gets away. But the ultimate coming in from Breathe. A knock-up from Crisp. They're trying everything from the side of Weibo just to make this play happen. Maybe it's a full-on ace. D plus Kia are falling apart at the seams. Xiaohu flashes forward. Shockwave. It doesn't even matter. He finally gets it down with the command move.
You thought it was the circus, but then you showed up and it's Cirque du Soleil. It's actually majestic in the end. You got people and bodies flying everywhere, and somehow Weibo find the picks they needed. Really big play from Breathe there in the end as well to find the back end of that one. Tien's going to steal away some of the jungle as well too, and that actually is a little bit promising for Weibo, even though it was very scatterbrained across those fights.
The solo lanes here for D plus Kia are starting to crumble. Like Siwo 0-3-0 on his marquee champion of his debut year in Tier 1. And Showmaker, we talked about the build going into the Orianna. He is 1-4.
It's so brutal. And you take a look back at this one, like Lucid is just playing with his food. Somehow he still survives in the end, but the amount of resources that were used to make sure that this didn't go more chaotically for DK was what ended up biting them in the end, because you see the collapse coming through from Weibo, really beautifully set, and Breathe is actually doing so much damage, able to follow through as well and getting a lot of gold in his pockets.
I mean, the Void Rush, the fact that Breathe gets to join the fight first versus his opponents. A very strong showing here from Weibo. A lot of doubters, a lot of people were saying, okay, maybe this Weibo team is just cooked. Barely being able to win a 2-0 over GAM. A complete flop versus JDG last night. And now looking dominant versus D plus Kia, who were expected favorites, not even just in tonight, but potentially for the entire tournament. Now it is Weibo taking down this bottom lane Tier 2. Shibu trying to escape with a public execution. An ultimate is issued by Tien. The knockup is there. Chris finds 3 with the Pop Blossom. 2 members goes down for D plus Kia. And now Weibo are trying to fight more in the base.
Bouncy Castle of Doom. That was an incredible series of events from Weibo, just able to layer that through. They were able to get the turret in the bot side too, so they open up the inhib. They're not going to take the inhib because it just hit 20 minutes. They will give over the outer tower in mid.
This is where the battle of the gold is going to come down. Wow, Showmaker does absolutely no damage to this Vi. He's going to try to escape. That is his ultimate gone. Double distortion now no longer available. There it is, the Void Rush coming in. Breathe, he auto-attacks the clone. Can he find one more? He gets chained up. He gets rooted down. Showmaker makes the great escape.
Breaking ankles left and right. Showmaker actually able to do so much there and buy a lot of time, but the Atacon is going to be Weibo's.
Oh boy, can they make it on through? Lucid's on his way. There's a teleport potential here from Siwu, but no public execution. The Otacon is almost assuredly Weibo's, but can they make their way out from this fight?
Gotta look at the angle here. They got a little bit of a flank setup. Lucid's waiting for his entrance.
Maybe Lucid's looking for something. The Tangle Barbs lands onto aiming. Showmaker's going to pop his head forward. A single chain lands, but it's not enough. The ultimate lands onto Barrel. The Shockwave stops only one. 3 members in the Cataclysm. Weibo are going to fight their way out of this one. A Pop Blossom lands onto aiming. Light's going to send himself back into the waiting arms of Weibo, but they win this fight. 2 kills going over to Light, and they're going to try to chase Barrel out of this one, but the Otacon and 4 kills going over to Weibo Gaming.
Aiming had him in his sights, had the entire team in his sights, but did not have the follow-through to finish the play, and Weibo come out the victors of that one. We're only 22 minutes in, and they're busting down the doors of D plus Kia now. Gotta say, this is a much better performance from Weibo, much cleaner, much more together, even with the chaos earlier. And we take a look back at this one. I mean, this was DK kind of surrounding them, but knowing that they didn't have the tools. The fact that Shockwave goes off right when Barrel is looking for the follow-through, it was only on to one, but it still set up a lot of the damage for Weibo coming back into the fight. And the fact that Breed barely survives.
That ultimate coming in from Chris, just on the very edge of being able to take him down. If maybe he thought he was going to have a little bit more time, a little bit more space, maybe aiming puts out the Feather Storm and is able to do a little bit more damage. And there it is.
There you go.
The Grasshopper flip-flopping Young Raz Jr. bringing us back here on the LPL. He's going to make a special guest appearance.
Bro, I know Raz is flying to China, but like,
over to Weibo.
I didn't think he left yet. I thought he was still at home.
You know, he did catch a flight. He's probably here for Worlds, considering it's about to start in a few days. So hopefully, I know some of the LTA teams have already made their way over. But this is a good game, and this is not a Weibo that we have seen for a long time here.
Yeah, it's a refreshing feeling for sure, but it's the problem is with Weibo is they've built up a lot of hesitancy in the community, so it's always like, okay, was this a fluke? Is this just a one-time affair? Is this only this time that Weibo looked good and proficient? That is always the question mark. But 3 items now is going to make that question mark kind of disappear for at least this game. And they have full control of the game so early on into it. Tien's even just looking for engages left and right. And that's what you can do with this combo now. And that's something we talked about the entire time, is this mid-jungle duo will always be important to keep an eye on.
No way for D plus Kia to really punish Crisp if he also wants to walk forward. Tien vault breakers himself into a really nice flank. How much more can they grab? Because remember, Kaisa is waiting 3 items here for Light. It's a vault breaker sent and an ultimate from Xiao, who deletes Lucid from the game. Amy's going to put down the ultimate. He's going to also do a blade caller. They can't even find Tien. Crisp knocks up 3. And Weibo knocked down 3 onto D plus Kia. That's a Baron for free if they want it in 45.
Yeah, absolutely. They can take everything in the jungle as well on top of it. It is Weibo's world, and we're all just living in it. The Wombo combos have been so nice to see from them. I gotta give respect where it's due. I didn't trust the Rek'Sai. We had seen Rek'Sai in pro play a couple times. Sometimes it looks good, sometimes it looks really bad. Breed looking good.
Hell yeah. Do you want to apologize to the Rek'Sai now?
I do. Breathe, I apologize. I did not respect your game. I did not respect the Void. And they have a 2-piece Void set right now for playing TFT.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was disgusting. But we've seen this like a couple times now. Like, if they layer up the CC chaining for Weibo, it is dastardly.
Yep. Showmaker is going to get spotted here. Does have the wireframe thanks to having the Oracle lens. So we'll see that someone is in the red buff, most likely just Tien. How do Weibo close this one out? It is an 8,000 gold lead, overwhelmingly in their favor, and D plus Kia are going to have to fight through complete fog of war. There's that shockwave combo we set up throughout the game. Breeze sends themselves into the backline. Chris finds 2 with this Pop Blossom, and Light joins the rest of his team. He's going to flash forward. Barrel no longer available to be able to play this one. Oh my god, barely lives. Thank you, Redemption. Aiming's underneath his turret. He's going to be able to survive, but more of DK fall. Finally, the Baron going to be started here by Weibo.
They're finally going to take the Texan Bullworm. If you get that one, it's a throwback. But it is a almost 10,000 gold lead for Weibo in this game number 1. And you wonder, maybe a little bit of rust had gotten onto the joints of D plus Kia in their day off. But in this 3rd day, Weibo looking like a completely different team, which feels really good. And now they have about a minute 15 until that next dragon comes up. Would be a Mountain Soul point for them, which I think is really nice in their compositional strength as well. They just get to kind of pull the trigger anytime anyone's a little bit too overextended for DK.
Dan just gets to play with complete impunity in this one. And now Xiaohu's completed a Seeker's Arm Guard. So if you thought it was tough already to kill a Rod of Ages and almost 4,000 HP or 3,000 HP Orianna, it's going to get even tougher for the side of DK, the LCK representatives. Only a single series, so they're 2-0 here in ASI. And it seems like Weibo is going to hand them their first loss, and also the LCK's first loss at the Asia Invitational.
Yeah, it should be something to be proud of for the LPLers out here.
Or I guess the first loss versus the LPL, because I made a joke that only the LCK can beat the LCK here at ASI. But all right, let's see how this ends up going. They're pushing on 2 waves. A Guardian Angel also here for Tien, so his life can be a little bit more, he can play with his HP bar a little bit more. There is Lucid again with an ultimate. All this set up onto Light, but not even able to break him to half HP. Shibu is going to go down. Baron's still at their backs. Weibo are going to look to try to take down an inhibitor turret. It'll be one. Lucid gets followed upon. The Prey Seeker alongside of those missiles are going to make sure that DK cannot win this one out. Another kill is going to go over to Weibo Gaming. And there it is. Weibo are going to find a win here in game number 1 of this series. In the last one for Weibo. Look to put them up at 1-0.
Yeah, a strong start to this series for them. Amy's going to do a little bit of extra gameplay on the back end of it, but the Nexus turrets are the focus for Weibo. You'll take down the last one, take down this Nexus, but a beautiful performance from Weibo. Almost 12-kill game from Light as well. The ADC diff was big this time, Alk.
Yeah, who is there? Just real quickly, like MVP votes, I feel like a lot of people are probably going to be split. Breathe had a large portion of this game. Light obviously was getting a lot of access to kills throughout this entirety of the game. And kind of a rough look for the solo laners here of D+.
Yeah, a little bit tough. The setup was never there, even though with some of those early skirmishes, you were thinking maybe something happens. Maybe they actually find a little bit of promise there, but as soon as those solo lanes were down like 0-7 or whatever, or at least 7 deaths, I think that's going to be a little bit tough when your comp really thrives from ahead. And I just got to give a shout out to Lucid. Even when they were struggling, still looked good on the Jarvan. A couple things he wants back for sure, but Weibo just looked like the better team.
I mean, he just didn't have like any damage. Like his solo laners are completely useless this game. Outside of the single solo kill we saw from Showmaker, he was invisible on this LeBlanc yet again. We talked about it in their last series when we were kind of praising him for this champion. Didn't have to pull too much considering Lucid was absolutely smurfing on the Lee Sin. And this is a little bit more of the DK that I'm familiar with from watching them towards the end of this year in the in the season for LCK. Showmaker kind of took a dip in performance and had to really rely on the rest of his team to bring them over the finish line.
Gotta say 0% KP for Siwoo is a little toughy for sure, but it was just a tough game overall for them. See if they can bounce back for that next game, because this is a team that on their first day they did look unstoppable, but it was just one day out of all the ones they have to play, obviously today and tomorrow.
Also, it was against JDG, who we have very, very frequently made some comments as to whether the veracity of whether or not that team is good or not. So for everyone at home, you can have your own opinions. Again, share them in the Twitch chat if you want. I'm sure someone will argue with you, even if DBT's in chat. But for the most part, like you had mentioned, even though Lucid was looking like, even this ultimate, he traps Chris, but where's the damage dealers? Barrel's not hitting. He's a Lulu. Aiming's not really doing much here. Feel like there was a little bit of a disconnect between where Jarvan wanted to be and where the rest of his team necessarily were.
Yeah, you got to be kind of point and present when you have a comp like this, when it really needs to have those combos come together. This was kind of the beginning of the end to some extent for Weibo in terms of positivity, because Breathe was just finding so much impact there. But then after this is where we saw the Wombo combos just start to get layered so well.
Yeah, pretty tough. I don't know. Like, this one
right
probably the
here.
most. Yeah, this was very disgusting. I mean, we got to see a Weibo that actually worked together. Chris was landing some amazing pop blossoms, which I did not expect myself to say tonight, considering the state of this bottom lane. A large kind of a rumor that was popping up at the end of the offseason last year was Light basically going to management and saying, it's either me or Crisp. I'm not playing with this guy for a third year in a row. And then halfway through the season,
back.
Weibo management said, you are playing with him for a third year in a row. You will be playing this last split with this guy.
It's so funny how things boiled down because he did leave. He did, and then he came back. And then, you know, we have to think about the fluctuation in the roster itself. This is where it was so dang close for DK, and then it wasn't. And there was another continuation of that kind of wombo combo stuff. So, honestly, I want to see Weibo draft another comp like this if they can.
Sure. Just whether or not they actually will have the ability to. Remember, Kai'Sa's no longer available to this team. Some pretty useless champions taken out, though. Like Rek'Sai, probably not going to get too much value in a long series, even if it is just a best of 3. You did get Nico, so I wonder how that's going to change some of the flavor of the rest of the draft. Is there any champions in particular that you're kind of looking forward to?
I would love to see the Rumble come back into fold, but I don't know if we're actually going to get that one here.
That
Wasn't
guy's
banned
perma
away,
banned.
but was it banned? Was it? It might be. I know it was banned in the previous series. The Nico is the MVP here, so Light doesn't get it. I think Light maybe deserved it there, but it'll be the Nico setup for Chris.
You were right. He wasn't banned this game, but Chris did have some pretty big impacts in this game. But yeah, either could have been Light. I think if you're like really trying to be sneaky, I really love Brief. 5 out of 5. All right, Crisp getting some hometown credit here. That's gonna be it for us here, at least for game number 1. We're gonna kick it to a short break before we get back into game number 2 between D plus Kia and Weibo. Can we see a comeback here for our LCK representatives, or are Weibo gonna shut them out with a 2-0? We don't want to miss it. Alrighty, folks, LPL fans, it's time to get excited. It's time to get your Weibos in order. They've won game number 1 of this series, and it's still Alk, still Mazel, still Rare Adam on the keys, and obviously all of our lovely mods and socials people still trying to make this whole thing work. We are potentially at the end of our day here on day number 3
You just ruined
of
it.
ASI.
You just ruined. You just made sure that we go to the. Just saying. You just did it. You just did it right
It's
there.
a win-win. It's a win-win. Either I get to
We more
cast another
games.
game, or
True.
I get to go to bed.
That there is dubs in both categories there. I would love to see another game. Maybe not for my throat, but just because what the hell? Like D plus Kid looked so good in their first day. And it was a very similar comp to what they were able to pull out in both of their wins in their first series. But the execution wasn't there today. So I do wonder if they just go to their kind of second ring option when they got the Lee Sin for Lucid and things along those lines, or if they try to go with more of a stock standard meta.
Well, I hope the solo lanes kind of show up, because Sibu and Showmaker just did not get to play in that game number 1. And very disappointing for Sibu, who was so impressive in their first day, and especially playing his signature champion on the Ambessa. We have our God Guo back out onto the map. Seemed like he was kind of half and half, so hopefully we get
He had like
an
his whole
update
butt
as to
on
what he's
DK's
looking.
side. Well,
Discord hates me.
you know, it would have been oh, no. It would have
God damn
been
it,
so much
Discord.
funnier if at the beginning, if it wasn't just for like win percentage, but if it actually was for side select. Oh,
Okay.
we're back.
I forcibly made the server NA West, so I will not have this issue anymore.
Both of the server join things happened at the exact same time. That was
go.
actually too funny. Anyways, yeah. Game.
Yep.
Draft.
We got a game, we got a draft. It is going to be a DK on the blue side here. Staying with pretty similar bands, though, it does mean that Rise is going to get through. Are we expecting something special here from DK?
The Malzahar. It's going to come through. I believe.
Please no.
He can't
Please
first
no.
pick LeBlanc this time.
That is
Again,
true.
though, that is the biggest thing about this DK squad is like maybe, and me not watching them all year, like they went through phases of picking things, but the fact that all year long they've been so willing to stretch the meta and go with picks that aren't necessarily the bread and butter of the metas itself, I think is really interesting to keep an eye on. And if they are going to continue that strategy, because I think as soon as we see that adaptation of going back to meta style comps, that's going to maybe lose a little bit of that personality from DK.
Ooh, Rise is up. We've seen this champion basically be pick or ban here in this tournament. Are we going to see Showmaker move towards it as the second most played from the LCK this year? And if not, do we see maybe a Xin Zhao, maybe something that allows for Lucid to have a little bit of that playmaking that we got to see from him in their first couple of series?
He was absolutely playmaking. Maybe not going to be able to blind the Lee Sin this time around. He is going to go for the Xin Zhao, so that's going to feel pretty good from a skirmishing perspective for him, although didn't work out on the J4, which I still really liked in that composition, but just a little bit ahead of the team in a lot of those fights.
So Weibo, gonna look at their options as a response. In terms of 80 carries, obviously we do have the Xayah and the Kai'Sa gone, so things like Corki start to gain a little bit more priority. We also still have things like the Jhin and the Sivir still available for both of our marksmen, although Corki and Alistar seems like that is going to be the pairing here for Light and Crisp.
I like that. It's one of the big ones for Crisp. Even though he's been playing for years, his Alistar is obviously very good. The Corki, still a little flexible, I guess, but Light's definitely going to be okay piloting that one. Could be feeling pretty good from a carry perspective. I do wonder if they just want to go with kind of a meatball comp now moving forward for Weibo.
In terms of junglers, what would they be looking for? I mean, you could go for
The
a
Rumble!
Nocturne. All right, Nocturne Rumble does make it on through. This would be Siwoo's second most played champion of the year, and Rumble not banned in this series. Very interesting. Obviously, Rumble took a bit of a hit after a couple of those nerfs, but seems like DK are going for kind of stock standard, pretty solid team fighting all around.
I like the Rakan here, though, for Barrel. Some go in, go out kind of styles. as well as a lot of roaming ability earlier on. I would like to see more of that from both supports as well. But I'm personally, I mean, you get the Rumble coming through, but really the kind of team fight aspect from Damwon, or at least D plus Kia, is going to feel really good. The Lee Sin is logged in for Tien as he slinks back in his chair too.
Tien's like, no, I don't get to play Lee Sin. Or I get to play Lee Sin. Okay, let's hope he can kind of show off.
Does he use
obviously.
the skin?
I don't know.
I don't think he does use the skin very often. I'm pretty sure he uses the dragon one.
Probably has some mixed feelings, especially around being a world champion.
He got MVP, bro. Where's his prestige skin?
He did get MVP. They're coming out with not prestige, but they are doing the secondary chromas.
Yeah.
So,
but Faker gets 2 skins. Come on.
Well, that's what happens when you have 5 world championships.
That's what happens.
We get into the second phase of bans. It seems like Yunara is the focus here. Again, no Lovers Duo available for aiming and barrel. So, are we going to opt to see more of the things like the Sivir? I think from what they are showing, I don't think that DK have enough crowd control, however. So mid lane is going to be very, very interesting, especially with the Ryze that we were mentioning and the Taliyah nowhere to be spotted.
It's going to be full focus on the aiming in the second phase as well. The Yunara and the Jhin from Weibo banned away. So trying to figure out what that bot lane matchup, that 2v2 into the Corki would look like as well. Do wonder if DK want to continue focusing on some of these solo lanes, because that's really what's left for Weibo, but which version they want to go with, because I still think, like, the Scion is still there, point and present, if you want to go for like a tankier front line, if you want to set up that wall that we've seen time and time again when the Alistar is already so tanky as well. It does look like it's going to be the Ornn ban by DK.
That's fine. I mean, there's still a Scion in this game, so that's what I'm kind of worried about. If you're Weibo, do you just pick this up? Trying to steal this away from their opponents so they get the Ryze. Good lockdown here. What are we kind of looking at from DK? What do we think that they need coming in from their mid and AD carry?
I mean, they need some kind of carry for mid. We talked about it before. Like, we really need to see these solo lanes kind of step up for DK, and especially Showmaker. Can't go quietly into this series. He was not quiet whatsoever in their first series as well. So definitely want to see if he has an answer into the Ryze, if it's going to be something along the lines of more of a hyper carry style, as we will end up getting a pretty standoff pick from aiming on the Ezreal, as the Cassiopeia does end up coming through for Showmaker.
All right, so DK want to opt for range. We're going to get the Rumble versus Cassante matchup here. Weibo with a lot of, I think, point-and-click ability to start fights. Obviously, Ryze is always going to have that Rune Prison available to him. And Lee Sin can be very explosive. I think early lanes look good here for Weibo Gaming. It's all about whether or not, in terms of scaling, we can see a little bit more from D plus Kia.
And I do love that Tien is getting some resources to be a little bit more mechanically focused here on the Lee Sin. His early pathing has always been one of my favorite things from Tien. He does like to go for unique paths as well, and I think that's one way you can really upend Lucid. And I think even though maybe it was a little bit quieter in that first game, I still think this undercurrent of the jungle matchup and how it pertains to mid lane is so important in this series, and especially with the Lee Sin pick. Like, you want to be proactive, you want to be picking up kills as much as you can as Tien.
All right, well, let's see if Weibo can play that style, if they can do what not a lot of folks were betting on happening, which is a 2-0 over the LCK 5th seed. Would be a massive turn in terms of expectations, and it is also their last series of the group stage here, so go out with a bang. Go out with something you can kind of hang your hat on in terms of being proud here at ASI.
And give us a real win on the day. A real one, Alk.
A real one, exactly. I'm sure some folks are also seeing it. You posted it online, but according to 957 and the rest of the ASI tournament organizers, it seems like I was right in my interpretation, which is basically that if there is a issue with the team's internet, that there is no way for the no rematch will be granted, which kind of sucks for the Vikings. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough.
It is tough, as NiP will be very happy. They all knew that they got away with something there. But now, speaking of, can Weibo get away with a 2-0? I don't have hope. I always know Weibo is willing to go to 3.
Come on, man. Why are you saying
But
you have
they
no
looked
hope?
like a different team after game number 1, which gives me like a tiny little bit of hope. Tiny little bit.
Just want to show the duality that Lennon gets mad at me when I'm saying good things about LCP and them winning, and then when you know when we're talking about LCK versus LPL, he's like, I don't believe it.
But it's because
Alex,
there is secret tech that you know that I have, and is that everything that I say is the opposite of what I want. And
yeah,
that's
but then
the
what
power
happens
of the
when it
LPL.
happens? So what happens when it happens?
We'll have to cross that bridge when we get there.
That
And
is
maybe I
true.
won't be around to answer.
Yep.
Yeah, see, I just hope both teams have fun.
I don't.
My
I want
throat
Weibo to
hopes
win
that we
now.
get to go to sleep after this one. My
Yes.
brain wants it to go to 3. That's the duality.
We'll see.
We're
We'll
probably
see which
having
one it ends up
network
delivering.
issues.
Yeah, we've been seeing this just across the board, not only in just today's games. When it was Nongshim versus BNK Fearex, we also got some internet issues, but this is going to be the start of game number 2 between the LCK 5th seed and the LPL 6th seed. Can we get a little bit of spice here? Can DK find some avenues back into this series? We're going to Weibo just shut them out and put them back in on the road for the rest of the night. We'll have to see. We're getting a little bit of some spicy invades. Crisp is in no man's land right now. Almost gets invaded upon by the enemy team.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Siwoo.
Uh-oh.
Siwoo, no. He's probably going to have to flash. It is 105. He is not going to have flash. He's going to probably either miss out on a large portion of his wave. I wonder, is he going to invest the teleport so early on? And even Light is now getting completely moved off of this wave.
That's actually so detrimental. Let's see if it gets answered. I think one of the biggest things with those kinds of situations, it's always about what happens as an answer to that. As barrel and aiming, not going to feel super confident to go for that.
All right, Lucid's going to go for an invade. Doesn't get spotted on any wards. It's a red ward from Weibo onto the enemy blue side, but no spotting, no vision. Does Lucid go for Gromp? No, I think he's just going to cross over. He doesn't want to have anything to do with Tien potentially crossing over the river.
So the map state itself is going to be a little bit wonky now. I do wonder how early the vision control is going to matter in this one, but Tien isn't going to know that his blue buff is gone for a little while, so that pathing may be a little bit tricky in the end for him to see if he gets any kind of answer if he wants to go for his own invade whatsoever. But something else that we've seen today is this 2v2, typically something that's a little bit more spicy. I don't think we're going to get as much action as typical in that 2v2 now in this game 2.
Yeah, it's also the heal being blown pretty early there from Barrel. Both of our supports opting for the spellbook this time around. And we're getting a little bit of that damage down. Light is taking a fair amount from his counterparts here. With Lucid pathing down, he's going to be not on the same timer here as Tien. So I wonder what Weibo's jungler, what options do we think Lee Sin has here, considering he's going to be basically missing a camp, and does mean that he gets to be a little bit earlier on the map. Oh, Tien. Oh.
Okay. Well, happens to the best of them, as you would say. And Lucid just gets away with a little bit of extra tempo there.
Okay.
He
All right,
did
so
skip his blue.
That is true. Well, what do we think he has options? Like, can he maybe go for an early gank on bottom side?
I mean, I
Maybe
think he's
just here
trying
to help Xiaohu mid.
Yeah, I think he's trying to counter, right? I think he's trying to play like a little bit of like rebuttal to what Tien wants to do, because he knows. I mean, we know Lucid loves the Lee Sin. Looked damn good on it last time we saw him, but he knows that Tien needs to be active.
Okay, ward hops away. Tien's going to get to safety. You can just kind of see this is a pretty tough matchup here for Xiaohu, but the ways that you can get around this matchup is either scaling or having Ryze make multiple side lane plays in a row. See, right now it is Crisp trying to find a little bit of work down onto Barrel. It's not going to make that happen. Lucid does get the bottom side scuttle, and it is going to be an invade here from Tien. He's going to see if he can grab the blue buff with help from Xiaohu leaning to him.
That's the combo that really needs to come up again in this game number 2. I know it was pretty quiet in the game number 1 for a long while, but then we finally started seeing the shockwave combos. There's a little 2v2 action on the bot side. Tian's going right back to the well.
All right, level 3 versus level 4. Both of our junglers have smite, but guess what? The laners are starting to get pulled over. It is Lucid who wins this fight. Showmaker, what else do you got? Is there going to be a grounding slow? No, Tien. Oh, man, that's a full-on Conqueror, and that's going to be first kill going over to Lucid.
A little bit of counterplay there, unfortunately, for Tien and for Weibo, and that's going to feel really good from the DK camp as well. And do wonder if they're going to try to reset, get back down to the bot side of the map, because they will have the dragon coming up too. Xiaohu's looking for a roam play, though.
Oh, okay. It's going to be a little bit of time before this happens. Also, Lucid will be in the area for this. It's pretty tough, though. I mean, aiming doesn't have flash. We didn't see how he lost this summoner spell. They're going to continue the play, though. No eyes on Xiaohu quite yet. A flash knock-up coming in from Crisp. Answered by Barrel in trade. Does he use the barrier? No, at the very end he goes down, but it doesn't matter. Light's going to flash over. He's looking for Barrel. He loses vision of the enemy Rakan. And so it's a 1-for-1 trade coming on through. We're getting a teleport there from Cassiopeia to try to hold down the wave. Siwu almost gets taken down. Breathe looking for it. Does not have the all-out quite, or he has the all-out pressed, but isn't able to get much more out from the Rumble.
Yeah, the healing, the biscuits coming through from Siwu is going to give him the difference right there. And honestly, seeing Lucid with 2 kills early, that's terrifying from a Weibo perspective. And he's going to meet Tian right back where they left off in the topside jungle.
Man, you've got to be very careful because look at the supports right now. It's Rakan that's going to be already in mid. Crisp is as well. By the time he finishes this, however, Tian should already be done with the Gromp. Gets the smite down, so no contest. Also, Siwu does have to take his recall, teleport back into this wave, so we're seeing a bit of a contest come on through from Weibo. They want to muscle their way into topside, get the scuttle that's going to spawn in a moment, and get themselves ready for a minute and a half before this next objective. Chris flashes forward using the Hex Flash. Some protection there from D plus Kia will get their jungler out and secure the topside for Weibo.
And it's little bit crazy in that mid lane. I love how much both teams are really committing bodies to these fights, really bringing everybody together. And I know we didn't talk too much about how the comps kind of come together here, but both of them are excelling at team fighting as we move forward into the game. And so I do expect this to be a game that goes a bit longer, and see if that scaling is really going to come into play.
Barrel is just dead. That's Sonic Wave right onto him. It goes over to Weibo. Xiaohu tries to use the Realm Warp to save his jungler, but DK will answer in kind. A 1-for-1 trade, and it looks like the Dragon is going to be started by the LCK.
Gonna go ahead and get the early objective. I don't think there's any contesting that now. Very close to Tien getting away, but just not enough left on the health bar. It's gonna be an early Ocean Dragon going to DK. Can give them a little bit more sustainability. Breathe is here.
Yeah, but
much.
Breathe is by himself. All Out is going to be up in 3 seconds. He gets the W to push back Lucid. Not quite level 5 yet on the Xin Zhao. That's a kill going over to Xiao, so some answers. Breathe is just flashing forward. All Out is made possible.
I think
he's going to be able to grab it. Uh-oh. Q3, does it land? Flash from Showmaker. He got the stun from the ultimate. He's probably going to be able to get himself out, but Weibo, they're going to go for a dive. It's 4 members strong. Siwu is going to look for something onto Light. Valkyrie puts him away. Does he get the burn? No. Oh my god, that's probably a trade. Does Siwu not go down? No. Guess what? Showmaker, he's going to fall. Barrel gets locked down. This is a big minion wave that they're fighting in the middle of. Weibo, how much more are we really going to be able to get for the rest of this fight here? Lucid, Barrel trying to walk forward. No ultimates available for them. Xiaohu's looking. Xiaohu's fishing. Ultimate is stopped there. Oh, Barrel can't even get the grand entrance. Weibo are getting a double kill for their jungler, and they're taking everything across the map.
Dude, DK just saw the Shredder running and was like, what happens if I put my hand in there? They literally just got their entire arm chewed off by Weibo.
It's not a cookie jar, it's a Mimic at this time, and the Mimic's teeth are sharp. Aiming's got to be a little bit careful. Thankfully for him, Xiaohu does not have enough mana to do much after that. It was a Dragon taken there by D plus Kia, but they lost 4 kills for that.
That's actually so incredible. And I just had to give a little bit of shout out. We're going to get a replay of it, but the mechanical prowess between Showmaker and Breathe there in those plays kind of counteracting each other's predictions.
Oh,
it was really fun to see. And
aiming.
aiming just dashes, flashes is not going to make it out of the way just yet.
Oh, God. There's the ultimate. Dragon's Rage kick is going to send aiming to the gray screen. Chris also in a pretty decent flank position if he really wants it, but aiming thought he had complete control. And this is now going to open up Tien to invade onto the bottom side if he wants it. Xiao does have to get a recall in, so not going to end up being the play. Weibo are starting to find an objective win. 1,500 gold up at 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to take a look back at this one because this was the dive that led into the meatball of Weibo, and this is exactly what they drafted for, Alk. They love these kinds of fights. They expertly dived that little setup there, but now on the back end is like, are they just going to stick around and force this play? And then DK just fall right for the bait.
This was beautifully played, by the way. Xiaohu getting the Rune Prison onto Barrel, stops the grand entrance, then he gets headbutt plus pulverize. A great play from Weibo, all things considered. During that, it was 3 grubs going over to D plus Kia. I don't know how much of a side lane threat they're going to really be able to get done. They've been putting Showmaker by himself on the bottom side of the map, which has helped be able to maintain some of the gold, but Xiaohu's up 1,000 over his lane opponent, and now Weibo, with almost like a Trinity Force completed here for Light, should be able to get a few more turret plates before they fall in 3.5.
I think some of that map control is kind of curious to me in terms of what we've seen after a lot of these fights, because yes, there's a bit of an advantage for Weibo, but it's not nearly like a giant advantage that they can really run away with the game with, because both teams still do have a lot of options moving forward for them, especially when we hit these first items coming up. You're going to have a little bit scaling factor for Showmaker going for the Roa, and going to have that one completed a little bit later than Xiaohu, but it's still something where both teams can just kind of pump the brakes in the moment. And you got to always remember that DK do have that permanent buff of the 3 grubs. So we see a Realm War play in the bot lane.
Can Showmaker make it out? Ultimate doesn't land onto too many members, and even if it did, it doesn't matter. Headbutt pulverize, put him into the wall. Lee Sin even finds something in the mid lane. Aiming goes down. That's 2 members of DK plus just falling. And this is just going to allow for Weibo to just take any of the jungle camps, start focusing in on these waves. I gotta say, Lennon, I'm really impressed with what we're getting from Weibo here in game number 2. I mean, this series alone has been impressive enough. This is just aiming being a little too far forward. Sonic Wave lands, I mean, just issues a ward jump, and that's free kill. Cool, nice.
It's aggressive as hell, and you'll make sure you see it.
There's another one coming on through. Ultimate from Lucid. Crescent Guard's going to buy him a little bit of time in this fight, but guess what? There's a teleport coming in from behind. Siwoo is going to join this fight late as DK are going to look to try to get themselves back into this game. Not able to get that connect onto Xiaohu. He will escape. Breathe now in a 1v4. He's going to slink back under his turret. We have 5 seconds before this dragon starts. D+, it seems like their avenue of trying to get back into this game is going to be Dragon stacking Weibo. It is Chris and Tien to be by themselves. Xiaohu still hasn't even recalled quite yet. He is just going to be hoovering up all of these waves right now. And that, I think, is one way that we could see Weibo start to kind of leverage a pretty massive advantage.
Yeah, DK have opted into more of the objective stacking, giving up waves here and there as Breathe going to take the bait.
Oh, God, that's good vision toggling from our observers there. Breathe does fall. It's a kill going over to aiming, quite simply put. Weibo on the opposite side, though. Xiaohu seeing if he can get himself the last turret plate here.
Kind of try to get as much as he can, but yeah, I mean, it's obviously DK are kind of willing to sacrifice some of these resources to get these together plays, and look at this one.
Oh, all right. Tien's found first. Teleport coming in from Xiaohu, almost level 11 here, and an equalizer that just only rips apart
Chris.
Light. A huge knockup coming in from Chris. Turns the fight for Weibo. They get Lucid. They get Barrel and aiming, and Siwoo just has to die underneath the turret. Chris is going to pick that up, and now Weibo are right back into the driving seat of this game.
Is he Light or is he Shaq? Because he just said the line, I got to put some respect on his game. Chris saves his life. What an incredible play for Weibo to pull back something from nothing. It felt like Tien just gets absolutely blasted in the beginning of that fight, but it did not matter because while the scoreboard is going to be a little bit in favor of Weibo, it's more importantly the 4-0-7 Xiaohu stepping up on a guy that we said from the very beginning, who I said specifically I need to see more from Xiaohu. He has shown out this series so far.
Yeah, there we go. Tien gonna spar a little bit over his Raptor camp. He's gonna make sure that he gets at least most of this one. Crisp is gonna follow up as well. Quickness is used by Barrel to get him out, but those are pretty big buttons now missing for D plus Kia. 30 seconds before the Herald. And one of the ways that I envision a lot of these team comps, and one of the ways that usually we've seen the Ryze matchup go, is if you're going to pick Ryze, a lot of players are going to pick up the Cassiopeia, but something that Ryze does so much better than the Cassio is just playing on side lanes, being able to make map plays, and he has a pretty decent enough advantage that I think you can kind of get around some of the bad matchup here available for D plus Kia. Seems like even with them missing out on some abilities, it's going to be them starting this objective up. I mean, Xiaohu's not in this area. It seems like he's just more prioritizing the goal that's on the opposite side.
And this is exactly what Xiaohu does. He's been known as one of the side lane kings in the LPL, and he's shown that here on the Rise. But I do start to wonder, is it enough? Because we said it all along, DK do have good team fighting tools. Tien going to stop Lucid in his back. Barrel also stopped his back just to try to save him.
Oh, Crisp. He uses the Hex Tech portals to get himself into a flank position. Lucid, you're just gone, buddy. Don't even bother using the flash at this point. He's trying to Sundered Sky proc his way back into this fight. He gets the Herald, but he's going to lose his life for it. And Weibo are going to continue to spread their influence on this rift.
Dude, this is like the epitome of like classic LPL gameplay. They are just forcing DK into fights left and right. The fights that DK don't even want. But it's been multiple times, especially along the back line and especially along the bot lane when we saw multiple fights going Weibo's way. It's fights that I don't feel like DK need to fight for.
Oh, boy. Good job from Xiaohu as well, getting the Realm Warp to be able to contest on this mid-wave. D plus Kia, I don't know what happened between their series versus JDG and now, but especially the solo lanes. I feel like Siwo and Showmaker are not having good performances here, and while Aiming and Barrel have kind of been the starlights of this team when it came to the middle of the season, it is not turning out well for them. It is D plus who will now try to force onto this mid turret. I'm just going to pretend like I didn't see Barrel
Tien
use
threw
his
the
ultimate
thumbs
there.
up. That feels a little bad as the Rift Herald to get popped in mid lane, but driven down to bots.
Oh, Lucid.
Thumbs up comes up from Lucid too, just barely off of the crash distance. That's gonna feel bad too. As 4,000 gold up is Weibo, it's gonna feel good for them and a dragon in 45 seconds. I think they are at a position that they could fight this. They're on 2 items for a majority of the carries now.
I'm looking at this from D plus Kia's perspective. I think it's tough. You're trying to see if you can get that finished Seraph's Embrace here for Showmaker before the next fight. He only has the Lost Chapter and a half-stack tier at this point. Aiming would probably also like to get a Muramana, although it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you can't fight this one, you might lose the Dragon, and that might be the last one you see here in this game with how Weibo have controlled the pace of this one. And even though they're standing on wards, almost this entire river is completely dark here for D plus Kia. So I like the pressure coming in from Breathe. You even see that Tien is focusing, hovering on the bottom side of the map to keep Shiwu away from this play. He's going to put a Sonic Wave down onto the Rumble. It's a flash coming in from them, but a fight breaks out in mid lane. Xiaohu flashes away. The ultimate from Showmaker lands onto None. Crisp tries to get a knock-up. Lucid goes forward with the winds becomes lightning, and the Crescent Guard guards nothing. Weibo find a huge fight as Breathe go all out. It puts DK into the dirt. 2 more kills there for Weibo as they dominate this game number 2.
What did I tell you, Alk? You just gotta say the opposite of what you wanted. Baby, we're getting it. Weibo! They show up in this series big time at the last moment when they needed to the most in their final series.
And now it makes the group entirely up in the air. JDG are going to be 1 and 2. Weibo are going to be 1 and 2. I mean, GAM, they might have a chance at being able to do some pretty big work here. We might see a tied up group here later on. D plus Kia not able to get over the finish line here. 7,000 gold and the 3rd dragon of the game going over to them. We get to take a look at this one more time.
They're going to try to get this engage off, but this is all while Tien was forcing off Siwoo, and then they're just stuck here. Like, so much damage comes down into this little choke point. Lucid tries his damnedest to split the fight, but that's the problem into a Rise and a literal Gatling gun of a Corki is you get up close and personal, and they just gun you down. Your health bar, the shred from the Gatling, is just too damn much.
I just love what we saw from Xiaohu in this game so far. And then the equalizer, fortunately here for Siwoo, not much that he can do. Doesn't even get the minion wave in this trade. Valkyrie over from Light and the shield from Breathe just to protect the AD carry.
Man.
We've had questions about the synergy there from Wei, but when things are going good, things are going very, very well for this team right now. 19-7 at 20 minutes here. Otacon is going to spawn and Lucid's on the other side of the map. Do we think that Weibo is going to start this up for them? I mean, they don't have priority through mid, but they're already kind of making their way. And remember, this is Hextech Rift, so the Hextech portals are going to help them get around the map a little bit quicker.
And this is what is so frustrating all year long about Weibo is they can look like one of the best teams, and then they can also look like one of the worst.
All right, Otacon's already gone. Lucid has no win, becomes lightning. Great job from Chris. Knocks them away. The equalizer is barely locking anyone down. Siwoo is but a memory in this game. Realm Warp doesn't land. Chris doesn't get sent into the backline, and that might have just been a guardian angel there for D plus Kia, as it is only one member of them lost, but still the Otacon. And now 42 pedals here for Weibo Gaming.
The unbreakable will not being able to be moved, so he couldn't go through the portal. That's actually too funny. Wow. Really good stuff from Weibo as a whole, though, in terms of how they've come together as a comp. And again, I'm going to opt into talking a little bit more about like why that's so frustrating is because sometimes they look like chickens with their heads cut off. They look like they don't even know how to play League of Legends. And then you see moments like this where the entire comp, the entire team is kind of coming together as well. It brings you those memories of a Weibo team who a majority of this roster were together for those big runs, the finals performances that we've seen.
Let's not bring up Weibo last summer finals.
Yeah.
I'm trying to forget some of those games.
But even like on the world stage, right? Like I think it's just so incredible that we've seen this Weibo team go through so many iterations of a lot of the same members just through over these last couple of years.
Well, we said that Weibo is a team that historically always kind of plays for that world slot at the end of the year. They just didn't know that the Asia Invitational is actually losers' worlds. So this is kind of their comfort zone, if you think about it. Still has Worlds in the title, at least somewhere in the moniker. Kind of see that D plus Key are seeing if they can maybe catch out Xiaohu. They're hovering on this side of the map, but no play to be found. The only thing that was going well for them is that they did get an objective bounty from a tier 1 in the bottom side, and that went over majority to Showmaker. Still only going to barely put a dent into a 3.5 goal deficit in favor of Xiaohu.
It's been a really nice step up from multiple members of Weibo, and I'm going to bring up a point. Okay, well, Breathe is going to get dove here, but the point I was going to bring up is LPL find a little bit of redemption here on today as Breathe need a little bit of help from his team.
Breathe flashes forward, gets himself out. Xiaohu is now able to match. This seems like it is a fight brewing here for Weibo Gaming. Crisp caught out by himself. Unbreakable Will is called forward to get him out of the fight. See that Barrel's trying to look for something. Grand entrance plus the ultimate does absolutely nothing. Christ has to use his flash. The Crescent Guard trying to protect. It is a single bit of HP there for Lucid trying to escape. Barrel falls still. Xiaohu is going to use the Realm Warp. They make a pick onto aiming. Shift away. Flash away. Lucid
Nobody knows.
in Metal Gear Solid. He is trying to hide from Weibo Gaming. Showmaker is trying to have any kind of impact on this Cassiopeia. He is going to get ran down by Light. Lee Sin is going to find his matching member. There is no Baron, but guess what? That is still a huge win coming in for Weibo. Siwoo tries to get Light, but he is getting protected again. It is Breathe with the shield, with the all-out, and it is again Weibo with another win.
Dude, just put Breathe on Cassante duty and take away Fearless, man. This team would be so good if they could play the same comp over and over. Look at that. The cardboard cutouts even get a little bit of shout out. We don't even need his cams. as a really good play from Weibo to continue bolstering this lead. 10,000 gold up. And we're going to take a look back at the replay. I thought Crisp was in a lot of deep doo-doo here. The Unbreakable Will does end up buying a lot of time for him.
But Barrel, man, the visual eye bleach, man. Like, yes, it is a flash from Chris, but Barrel has had a much worse performance as the year has gone by. Obviously ended the season with a Rammus support of all time. And,
dude, that's the second time that Xiaohu's Realm Warps gets not taken by his teammates because of their abilities. That's too funny, man.
Yeah. Again, if you're issuing movement commands outside of the Realm Warp, it will not take you, so always got to be staying still if you can when you are in the Realm Warp. This is a huge play, though, from Siwu trying to make this happen, but if we can't kill a level 14, a level 13 Ezreal, or sorry, a level 13 Corki, we are probably never meant to win this one. It is just desperation here for the LCK 5th seed, as they're just trying anything to get them spelled back in. 10,000 gold lead here at the 25-minute mark, and it's 25-8.
And I know this is going to be hot commodity, but it's a little bit of a throwback because Showmaker needs to go ahead and start throwing up the copy pasta. You remember all those years ago?
Yeah.
He talked so much about Cassante. I think it's coming back to bite him.
Oh, God. Lucid's just evaporated from our screens right there. Not even the Crescent Guard could have saved him in this place. He was also on a flank, but guess what? He's also on vision, so little old Rumble's going to have to make his way out of this river. It's going to be the start of the Baron. It is 4v5. No flash on either Aiming, Showmaker, or Siwu. Can they make anything happen here? Aiming and Barrel are going to try to look for a little bit of play in the river.
A bit of healing coming in from the Redemption. They're just trying to step up here. The Equalizer's coming down, but Tian's just going to secure it.
Oh, God, yeah, like, this is just complete desperation at this point. DK not able to really contest on the objective. Maybe it'll be Siwu falling. He is kind of putting himself in harm's way right now. Aiming, shifting forward for a little bit of chip damage down onto Tien. Dragon doesn't spawn for another 3 minutes, and it'll be 2.5 that the Baron buff will be here. All right, Siwu.
Oh, Siwu.
How much time can you waste of your opponents? It's an engage down onto Breathe. He has All Out coming out soon. Tien dodges out a Dragon's Rage kick to put Showmaker into the waiting arms of the rest of Weibo Gaming. Crisp using the heal to get a little bit more. Barrel finally gets an ultimate that maybe we could be proud of, but guess what? It is 26 minutes too late. Siwu still on the flank, but it is always just to watch the backs of these opponents take down his team.
Dude, Tien is feeling himself. He was the one that kicked off a ton of the fights early on as Xiaohu's going down.
Oh, Seeker's arm guard or the Zonia saves him. Guess what? It's another save. Aiming. See you later, buddy.
Cassante Gaming, as they're going straight to the mid lane. They're going straight for the end, Alk.
They're going to end this one out in only Valakir on Twitter. Only he could see this line. The 1% play coming on through. Weibo with a 2-0. Only Weibo could do these kinds of things.
Only Weibo.
The Weaves are going to be able to win. Another kill onto Showmaker. And at this point, they are just styling all over their opponents. 31-8. A 16,000 gold lead. And a 2-0 for Weibo here in Group A.
The circle of suck is alive!
Woo!
It lives! Like Frankenstein's monster. My God, what a day. What a day. Weibo Gaming. RKO out of nowhere. Grasshopper ain't got crap on Weibo Gaming.
I hate this team, bro. I hate this team.
But that's what's so frustrating about Weibo. Like, it's incredible the high highs and the low lows this team has. I know we've called them consistently inconsistent since 3 years ago, but it fits so damn well no matter what iteration of this roster there is. And now they 2-0 D plus Gia.
Yep. That does mean, unfortunately, JDG are no longer able to make it into the knockout stage. Kind of sucks. It does mean that we have a couple of other confirmations. The Vikings with that 0-2 are no longer able to make the knockout stage, so they will have one last game up against BNK Fear X to finish that out. We do have our post-match standings if we want to take a look at this. So currently, JDG are locked out. BNK are locked for the top of the group, or at least top 2, so they will make it into the playoffs. And NiP and Nongshim,
Vikings
that's
are
going to
out
be
too.
the last ones to decide who makes it on through.
And God, we have to talk about it one more time. The difference it makes if the Vikings didn't disconnect in front of that fight, if they win that series, it's crazy. But now NiP needs to make good on being able to win that one and try to at least commit to promoting here, because they might be one of our only hopes at this point. The fact that JDG is out, though, got to give some commiserations there. It has been a sharp downfall. Yeah, but it's been a year, but they actually were pretty decent throughout the year. This last little stretch has been so heartbreaking to watch. With some of the high highs, with Scouts showing up finally after a year of being missing, it felt like. And just to see it crumble like this feels really bad.
Yeah, it's been a tough year, especially for not just Weibo and JDG. JDG, I think, having a little bit more of the high highs compared to their counterparts who did just win today. But like you were mentioning, I think probably the one that hurt the most was the regional finals. Watching this team completely crumble at the very last hurdle. That's we finally get to go to bed. We were hoping that, maybe there was going to be some gameplay here. D plus Kia get absolutely slapped in the
Dude,
mouth.
I told you, man. You just have to vote for the opposite of what your heart wants. You have to outwardly say that you want one thing, but you want something else, and it works.
I just don't want to put that energy out there. I'm big into manifesting, so I really don't want to put that energy out there, because then if it happens, then I'm.
It's crazy how much it works. It's crazy how much. That's all I'm saying.
There you go.
It's crazy how much it works.
Positive energy comes back, rebounds, and this felt more like when we saw the series versus JDG. Even in some of those wins, like, I think JDG did play some decent League of Legends in some parts of it, especially the early game, but
Agreed.
that game 1 was a stomp from Siwu and Lucid, and then game 2 was a pretty big throw, if I remember correctly. So unfortunate. What's up?
Take your big brain back for a moment.
Okay. Yeah.
Why didn't that comp work for D plus Kia today? Because it worked so damn good in that game 1 of the series against JDG. They drafted like almost a exactly same comp in game number 1 of this series, and it didn't work.
So Showmaker didn't get an individual lead for the most part in that game. I think also it's kind of hard to play when part of your dive strategy with LeBlanc, Jarvan, and the Mbessa. The Mbessa is completely cut out from the rest of this game. We talked about going into draft that if Orianna gets a little bit more HP, it actually becomes a little bit more favored towards her, because she has so much healing and shielding, and just you get to basically mitigate a lot of what LeBlanc wants to be able to do. So that became a little bit more problematic, and we saw it multiple times that, like, Lucid is ulting to lock down the immobile members, but then he has no follow-up, and then you've now wasted some of your abilities. And then game 2, yet again, like, Lucid didn't really get to do much because his top and mid are kind of useless. Like, yes, Cassiopeia is a historical counter versus Ryze, but Ryze being on side lane, he gets to have a little bit more influence. We saw multiple times in this game that Ryze got solo time in bot side, just farming out waves, pushing out a bunch of free gold, and that's how he gets to kind of leapfrog in front of their opponents.
Yeah, and you get to see the end there, Tien getting interviewed. It was Xiao who got MVP for that next game. 5 out of 5 vote, too. As, I could agree with that. Was
4
it
4 out of 5? 4 out of 5.
Am I crazy? 4 out of 5? Oh, okay, well. Gets a little bit different. But, I was very proud to see Xiao show up. I think that's always somebody for me that needs to be there for the team. You can absolutely feel it when he's not. And he was back to his side lane shenanigans today.
That's the end of our our show. This is day number 3, so we're almost halfway through the tournament. We got 2 more days of 3 best of 3s. And tomorrow is the end of the group stage. Do we have any kind of expectations? If we want to throw up the graphic one more time of our group stage games, we don't have quite Group A locked up quite yet, but if you have any predictions...
I'm sad about JDG, but I do expect 2 LPL teams to make it into the back half of it. So I do want to see NiP have like a little bit of a better performance and not rely on disconnects to win in the next series, but I think that's maybe asking a lot.
Maybe. Damn, that's crazy though, that we get to see these 2 teams. And honestly, if everything goes to quote-unquote expectations, we should be seeing only a single LPL representative make it into the playoffs.
No, I see 2. I want to see 2.
I don't
NiP
think NiP
are making it, bro. They're making it.
I don't think NiP are beating up on the Dongshin brothers. That is not happening.
That's my hopium, bro. That's my hopium.
Who knows? But that's it.
But now that Weibo
Everybody...
won, it upsets my whole like beat down on LPL for Worlds so that every win matters that much more. But I'll take it. Take a little bit of respect back to LPL.
It is the worst Worlds, right? This is the losers' Worlds, if we want to name it that. But that is the end of our show. That is the end of today. 3 days. Finally a night where we actually got some closer games. Some upsets here coming on through. It started off with the LCP shocking the world and being able to take down JDG. Then we got what was a heartbreaking second series between the Viking esports team and NiP, and Weibo doing what many thought was impossible and beating up on the 5th seed from the LCK. That is going to be it from myself and Mazel. Thank you to everybody who has been able to watch this show, whether it was only for a single game or for the entire night. This whole show is not possible without viewers like you being along for the ride. From myself, Mazel, Rare Adam behind the scenes, and all of our mod and socials team, we want to thank everybody who has been here. We're going to be exactly the same time tomorrow, so make sure you're tuning in for the last day of group stage here for the Asia Invitational.